which can human nature itself give rise to. He begins with a treatment of socialism as a generic idea that he terms chiastic, citing socialism. In the socialist phenomenon, Shafarevich traces the idea of communality from the earliest times to the 20th century. The scope of this work is vast. Its attack on socialism would be momentous in any case. Coming from inside Russia, it is an event of real importance. He begins with a treatment of socialism as a generic idea that he terms chiastic, citing examples of utopian conceptions from ancient times, through the medieval heresies to the great utopian writings of the Enlightenment. He constructs a model of the socialist phenomenon which includes communal property, such as wives, the abalai, tie-on of religion and the regimentation of all aspects of life. He provides fascinating AC, continued on back flap. Digitized by the Internet Archive in 2017, with funding from Kale, Austin Foundation, https://archive.org/details/socialist phenomenon. The socialist phenomenon. Forward, it seems that certain things in this world simply cannot be discovered without extensive experience, be it personal or collective. This applies to the present book, with its fresh and revealing perspective on the millennia-old trends of socialism. While it makes use of a voluminous literature familiar to specialists throughout the world, there is an undeniable logic in the fact that it emerged from the country that has undergone and is undergoing the harshest and most prolonged socialist experience in modern history. Nor is it at all incongruous that within that country this book should not have been produced by a humanist, for scholars in the humanities have been the most methodically crushed of all social strata in the Soviet Union ever since the October Revolution. It was written by a mathematician of world renown. In the communist world, practitioners of the exact sciences must stand in for their annihilated brethren. But this circumstance has its compensations. It provides us with a rare opportunity of receiving a systematic analysis of the theory and practice of socialism from the pen of an outstanding mathematical thinker versed in the rigorous methodology of his science. One can attach particular weight, for instance, to his judgment that Marxism lacks even the climate of scientific inquiry. World socialism as a whole, and all the figures associated with it, are shrouded in legend. Its contradictions are forgotten or concealed. It does not respond to arguments, but continually ignores them. All this stems from the mist of irrationality that surrounds socialism and from its instinctive aversion to scientific analysis, features which the author of this volume points out repeatedly and in many contexts. The doctrines of socialism seethe with contradictions. Its theories are at constant odds with its practice, yet due to a powerful instinct, also laid bare by Shafarevich, these contradictions do not in the least hinder the unending propaganda of socialism. Indeed, no precise, distinct socialism even exists. Instead, there is only a vague, rosy notion of something noble and good, of equality, communal ownership, and justice. Justice. The advent of these things will bring instant euphoria and a social order beyond reproach. The 20th century marks one of the greatest upsurges in the success of socialism, and concomitantly of its repulsive practical manifestations. Yet due to the same passionate irrationality, attempts to examine these results are repelled. They are either ignored completely, or implausibly explained away in terms of certain Asiatic or Russian aberrations or the personality of a particular dictator, or else they are ascribed to state capitalism. The present book encompasses vast stretches of time and space. By carefully describing and analyzing dozens of socialist doctrines and numerous states built on socialist principles, the author leaves no room for evasive arguments based on so-called insignificant exceptions, allegedly bearing no resemblance to the glorious future. Whether it is the centralization of China in the first millennium BC, the bloody European experiments of the time of the Reformation, the chilling, though universally esteemed, utopias of European thinkers, the intrigues of Marx and Engels, or the radical communist measures of the Lenin period, no whit more humane than Stalin's heavy-handed methods, the author in all his dozens of examples demonstrates the undeviating consistency of the phenomenon under consideration. Shafarevich has singled out the invariance of socialism, its fundamental and unchanging elements, which depend neither on time nor place, and which, alas, are looming ominously over today's tottering world. If one considers human history in its entirety, socialism can boast of a greater longevity and durability, of wider diffusion and of control over larger masses of people, than can contemporary Western civilization. It is therefore difficult to shake off gloomy presentiments when contemplating that more into which before the century is out we may all plunge, that Asiatic formation, which Marx hastened to circumvent in his classification, and before which contemporary Marxist thought stands baffled, having discerned its own hideous countenance in the mirror of the millennia. It could probably be said that the majority of states in the history of mankind have been socialist. But it is also true that these were in no sense periods, or places of human happiness, or creativity. Shafarevich points out with great precision both the cause and the genesis of the first socialist doctrines, which he characterizes as reactions, Plato as a reaction to Greek culture, and the Gnostics as a reaction to Christianity. They sought to counteract the endeavor of the human spirit to stand erect, and strove to return to the earthbound existence of the primitive states of antiquity. The author also convincingly demonstrates the diametrical opposition between the concepts of man held by religion and by socialism. Socialism seeks to reduce human personality to its most primitive levels and to extinguish the highest, most complex, and godlike aspects of human individuality. And even equality itself, that powerful appeal and great promise of socialists throughout the ages, turns out to signify not equality of rights, of opportunities, and of external conditions, but equality qua identity, equality seen as the movement of variety toward uniformity. Even though, as this book shows, socialism has always successfully avoided truly scientific analyses of its essence, Shafarovich's study challenges present-day theoreticians of socialism to demonstrate their arguments in a businesslike public discussion. Alexander I. Solzhenitsyn / This book is inspired by the conviction that the cataclysms which humanity has experienced in the 20th century are only the beginning of a much more profound crisis, of a radical shift in the course of history. To characterize the scope of this crisis, I had thought of comparing it to the end of ancient civilization, or to the transition from the Middle Ages to the modern period. But later I became acquainted with a bolder, and it seems to me, more penetrating approach. For example, F. Heichelheim in his fascinating and ancient economic history expresses the supposition that the present period of history, which has lasted over 3,000 years, is coming to an end. It had its beginnings in the Iron Age, when tendencies rooted in the free development of personality led to the creation of the spiritual and cultural values upon which contemporary life is based. It is quite possible that the economic state controls of the last decades, produced by imminent trends of our late capitalist age of the 20th century, mean the end and conclusion of the long development in the direction of economic individualism, and the beginnings of a novel organization of labor which is closer to the ancient Oriental models of 5,000 years ago than to the ideals for which the foundations were laid at the beginning of the Iron Age. 90, pp. 115 to 116, It is hardly necessary to demonstrate that one of the basic forces influencing the developing crisis of mankind is socialism. It both throughout this work, Arabic numbers within parentheses refer to entries in the bibliography, beginning on page 301. Roman numerals indicate volume numbers. Motes this crisis as a force destroying the old world, and undertakes to show a way out. Therefore the attempt to comprehend socialism, its origins, its driving forces, the goal toward which it leads, is dictated quite simply by the instinct for self-preservation. We fear the possibility of finding ourselves at the crossroads with blinders on, at a time when choosing which road to take may determine the whole of mankind's future. But it is precisely such attempts to understand which seem to curtail all discussion. The fact that the adherents of socialism themselves have expressed so many contradictory views ought to put us on guard. In addition, notions about the nature of socialism are as a rule strikingly vague, and yet they do not elicit doubt, and are perceived as truth needing no verification. This is especially apparent in attempts to make critical evaluations of socialism. Pointing out the tragic facts that so frequently have accompanied the socialist experiments of the 20th century usually evokes the objection that an idea cannot be judged by the unsuccessful attempts at its implementation. The task of rebuilding society is so immeasurably complicated, it is said, that in the initial stages errors are inevitable. They are, however, due to the shortcomings of certain individuals, or the heritage of the past. In no sense do they follow from the fine principles enunciated by the founders of the doctrine. The fact that even in the earliest declarations of socialist doctrine there are schemes, which in their cruelty far exceed any real system, is dismissed as insignificant. It is argued that the determining factor is real life, and hardly the constructions of theoreticians, or the fantasy of utopian thinkers. Life, it is said, has its own laws. It will temper and smooth out the extremes of the fanatics and create a social structure which, even if it does not quite correspond to their original plans, will be at least viable, and in any case closer to perfection than that which now exists. In attempting to break out of this vicious circle, it is useful to compare socialism to some other phenomenon which has had an influence of similar magnitude on life, for example, religion. Religion may have a social function, supporting or destroying social institutions. It may have an economic function, as the temples of the ancient East did, with their land holdings, or as in the case of the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages, or it may have a political role, and so on. But this is possible only because there are people who believe in God, and because there is a striving for a union with God which religion creates. Without taking this fundamental function of religion into account, it is impossible to understand how it influences life generally. It is this aspect that must be clarified before one can examine the question of how it interacts with other spheres of life. It is natural to suppose that socialism, too, contains a fundamental tendency which makes possible its phenomenal influence on life. But it is unlikely to be identified by studying, for example, the Western socialist parties, in which basic socialist tendencies are hopelessly entangled with practical politics. It is necessary, first, to study this phenom non over a sufficiently long time span in order to ascertain its basic characteristics, and, second, to examine its most striking and consistent manifestations. In pursuing this method, we shall be astonished to find that socialism, at least at first sight, turns out to be a glaring contradiction. Proceeding from a critique of a given society, accusing it of injustice, inequality, and lack of freedom, socialism proclaims, in the systems where it is expressed with the greatest consistency, a far greater injustice, inequality, and slavery. Noble utopias and golden dreams about the city of the sun usually evoke nothing more than a reproach for their utopian nature, for their ideals that are too high for mankind at present. But it is enough merely to open these books to be astonished by the scene: disobedient citizens turned into slaves, informers, work and life in paramilitary detachments, and under close supervision, passes that are needed even for a simple stroll, and especially the details of general leveling, depicted as they are with great relish: identical cloth, identical houses, even identical cities. A work entitled The Law of Freedom describes an ideal society where in each small commune there is a hangman, and anyone who has been remiss or disobedient is flogged or turned into a slave, and where each citizen is considered a soldier. The revolutionaries who drew up the conspiracy of equals understood equality in such a way that they alone formed the government, while others were to obey implicitly, and those who did not were to be exiled to certain islands for forced labor. In the most popular work of Marxism, the Communist Manifesto, one of the first measures of the new socialist system to be proposed is the introduction of compulsory labor. And it is predicted that this will lead to a society in which the free development of each will be the condition of the free development of all. Attempts to establish the happy society of the future by means of executions may perhaps be explained by the discrepancy between vision and reality, by the distortion that the idea undergoes in being put into practice. But how to understand a teaching which in its ideal version includes both an appeal to freedom and a program for the establishment of slavery? Or how to reconcile the impassioned condemnation of the old order and quite justified indignation at the suffering of the poor and the oppressed with the fact that the same teachings envisage no less suffering for these oppressed masses as the lot of whole generations prior to the triumph of social justice. Thus Marx foresees 15, perhaps even 50 years of civil war for the proletariat, and Mao Tse-tung is ready to accept the loss of half of humanity in a nuclear war for the sake of establishing a socialist structure in the world. A call for sacrifices on this scale might sound convincing on the lips of a religious leader appealing to a truth beyond this world, but not from convinced atheists. It would seem that socialism lacks that feature which, in mathematics, for example, is considered the minimal condition for the existence of a concept, a definition free of contradictions. Perhaps socialism is only a means of propaganda, a set of several contradictory conceptions, each of which appeals to a given group. The entire history of socialism speaks against such a view. The monumental influence it has had on mankind proves that socialism is in essence an internally consistent view of the world. One needs only to uncover the true logic of socialism and to find that vantage point from which it can be seen as a phenome. None without contradiction. The present book is an attempt to accomplish such a task. In the search for this vantage point, I propose to treat the works of socialist ideology not as the writings of supermen to whom the past and the future of mankind are known, nor as mere journalistic propaganda. One ought not accept all their pretensions as truth, but on the other hand, one need not deny the accuracy of their views in areas where they may well be competent, first of all, in pronouncements bearing on themselves. If, for example, Marx repeatedly expresses the thought that man exists only as a representative of the interests of a definite class, and has no existence as an individual, of course we are not obliged to believe that the essence of man was revealed to Marx. But why not accept that he is describing a view of the world inherent in certain people, himself in particular, who regard man not as a personality, having an independent significance in the world but merely as a tool of forces outside his control. If we read that society and the world must be destroyed, razed to the ground, that life cannot be improved or corrected, and that history may be assisted only by its midwife violence, it would be incautious to trust the prophetic gift of the authors of such predictions. But it is quite possible that they are conveying a view of life in which the entire world evokes malevolence, loathing and nausea, as in Sartre's first novel, Nausea. Life reeks of death, and by force of a strange dualism, is just as loathsome as death and decay under normal circumstances. The perception of the world that may be inferred in this way from the study of socialist ideology appears to be accurate and true to life. And it is natural to assume that this is precisely what moves the adherents of socialist ideology. Furthermore, since socialism is capable of inspiring mass movements, it follows that many are subject to the influence of such a worldview, perhaps even all people are to a greater or lesser degree. If socialism is viewed as the ultimate truth about man, then it unquestionably disintegrates into contradictory elements. But if we consider it to be a manifestation of only one of the tendencies in man and mankind, then it appears possible to remove the contradictions and to understand socialism as a basically cohesive and consistent phenomenon. Only then may the question be raised as to the role of socialism in history. The considerations set forth in the last paragraphs of this book do not constitute a definitive answer to this question. Rather, they indicate the direction in which, so it seems to me, the answer should be sought. In the present work, the problem is considered in its most abstract form. What are those basic features of socialism which, interwoven, as in each case they are with the individual peculiarities of various countries and epochs, engender the multiplicity of its manifestations? Therefore, although a considerable number of facts and concrete historical situations are examined, we shall abstract from the specific nature of these situations in order to delineate basic features common to all of them. As a result, the conclusions to which this discussion leads are not directly applicable to any concrete situation, not until socialist ideals find their absolute and unconstrained realization. In all existing historical realizations of the socialist ideal, we are dealing not with a pure phenomenon, but with a fusion of socialist and many other tendencies. Therefore, in order to apply our views to a specific historical situation, it would be necessary to take the opposite approach, to elucidate Date how the general tendencies of socialism singled out by us are reflected in the peculiarities of historical epochs and national traditions. Such is not the purpose of this book. However, it seems to me that without making a distinction between the phenomenon in its general aspect and the specifics generated by concrete historical conditions, all attempts at understanding are hopeless. Parts 1 and 2 of the book are an exposition of concrete facts from the history of socialist teachings and socialist states. Only in Part 3 is there an attempt to analyze these facts and to draw certain conclusions. This structure entails a number of difficulties for the reader. If he does not wish to go into the details of the various historical epochs, he may simply skim Parts 1 and 2 and move quickly into Part 3. For the convenience of such a reader, several summaries review those conclusions from the historical sections, which are of special importance for the subsequent discussion. Working on this book without official permission, under the conditions prevailing in our country, I encountered constant difficulties in obtaining the necessary literature. Given this situation, I am aware of the likelihood, and perhaps even the inevitability, of error in certain specific questions and of the shortcomings of my arguments, which may have been presented earlier and more effectively by others. My only justification is the urgency of the theme and the special historical experience of our country. The latter circumstance was the basic stimulus for my work, inspiring me with a certain hope of success. Russia's experience in the 20th century has been unique among modern nations. Perhaps there are few precedents in the whole of world history. We became witnesses to events and changes which we would hardly have thought possible before this time. A new field of phenomena, formerly attainable only through artistic or mystical intuition, now became open to rational investigation, based on a study of facts and their logical analysis. We have had the opportunity of seeing history in a new aspect, an advantage that can outweigh many difficulties. This book would never have been written were it not for the assistance rendered me by numerous people. At the moment, it is not possible for me to name them all and to express to each my debt of gratitude. But I can thank two of them here, A.I. Solzhenitsyn, under whose influence I undertook to write this book, and V.M. Borisov, whose criticism was invaluable. Part 1: Chile-astic Socialism. The word socialism often implies two quite different phenomena. One, a doctrine and an appeal based on it, a program for changing life, and two, a social structure that exists in time and space. The most obvious examples include Marxism, as contained in the classic writings of Marx and others, and the social structure that exists in the USSR and the People's Republic of China. Among the fundamental principles of the state doctrine in these countries is the assertion that the connection between the two phenomena is very simple. On the one hand, it is asserted, there is a scientific theory which proves that after achieving a definite level in the development of productive forces, mankind will pass over to a new historic formation. This theory points the way to the most rational paths for such a transition. And on the other hand, we are assured, there is the embodiment of this scientific prognosis, its confirmation. As an example of quite a different point of view, we cite H. G. Wells, who visited Russia in 1920, and, though infected by the worship of socialism, fashionable then as now, nevertheless, almost instinctively refused to accept Marxism, in this sense reflecting the antipathy toward all scholastic theories typical of an Englishman. In his book Russia in the Shadows, Wells writes, Marxist communism has always been a theory of revolution, a theory not merely lacking in creative and constructive ideas, but hostile to creative and constructive ideas. 1 p. 60, he describes the communism that governed Russia as In so many matters like a conjurer, who has left his pigeon and his rabbit behind him, and can produce nothing whatever from the hat. 1 p. 64. From this point of view, Marxism does not set itself any goal other than that of preparing for the seizure of power. The state system established, as a result, is therefore defined and shaped by the necessity of holding power. Since these tasks are entirely different, the official theory and the actual implementation have nothing in common. It would be incautious to take either of these assertions on faith. On the contrary, it would be desirable, first, to study both socialisms independently, without any a priori hypotheses, and only then attempt to come to conclusions about the connections that exist between them. We shall begin with socialism understood as a doctrine, as an appeal. All such doctrines, and as we shall see, there were many of them, have a common core. They are based on the complete rejection of the existing social structure. They call for its destruction, and paint a picture of a more just and happy society, in which the solution to all the fundamental problems of the times would be found. Furthermore, they propose concrete ways of achieving this goal. In religious literature, such a system of views is referred to as belief in the thousand-year kingdom of God on earth, Chiliasm. Borrowing this terminology, we shall designate the socialist doctrines of this type as Chiliastic social. 99ism. In order to give some sense of the scale of this phenomenon, and of the place it occupies in the history of mankind, we shall examine two doctrines that fit the category of Chiliastic socialism, as they are described by their contemporaries. In doing so, we shall attempt to extract a picture of the future society envisaged, leaving to one side for the moment the motivation, as well as the concrete means recommended for achieving the ideal. The first example takes us to Athens in 392 BC. During the great urban Dionysia, when Aristophanes presented his comedy Ecclesiazousi, or the Congresswomen. Here he depicts a teaching fashionable in the Athens of the time. The plot is as follows: the women of the city, wearing beards and dressed in men's clothing, come to the assembly and by a majority vote pass a resolution transferring all power in the state to women. They use this power to introduce a series of measures, which are expounded in a dialogue between Praxagora, the leader of the women, and her husband, Blepiros. Here are several quotations. Praxagora: compulsory universal community property is what I propose to propose. Across-the-board economic equality, to fill those fissures that scar our society's face. No more the division between rich and poor. We'll wear the same clothes, and share the same food. My initial move will be to communalize land and money, and all other property, personal and real. Blepiros: but take the landless man who's invisibly wealthy. Because he hides his silver and gold in his pockets. What about him? Praxagora: he'll deposit it all in the fund. I'll knock out walls and remodel the city into one big happy household, where all can come and go as they choose. I'm pooling the women, creating a public hoard for the use of every man who wishes to take them to bed and make babies. Blepiros: a system like this requires a pretty wise father to know his own children. Praxagora: but why does he need to? Age is the new criterion. Children will henceforth trace their descent from all men who might have begot them. Blepiros: who's going to work the land and produce the food? Praxagora: the slaves. This leaves you just one civic function: when the shades of night draw on, slip sleekly down to dinner. The state's not going to stint. Its hand is full and open, its heart is large, it'll stuff its menfolk free of charge. Then issue them torches when dinner's done and send them out to hunt for fun. 2 pp. 43 to 51, the reader will of course already have noticed many of the features of a familiar doctrine. Let us attempt to specify the associations that arise by considering a second example, the classic statement of the Marxist program, contained in the Communist Manifesto. Here are some quotations characterizing the future society, as the authors imag. In it, the theory of the communists may be summed up in the single sentence, abolition of private property. 3. v. p. 496, abolition of the family. Even the most radical flare-up at this infamous proposal of the communists. On what foundation is the present family, the bourgeois family, based? On capital, on private gain. In its completely developed form, this family exists only among the bourgeoisie. But this state of things finds its complement in the practical absence of the family among the proletarians, and in public prostitution. The bourgeois family will vanish as a matter of course, when its complement vanishes, and both will vanish with the vanishing of capital. But, you will say, we destroy the most hallowed of relations when we replace home education by social. And your education is not that also social, and determined by the social conditions under which you educate. 3. v. p. 499, that last thought is somewhat clarified in Principles of Communism, a document written by Engels in the course of preparing the Communist Manifesto. Among the first measures to be taken after the revolution, we find 8. The education of all children, from the moment that they can get along without a mother's care, shall be at state institutions, and at state expense. 3. v. p. 475, the Communist Manifesto again, but you communists would introduce communality of women. Screams the whole bourgeoisie in chorus. 3. v. p. 499, answered by, the communists have no need of introducing communality of women, it has existed almost from time immemorial. Our bourgeois, not content with having the wives and daughters of proletarians at his disposal, not to speak of common prostitutes, takes the greatest pleasure in seducing each other's wives. Bourgeois marriage is in reality a system of wives in common, and thus, at the worst, what the communists might possibly be reproached with is that they desire to introduce, in the place of a hypocritically concealed, an openly legalized communality of women. 3. v. p. 500, in the Communist Manifesto there is no reference to the other material aspects of life. In Principles of Communism we find 9. The building of large palaces in the national estates as common dwellings for the communes, whose citizens will be busy in industry, agriculture. These structures will combine the merits of urban and rural life and avoid their defects. 3. v. p. 475. We see concealed in Marx's Hegelian phraseology and Aristophanes' buffoonery almost the same program. 1. Abolition of private property. 2. Abolition of the family, i.e., communality of wives and disruption of the bonds between parents and children. 3. Purely material prosperity. It would even be possible to say that both programs coincide perfectly, were it not for one place in the Ecclesiazousi. In answer to Bleperosa's question as to who will do the plowing, Praxagora replies, slaves. Here she proclaims the fourth point of the program, and a most significant one, liberation from the necessity of work. Interestingly enough, on this point Herbert Marcuse, the best known of the neo-Marxists, and one of the leaders of the New Left in the USA, differs from Marx. For instance, in his essay, The End of Utopia, Marcuse says that it is no accident that for modern avant-garde left intellectuals the works of Fourier have become relevant again. Fourier did not flinch where Marx was insufficiently bold. He spoke of a society where work would become play. And elsewhere in the same essay, New Technical potentialities lead to oppression unless there develops a vital need for the abolition of alienating work. 4, pp. 75, 77. Supplementing the program of the Communist Manifesto in this fashion, we obtain a description of the ideal which fully coincides with what had been the object of Aristophanes' derision on the stage of the Athenian theatre in 392 BC. We are confronted by a set of ideas with certain strikingly durable features, which have remained almost unchanged from antiquity to our day. The term chileastic socialism will be applied to such ideas. Below, we shall attempt to outline this concept more precisely, to point out the main stages of its historical development, and to take note of the broader ideological framework within which the doctrines of chileastic socialism came into being. Either the socialism of antiquity, in classical Greece, we encounter the concept of chileastic socialism in its full-fledged, one might even say ideal form. Plato's enunciation of this concept in itself had an enormous influence on the subsequent history of chileastic socialism. Two of Plato's dialogues are devoted to this theme, the Republic and Laws. In the former, Plato depicts what he considers an ideal state structure, while the latter shows the best practical approximation of this ideal. The Republic was written during the middle years of Plato's life, Laws in his old age. It seems possible that the failures Plato experienced trying to put his views into practice are reflected in these works. We begin with an overview of the picture of the ideal society that is given in the Republic, a work that Sergius Bulgakov calls wondrous and perplexing. Indeed, the 10 books of this dialogue reflect almost all aspects of Plato's philosophy, his conception of being the world of ideas, cognition, the visual world, the world accessible to the mind, the soul, justice, art and society. The Republic may, at first sight, seem too narrow a title for such a work. Nevertheless, it is fully justified, since the question of the structure of society is the center around which Plato's many-sided philosophy revolves, as well as serving as the principal illustration of his teaching. Understanding the concepts of good and beauty is essential for ruling a state. The doctrines of the immortality of the soul and of retribution after death promote the development of the spiritual qualities essential for rulers. The state must be founded on justice, and art is one of the major instruments for the education of citizens. Plato expounds on the possible forms of a state. He names 5 structures, and speaks about the corresponding spiritual qualities. All the states that existed contemporary to him he classifies as belonging to 4 corrupt types: division, hostility, discord, willfulness and striving for riches reign in these states. Such a city should of necessity be not one, but 2, a city of the rich and a city of the poor, dwelling together, and always plotting against one another. 5:551d*. The 5th form of state structure is, according to Plato, the perfect state. Its basic quality is justice, which permits it to partake of virtue. In answer to the question, what constitutes justice in a state, Plato says, "What we laid down in the beginning as a universal requirement, when we were founding our city, this I think, or some form of this, is justice. And what we did lay down, and often said, if you recall, was that each one man must perform one social service in the state for which his nature was best adapted." 433a. On the basis of this proposition, the population of the state is divided into 3 social groups. We may even call them castes. They are philosophers, guardians or soldiers, artisans and peasants. The children of artisans and peasants belong to the same group as their parents and may never become guardians. The children of guardians as a rule inherit their father's occupation, but if they show negative inclinations, they are made into either artisans or peasants. But the philosophers may supplement their numbers from the best of the guardians, but not until the latter reach the age of 50. Plato's conception is not at all materialistic. his concern is not with the manner in which production is organized in his state. Thus he speaks very little about the daily life of the artisans and peasants. He believes that the life of the state is determined by its laws, hence he is concerned above all with the life of those castes that create and guard the law. The philosophers have unlimited power in the state. Bulgakov even suggests that the word philosophers should be translated the righteous men or saints. They are the people enamored of the kind of knowledge which reveals to them something of that essence which is eternal, and is not wandering between the two poles of generation and decay. Asterisk in subsequent references to Plato's Republic, only the marginal sigla will be quoted. 485b, a philosopher possesses a mind habituated to thoughts of grandeur and the contemplation of all time and all existence. Such a man will not suppose death to be terrible. Of 486b, once the philosophers have understood their high mission, they will structure their lives in accordance with it, devoting the greater part of their time to the study of philosophy, but when the turn comes for each, toiling in the service of the state and holding office for the city's sake, regarding the task not as a fine thing but a necessity. And so, when each generation has educated others like themselves to take their place as guardians of the state, they shall depart to the islands of the blessed and there dwell. 540a, b, the guardians are under the philosopher's command. Plato's favor. Ite image in describing the guardians is that of the dog. Thus, as with purebred canines, the guardians' natural disposition is to be most gentle to their familiars and those whom they recognize, but the contrary to those whom they do not know. 375e, their children should be taken on campaigns in order to accustom them to war. Give them a taste of blood as we do with whelps. 537a, youthful guardians possess the qualities of purebred pups. Each of them must be keen of perception, quick in pursuit of what it has apprehended, and strong too if it has to fight it out with its captive. 375a. Women are to enjoy equal rights with men and are to have the same obligations, allowing only for the fact that they have less physical strength than men. Plato argues by analogy. Do we expect the females of watchdogs to join in guarding what the males guard and to hunt with them and share all their pursuits, or do we expect the females to stay indoors? 45 ID, the whole of the guardian caste is compared with a pack of hard and wiry hounds. 422d, but a guardian should also possess other, higher qualities. And does it seem to you that our guardian-to-be will also need, in addition to being high-spirited, the further quality of having the love of wisdom in his nature? 375e, and never by sorcery nor by force can be brought to expel from their souls this conviction that they must do what is best for the state. 412e, these qualities are attained by means of a carefully thought-out system of education, guided by the philosophers, and lasting until age. 35. A fundamental role in education is reserved for art, which, for the benefit of the state, is subjected to strict censorship. We must begin, then, it seems, by a censorship over our story-makers and what they do well we must pass and what not, reject. 377c, what they do well applies here not to the aesthetic qualities of stories and myths, but to their educational function. Bad stories are those that Hesiod and Homer and the other poets relate to us. 377d, furthermore, shall we, then, thus lightly suffer our children to listen to any chance stories fashioned by any chance teachers, and so to take into their minds opinions for the most part contrary to those that we shall think it desirable for them to hold when they are grown up? 377b, all stories that might inspire a false impression of divinity are forbidden, as well as those that describe the cruelty of the gods, their quarrels, or love adventures, and stories which suggest that gods may be the cause of misfortune. We must contend in every way that neither should anyone assert this in his own city if it is to be well governed, nor anyone hear it, neither younger nor older, neither telling a story. In meter or without meter. 380b. All poetic works that speak about the horrors of the nether world and of death are to be eliminated, as well as those that involve any manifestation of fear or sorrow, all that hinders the development of courage. Guardians should see nothing frightening about death. It is forbidden to speak about the injustice of fate, that righteous people can suffer misfortune, and unrighteous ones can lead happy lives. It is forbidden to criticize the leaders, or to write about any manifestation of fear, grief, famine or death. We will beg Homer and the other poets not to be angry if we cancel those and all similar passages, not that they are not poetic and pleasing to most hearers, but because the more poetic they are, the less are they suited to the ears. 387b. Other arts are also to be kept under surveillance. It is here, then, I said, in music, as it seems, that our guardians must build their guardhouse and post a watch. 424d. Polyphony and the combining of vari. OU scales are forbidden. There are to be no flutes or makers of flutes in the state. Only the lyre and the kithara are permitted. Plato expands on these principles. Is it, then, only the poets that we must supervise and compel to embody in their poems the semblance of the good character, or else not write poetry among us? Or must we keep watch over the other craftsmen, and forbid them to represent the evil disposition, the licentious, the illiberal, the graceless, either in the likeness of living creatures, or in buildings or in any other product of their art, on penalty, if unable to obey, of being forbidden to practice their art among us? 401b. The answer is obvious for Plato. On the other hand, new myths are created, with the purpose of instilling in the guardians a spirit necessary to the state. For instance, to inculcate in them love for one another and the state. They are told that they are all brothers, sons of the single Mother Earth of their land. But to reinforce the idea of castes, it is stressed that in the process philosophers received an admixture of gold, guardians of silver, peasants and artisans of iron. The entire education of the guardians, beginning with children's games, is supervised by the philosophers, who subject them to various tests, checking their memory, endurance, moderation and courage. Adults, as well as children, are severely punished for lying. But lying is permitted the philosophers. It seems likely that our rulers will have to make considerable use of falsehood and deception for the benefit of their subjects. 459d. It has already been noted that Plato perceives the major defect of faulty states in the absence of unity among citizens, in animosity and discord. He seeks to find the cause of these phenomena. And the chief cause of this is when the citizens do not utter in unison such words as mine and not mine, and similarly with regard to the word alien. Precisely so. That city, then, is best ordered in which the greatest number use the expression mine and not mine of the same things in the same way. 462c. The guardian's life is regulated accordingly. They possess nothing in private possession but their bodies, but all else in common. 464e. Secondly, none must have any habitation, or treasure house, which is not open for all to enter at will. Their food, in such quantities as are needful for athletes of war sober and brave, they must receive as an agreed stipend from the other citizens as the wages of their guardianship, so measured that there shall be neither superfluity at the end of the year nor any lack. And resorting to a common mess like soldiers on campaign, they will live together. 416d. For these only of all the dwellers in the city it is not lawful to handle gold and silver, and to touch them nor yet to come under the same roof with them, nor to hang them as ornaments on their limbs nor to drink from silver and gold. 417a. Guardians live in their own state as hired guard detachments. And what is more, they serve for board wages and do not even receive pay in addition to their food as others do, so that they will not even be able to take a journey on their own account, if they wish to, or make presents to their mistresses, or spend money in other directions according to their desires like the men who are thought to be happy. 420a. Property, however, is only one of the things by which private interests may distract the guardians from their duty. Another factor that could set them apart is the family, therefore it is also eliminated. These women shall all be common to all these men, and that none shall cohabit with any privately, and that the children shall be common, and that no parent shall know its own offspring nor any child its parent. 457d. Marriage is replaced by a temporary union of sexes for purely physiological satisfaction and propagation of the species. This aspect of life is carefully regulated by the philosophers, which permits the introduction of a perfect system of sex selection. The union of couples is conducted solemnly and is performed to the accompaniment of songs composed by poets especially for these occasions. Who is to be joined to whom is decided by lot so that no one can blame anyone but fate. But the leaders of the state carefully manipulate the process to achieve the desired results. As could be expected, the education of children is in the hands of the state. The children will be taken over by the officials appointed for this. 460b. But the offspring of the inferior, and any of those of the other sort who are born defective, they will properly dispose of in secret, so that no one will know what has become of them. 460c. As for a child born of unregulated sexual union, the following is indicated: to dispose of it on the understanding that we cannot rear such an offspring. 461c. Parents ought not know their children, conducting the mothers to the pen when their breasts are full, but employing every device to prevent anyone from recognizing her own infant. 460c. As to the question how parents and children shall recognize one another, the answer is as follows: they won't. Except that a man will call all male offspring born between the 7th and the 10th month, after he became a bridegroom, his sons, and all female daughters, and they will call him father. 46id. Deprived of family, children and all property, the guardians live exclusively for the benefit of the state. Any violation of the interests of the state is punished. Soldiers who show cowardice are turned into artisans or peasants. Prisoners taken are not to be ransomed out of slavery. Medicine is also used as a means of control. Physicians and judges will care for the bodies and souls of such of your citizens as are truly well-born, but those who are not, such as are defective in body, they will suffer to die, and those who are evil-natured and incurable in soul they will themselves put to death. 410a. Why would the guardians undertake such a life? One of the participants in the dialogue says, "What will be your defense, Socrates, if anyone objects that you are not making these men very happy, and that through their own fault? For the city really belongs to them, and yet they get no enjoyment out of it as ordinary men do." 419a. However, from Plato's point of view, happiness is not determined by material well-being. In discharging their duties, the guardians will achieve the respect and love of other citizens, as well as the hope for reward after death. He says, "They will live a happier life than that men count most happy, the life of the victors at Olympia." How so? The things for which those are felicitated are a small part of what is secured for these. Their victory is fairer and their public support more complete. For the prize of victory that they win is the salvation of the entire state, the fillet that binds their brows is the public support of themselves and their children. They receive honor from the city while they live, and when they die a worthy burial. A fair guerdon, indeed, he said. 465e. Though giving a detailed account of the life of the philosophers and guardians, Plato says almost nothing about the rest of the popular Tyon, the artisans and peasants. Laws for them are determined by the philosophers in accordance with the basic principles expressed in the dialogue. Nay, 'twould not be fitting to dictate to good and honorable men. For most of the enactments that are needed about these things they will easily, I presume, discover. 425d. Clearly, the entire population is subjected to the philosophers and the guardians. The guardians set up their camp in the city, a position from which they could best hold down rebellion against the laws from within. 415e. Everyone is bound to his profession. We were at pains to prevent the cobbler from attempting to be at the same time a farmer, a weaver, or a builder instead of just a cobbler, to the end that we might have the cobbler's business well done, and similarly assigned to each, and every one man one occupation, for which he was fit and naturally adapted, and at which he was to work all his days. 374c. The life of the artisans and the peasants is regulated on the basis of a greater or lesser degree of leveling, since for them both poverty and riches lead to degradation, and the work that he turns out will be worse, and he will also make inferior workmen of his sons or any others whom he teaches. 42 But it is not clear to what extent the socialist principles that govern the life of the two other groups extend to artisan and peasant. In conclusion, it is interesting to note that religious problems are given a good deal of space in the dialogue, and are clearly connected with the question of the ideal state. However, this linkage is treated in a quite rationalistic fashion. Religion does not set the state any goals, but rather plays a protective and educational role. Myths, many of which are specially invented, as Plato says, with this purpose in mind, facilitate the development of characteristics useful to the state. Almost everyone who has written on Plato's Republic has remarked on the ambiguous impression produced by this dialogue. Plato's scheme for the destruction of the subtlest and most profound features of human personality, and the reduction of human society to the level of an anthill evokes revulsion. And at the same time one cannot help being impressed by the almost religious impulse to sacrifice personal interests to a higher goal. Plato's entire program is founded on the denial of personality, but on the denial of egoism as well. He understood that the future of mankind is not dependent on the victory of this, or that contending group in the struggle for material interests, but rather on the changes within people, and on the development of new human qualities. It is difficult to deny that Plato's Republic is morally, ethically, and in purely aesthetic terms far superior to other systems of chiliastic socialism. If we can suppose that Aristophanes' Ecclesiazousi is a parody of ideas, such as Plato's, presumably widely discussed in Athens at the time, then modern systems like that of Marcuse seem much nearer to the caricature than to the original. Marcuse turning work into play, his sociosexual protest, the struggle against the necessity of suppressing one's instincts, are shockingly primitive in comparison with the lofty asceticism described by Plato. In spite of their unique role in the history of socialist ideas, Plato's Republic and his laws are but one of many expressions of ancient chiliastic socialism. Attic comedy abounds with references to ideas of this kind. For example, out of the 11 surviving comedies of Aristophanes, 2, Ecclesiazousi and Plutus, are devoted to socialist themes. During the Hellenistic epoch, there came into being an extensive utopian socialist literature, partially serious, in part meant as entertainment, where the ascetic ideal of the Platonic Republic was replaced by the land of milk and honey and by the happy state of free love. The plots of a number of these works are known to us from the historical library by the 1st century BC. Writer Diodorus. One of the most vivid descriptions tells of a traveler to a state situated on sunny islands, apparently in the Indian Ocean. This state consists of socialist communes of 400 people each. Labor is obligatory for all members of society, moreover, with all serving the others in turn, fishing, engaging in crafts, arts or public service. 6 p. 323. Food is regimented in a similar manner. The menu for each day is regulated by law. Marriage is unknown to them, instead they enjoy communal wives. Children are brought up in common as they belong to the whole of the community, and are equally loved by all. Frequently, it so happens that nurses exchange babies they are suckling so that even mothers do not recognize their children. 6 p. 63. Due to the excellent climate, the inhabitants of the islands were much taller than ordinary mortals. They lived to the age of 150. All who were incurably ill or suffered from some physical defect were supposed to commit suicide. Those who reached a certain age were also to kill themselves. Socialist ideas in one or another form frequently played a role in the movements and sects that arose around emerging Christianity. Even in the 1st century AD, the sect of the Nicolaitans preached the communality of property and wives. The Christian writer Epiphanes considers the sect's founder to be Nicholas, one of the 7 deacons chosen by the community of the disciples of the apostles in Jerusalem, as recounted in Acts of the Apostles 6:5. Irenaeus of Lyons and Clement of Alexandria described the Gnostic sect of Carpocratians, which appeared in Alexandria in the 2nd century AD. The founder of this sect, Carpocrates, taught that faith and love bring salvation and place man above good and evil. These ideas were elaborated by his son Epiphanes, who died at the age of 7. Having written a work on justice. According to Clement of Alexandria, he was later worshipped as a god in Samos, where a sanctuary was erected to him. Some quotations from Epiphanes follow. God's justice consists in community and equality. The Creator and Father of all gave everyone equally eyes to see and established laws in accordance with his justice without distinguish. In female from male, wise from humble and in general one thing from any other. The private character of laws cuts and gnaws the community established by God's law. Do you not understand the words of the apostle? Through law I knew sin. Romans 7:7. Mine and thine were spread to the detriment of community by virtue of the law. Thus, God made everything common for man. According to the principles of communality, he joins man and woman. In the same way, he links all living beings. In this he has revealed justice demanding communality in conjunction with equality. But those begotten in this way deny the community that has created them, saying, he who takes a wife, let him possess her. But they can possess all in common as the animals do. It is therefore laughable to hear the giver of laws saying, do not covet, and more laughable still the addition, that which is your neighbor's. For he himself invested us with desires, which moreover must be safeguarded as they are necessary for procreation. But even more laughable is the phrase your neighbor's wife, for in this way that which is common is forcibly turned into private property. 7 p. 117. The members of this sect, which extended as far as Rome, followed principles of complete communality, including communality of wives. The appearance of Manichaeism gave rise to a great number of sects that professed doctrines of a socialist character. St. Augustine informs us of the existence of such sects at the end of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th centuries AD. The movement inspired by Mazdak, which was widespread at the beginning of the 5th century in Persia, was also of Manichaean origin. Mazdak taught that contradictions, anger and violence are all related to women and material things. Therefore, in the words of the Persian historian Muhammad ibn Harun, he made all women accessible and all material wealth common and prescribed that everyone had an equal share, just as each has an equal share of water, fire and pastures. 8. p. 20. This movement spread over the entire country, and for a time even King Kawadi supported it. Another historian, Tabari, writes, frequently, a man did not know his son nor the son his own father, and no one possessed enough to be guaranteed life and livelihood. 8. p. 35. In the disturbance which subsequently arose, the followers of Mazdak were defeated. The extent of social dislocation caused by this movement can be appreciated from the information 8 pp. 32-33 that Kawada's heir issued a law ensuring the welfare of fatherless children and legislating the return of abducted women to their families. We encounter here the phenomenon of broad masses of people affected by a socialist doctrine. This was unknown in antiquity, although it is typical of the Middle Ages, to which Mazdak's movement brings us chronologically. 2. The socialism of the heresies during the Middle Ages and the period of the Reformation, doctrines of chiastic socialism often fomented broad popular movements in Western Europe. Such a situation did not obtain in antiquity, when these ideas were expressed by individual thinkers, or within narrow groups. As a result of this evolution, the socialist doctrines, in turn, acquired new and extremely important traits, which they have preserved to this day. The survey below provides a very general and schematic overview of the development of socialist ideas in this epoch. In order to compensate somewhat for the abstract character of the presentation, and to help make more concrete the atmosphere in which these ideas arose, we introduce, in the appendix following the general survey, 3 biographies of eminent representatives of the chiastic socialism of the period. In the subsequent section, an attempt is made to delineate the ideological framework within which the doctrines of chiastic socialism developed. 1. General survey beginning with the Middle Ages and the Reformation. Doctrines of chiastic socialism in Western Europe appeared under religious guise. As varied as they were, all these doctrines had in common a characteristic trait: the rejection of numerous aspects of the teachings of the Catholic Church, and a fierce hatred for the Church itself. As a result, they developed largely within the framework of the heretical movements. Below we shall review several characteristic medieval heresies. 18. Cathars. The movement of the Cathars, Greek for the pure, spread in Western and Central Europe in the 11th century. It seems to have originated in the East, arriving from Bulgaria, the home of Bogomil heresy in the preceding century. The ultimate origins of both, however, are more ancient. Among the Cathars there were many different groups. Pope Innocent III counted as many as 40 Cathar sects. In addition, there existed other sects that had many doctrinal points in common with the Cathars. Among the best known were the Albigenses. They are all usually categorized as Gnostic or Manichaean heresies. In order to avoid unnecessary complexity, we shall describe the beliefs and notions common to all groups, without specifying the relative importance that a particular view might have in a given sect. For a more detailed account, see 9 volume I, 10, and 11. The basic contention in all branches of the movement was the belief in the irreconcilable contradiction between the physical world, seen as the source of evil, and the spiritual world, seen as the essence of good. The so-called dualistic Cathars believed this to be caused by the existence of two gods, one good, the other evil. It was the god of evil who had created the physical world, the earth with everything that grows upon it, the sky, the sun and the stars, and human bodies as well. The good God, on the other hand, was seen as the creator of the spiritual world, in which there is another, spiritual sky, other stars and another sun. Other Cathars, called Monarchian Cathars, believed in one beneficent God, the creator of the universe, but assumed that the physical world was the creation of his eldest, fallen son, Satan or Lucifer. All the Cathars held that the mutual hostility of the realms of matter and spirit allowed for no intermingling. They therefore denied the bodily incarnation of Christ, asserting that his body was a spiritual one, which had only the appearance of physicality, and the resurrection of the flesh. They saw a reflection of their dualism in the division of the Holy Scriptures into Old and New Testaments. They identified the God of the Old Testament, the creator of the physical world, with the evil God, or with Lucifer. They professed the New Testament as the teaching of the good God. The Cathars did not believe that God had created the world from nothing. They held that matter was eternal and that the world would have no end. So far as people were concerned, they considered their bodies to be the creation of the evil force. Their souls, though, did not have a single source. The souls of the majority of men, just like their bodies, were begotten by evil. Such people had no hope for salvation, and were doomed to perish when the entire material world returned to a state of primeval chaos. But the souls of some men had been created by the good God. These were the angels led into temptation by Lucifer, and thus imprisoned in earthly bodies. As a result of changing into a series of bodies, Cathars believed in the transmigration of souls. They were destined to end up in their sect so as to receive liberation from the prison of matter. The ultimate goal and the ideal of all mankind was in principle universal suicide. This was conceived either as in the most direct sense, we shall encounter the practical realization of this view later, or through ceasing to bear children. These views determined the attitude toward both sin and salvation. The Cathars denied the existence of freedom of will. The doomed children of evil could not avoid their fate. But those who were initiated into the highest rank of the sect could no longer sin. The stringent rules to which members had to subject themselves were justified by the danger of being defiled by sinful matter. Non-observance of these rules merely indicated that the initiation had been invalid, since either the initiates, or those who had initiated them did not possess angelic souls. Before initiation, no restrictions of any kind were placed on behavior. The only real sin was the fall of the angels in heaven. Every thing else was considered to be an inevitable consequence. After initiation, neither repentance for sins committed nor their expiation was considered necessary. The Cathars' attitude toward life followed consistently from their view that evil permeated the physical world. Propagation of the species was considered Satan's work. Cathars believed that a pregnant woman was under the influence of demons, and that every child born was accompanied by a demon. Hence the prohibition against eating meat, and against anything that came from sexual union. The same tendency led to a complete avoidance of social involvement. Secular power was considered to be the creation of the evil god, and hence not to be submitted to, nor were they to become involved in legal proceedings, the taking of oaths, or the carrying of arms. Anyone using force was considered a murderer, be he soldier or judge. It follows that participation in many areas of life was completely closed to the Cathars. Moreover, many considered that any contact whatever with people outside the sect was a sin, with the exception of attempts to proselytize. 12 p. 654. All Cathars were united in their hatred of the Catholic Church. They regarded it not as the Church of Jesus Christ, but as the Church of sinners, the whore of Babylon. The Pope was held to be the source of all error, and priests considered sophists and Pharisees. In the opinion of the Cathars, the fall of the Church had taken place in the time of Constantine the Great and Pope Sylvester, when the Church had violated the commandments of Christ by encroaching upon secular power. They denied the sacraments, particularly the baptism of children, since they were too young to believe, but matrimony and communion as well. Some branches of the movement systematically plundered and defiled churches. In 1225, Cathars burned down a Catholic church in Brescia. In 1235, they killed the Bishop of Mantua. A certain Eon de Elfitoil, head of a Manichaean sect, 1143 to 1148, proclaimed himself the Son of God and the Lord of everything on earth. In this capacity, he called upon his followers to plunder churches. The Cathars hated the cross in particular, considering it to be a symbol of the evil god. As early as about 1000 AD, a certain Leutard, preaching near Chalons, called for the smashing of crosses and religious images. In the 12th century, Pierre de Bruys made bonfires of broken crosses, until finally he himself was burned by an angry mob. The Cathars considered churches to be heaps of stones and divine services mere pagan rites. They rejected religious images, denied the intercession of the saints and the efficacy of prayer for the departed. A book by the Dominican Inquisitor Rainier Sacconi, himself a heretic for 17 years, states that the Cathars were not forbidden to plunder churches. Although the Cathars rejected the Catholic hierarchy and the sacraments, they had a hierarchy and sacraments of their own. The basic division of the sect was into two groups, the perfect perfecti and the faithful credenti. The former were few in number. Rainier counted only 4,000 in all, but they constituted the select group of the sect leaders. The clergy was drawn from the perfecti, and only they were privy to all the doctrines of the sect. Many extreme views that were radically opposed to Christianity were unknown to the ordinary faithful. Only the perfecti were obliged to observe the many prohibitions. In particular, they were not allowed to deny their faith under any circumstances. In case of persecution, they were to accept a martyr's death. The faithful, on the other hand, were allowed to go to regular church for form's sake, and, when persecuted, to disavow the faith. In compensation for the rigors imposed on the perfecti, their position was far higher than that occupied by Catholic priests. In certain respects, the perfecti were as gods themselves, and the faithful worshipped them accordingly. The faithful were obliged to support the perfecti. One of the important rites of the sect was that of submission, in which the faithful performed a threefold prostration before the perfecti. The perfecti had to renounce marriage, and they literally did not have the right to touch a woman. They could not possess any property, and were obliged to devote their whole lives to service of the sect. They were forbidden to keep a permanent dwelling of any kind and were required to spend their lives in constant travel, or to stay in special secret sanctuaries. The consecration of the perfecti, the consolation, consolamentum, was the central sacrament of the sect. This rite cannot be compared to anything in the Catholic Church. It combined baptism, or confirmation, ordination, confession, absolution, and sometimes supreme unction as well. Only those who received it could count on being freed from the captivity of the body, and having their souls returned to their celestial abode. The majority of the Cathars had no hope of fulfilling the strict commandments that were obligatory for the perfecti and intended, rather, to receive consolation on their deathbed. This was called the good end. The prayer to grant the good end under the care of the good people, the perfecti, was recited together with the Lord's Prayer. Sometimes, having received consolation, a sick person recovered. He was then usually advised to commit suicide, called endura. In many cases, endura was in fact a condition for receiving consolation. Not infrequently, the aged or the very young who had received consolation were subjected to endura, i.e., in effect, murdered. There were various forms of endura. Most frequently it was by starvation, especially for children, whom the mothers simply stopped suckling, bleeding, hot baths followed by sudden chilling, drinking of liquid mixed with ground glass and strangulation were also used. I. Dollinger, who studied the extant archives of the Inquisition in Toulouse and Carcassonne, writes, "Whoever examines the records of the above-mentioned courts attentively will have no doubt that far more people perished from the endura, some voluntarily, some forcibly, than as a result of the Inquisition's verdicts." 10 p. 226. These basic notions were the source of the socialist doctrines dis United among the Cathars. They rejected property as belonging to the material world. The perfecti were forbidden to have any personal belongings, but as a group they controlled the holdings of the sect, which often were considerable. Cathars enjoyed influence in various segments of society, including the highest strata. Thus it is said that Count Raymond VI of Toulouse always kept in his retinue Cathars disguised in ordinary attire, so they could bless him in case of impending death. For the most part, however, the preaching of the Cathars apparently was directed to the urban lower classes, as indicated in particular by the names of various sects, Populicani, i.e., populists, although certain historians see this name as a corruption of Paulicians, Pifflers, derived from plebs, Texerents, weavers, etc. In their sermons, the Cathars preached that a true Christian life was possible only on the condition that property was held in common. 12 p. 656, in 1023, a group of Cathars were put on trial in Monteforte, charged with promulgating celibacy and communality of property, and with attacking the accepted religious traditions. It seems that the appeal for communality of property was rather widespread among the Cathars, since it is mentioned in certain Catholic works directed against them. In one of these, for instance, Cathars are accused of demagogically proclaiming this principle, while not adhering to it themselves. You do not have everything in common. Some have more, others less. 13 p. 176. Celibacy among the perfecti, and the general condemnation of marriage are common to all Cathars. But in a number of cases, only marriage is considered sinful, not promiscuity outside marriage. It should be recalled that "thou shalt not commit adultery" was considered to be a commandment of the god of evil. By the same token, these prohibitions had as their aim not so much mortification of the flesh as destruction of the family. In the writings of contemporaries, the Cathars are constantly accused of free, or holy love, and of having wives in common. Saint Bernard of Clairvaux, between 1130 and 1150, accused the Cathars of preaching against marriage while cohabiting with women who had abandoned their families. 10 p. 16. Rainier supports this contention. 9 pp. 72 to 73. The same accusation against a Manichaean sect that was making inroads into Brittany around 1145 can be found in the Chronicle of Hugo d'Amiens, Archbishop of Rouen. A book against heresies by Alain de Lille, which was published in the 12th century, ascribed the following view to the Cathars: marital bonds are contrary to the laws of nature, since these laws demand that everything be held in common. 13 p. 176. The Cathar heresy swept over Europe with extraordinary swiftness. In 1012, a sect of Cathars is recorded in Mainz, in 1018 and again in 1028 in Aquitaine, in 1022 in Orleans, in 1025 in Arras, in 1028 in Monteforte, near Turin, in 1030 in Burgundy, in 1051 in Goslar, etc. Around 1190, Bonacursus, who had previously been a bishop with the Cathars, wrote of the situation in Italy: "Are not all townships, cities and castles overrun with these pseudo-prophets?" 12 p. 651, and in 1166, the Bishop of Milan asserted that there were more heretics than faithful in his diocese. One work from the 13th century enumerates 72 Cathar bishops. Rainier Sacconi speaks of 16 churches of Cathars. They were all closely associated and apparently headed up by a Cathar pope, who was located in Bulgaria. Councils were called, which were attended by representatives from numerous countries. For example, in 1167, a council was openly held in St. Felix near Toulouse. It was summoned by the heretical Pope Nicetas, and was attended by a host of heretics, including some from Bulgaria and Constantinople. The heresy was particularly successful in the south of France, in Languedoc and Provence. Missions for conversion of the heretics were repeatedly sent there, one of which included St. Bernard of Clairvaux, who reported that churches were deserted and that no one took communion or was baptized. The missionaries and the local Catholic clergy were assaulted and subjected to threats and insults. The nobles of southern France supported the sect actively, seeing an opportunity to acquire church lands. For more than 50 years Languedoc was under the control of the Cathars, and seemed lost to Rome forever. A papal legate, Pierre de Castelnau, was killed by heretics. The Pope announced several crusades against the Cathars. The first of these failed, because of support given to the heretics by the local nobility. It was only in the 13th century, after more than 30 years of the Guerres Albigioises, that the heresy was suppressed. However, the influence of these sects continued to be felt for several centuries. Res. Brethren of the Free Spirit, and the Apostolic Brethren. In the creation of the doctrines of these sects a special role was played by two thinkers, whose ideas were destined to exert a continuous influence on the heretical movements of the Middle Ages and the Reformation, Joachim of Flor and Amalric of Bina. They both lived in the 12th century and died soon after 1200. Joachim was a monk and an abbot. His doctrine, as he claimed, was based partly on the study of the Holy Scriptures and partly on revelation. It is based on the view that the history of mankind involves the progressively greater comprehension of God. Joachim divided history into three epochs: the kingdom of the Father, from Adam to Christ; the kingdom of the Son, from Christ until 1260, and the kingdom of the Spirit, which was to begin in 1260. The first was an age of slavish submission, the second, an age of filial obedience, while the third was to be an age of freedom. For in the words of the Apostle, "Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom." In this last epoch, God's people would abide in peace, freed from labor and suffering. This would be an age of the humble and the poor. People would not know the words thine and mine. Monasteries would embrace the whole of mankind, and the eternal gospel would be read and understood in its mystical dimension. An era of perfection would be attained within the framework of earthly life and human history, and by the hand of mortal human beings. This epoch was to be preceded by terrible wars, and the Antichrist would appear. Joachim saw proof of this in the decay of the Church in his time. The Last Judgment would begin with the Church, and the Antichrist would become Pope. The elect of God, reverting to apostolic poverty, would make up the host of Christ in this struggle. They would defeat the Antichrist and unite the whole of mankind in Christianity. A characteristic feature of Joachim's doctrine is the view of history as a predetermined process whose course can be foreseen and calculated. He calculates, for example, that the first epoch in his scheme lasted 42 generations, the second would last 50. During his life, Joachim was a faithful son of the church. He founded a monastery and wrote against the Cathars. But a collection of excerpts from his works was later condemned as heretical, probably because of his influence on the heretical sects. Amalric taught theology in Paris. He did not expound his system in full, only its more inoffensive propositions. Nevertheless, a complaint was lodged against him in Rome and the Pope condemned his system, and in 1204, dismissed him from his chair. Amalric died soon thereafter. Amalric was ideologically linked to Joachim of Flore. He also saw history as a series of stages in divine revelation. In the beginning, there was Moses' law, then Christ's, which superseded it. Now the time of the third revelation had come. This was embodied in Amalric and his followers, as previously revelation had been embodied in Christ. They had now become as Christ. Three basic theses of this new Christianity have been preserved. First of all, God is all. Second, everything is one, for everything that is God. And third, whoever observes the law of love is above sin. These theses were interpreted in such a way that those who followed the teachings of Amalric could attain identity with God through ecstasy. In them, the Holy Spirit became flesh, just as in Christ. Man in this state is incapable of sin, for his deeds coincide with the will of God. He rises above the law. Thus the followers of Amalric perceived the kingdom of the Spirit more in terms of a spiritual state of the members of the sect than in terms of a world to be actively transformed. The second interpretation was not entirely foreign to them, however. In the 13th and 14th centuries, a sect with views very similar to those of Amalric spread over France, Germany, Switzerland and Austria. Its members called themselves the Brothers and Sisters of the Free Spirit, or simply the Free Spirits. The key doctrine of this sect was belief in the possibility of transfiguration into God. Since the soul of each man consists of divine substance, any man in principle can achieve a state of godliness. To attain this end he must pass through many years of novitiate in the sect, renounce all property, family, will, and live by begging. Only then does he attain the state of godliness, and become one of the free spirits. Numerous descriptions of the sect's world-view have been preserved. There are accounts by free spirits, or by free spirits who later repented, as well as those in the archives of the Inquisition. C. 14, p. 56, 15, p. 136, 16, pp. 110, 119, 17, p. 160, etc. All sources agree on one point, that godliness is not a temporary state, but a continuous one. Johann Hartmann from a town near Erfurt characterized this ecstasy as the complete disappearance of the painful sting of conscience. 15, p. 136. In other words, the free spirit was liberated from all moral constraints. He was higher than Christ, who was a mortal man, who attained godliness only on the cross. The free spirit was the complete equal of God, without distinctions. Hence his will is the will of God, and to him the notion of sin becomes meaningless. This sinlessness and freedom from moral restrictions was characterized in a number of ways. The free spirit is the king and sovereign of all that is. Everything belongs to him, and he may dispose of it at will. And whoever interferes with this may be killed by him, even if it is the emperor himself. Nothing performed by the flesh of such a man can either decrease or increase his divinity. Therefore, he may give it complete freedom. Let the whole state perish rather than he abstain from the demands of his nature, says Hartmann. 15, p. 141, intimacy with any woman, even with a sister or his mother, cannot stain him and will only increase her holiness. Numerous sources dating from the 14th and 15th centuries report on rituals of the sects, which included indiscriminate sexual union. In Italy, such masses were called barilotto. In Germany, there were reports of special sanctuaries called paradises for this purpose. The contemporary scholar H. Grundmann, 18, points out in this regard that in the late Middle Ages there was no need to belong to a sect in order to adhere to any sort of free views in sexual matters. The basis of the orgiastic mass was strictly ideological. The free spirit, who had attained godliness, broke completely with his former life. What had been blasphemy for him in the past, and remained so for rude folk, now became a sign of the end of one historical epoch, and the beginning of another, the new eon. In this way he was able to comprehend and to express his new birth and the break with the old eon. It is clear that the free spirits had no use for the path of salvation proposed by the Catholic Church: penance, confession, absolution of sins, communion. Moreover, they saw the Church as a hostile organization, since it had usurped the right to examine and to decide, which they considered solely their own prerogative. A bitterly anti-ecclesiastical sentiment pervades the views of the free spirits, and finds expression in their frequent worship of Lucifer. In the center of the sect's ideology stood not God, but man made divine, freed from the notion of his own sinfulness, and made the center of the universe. As a result, Adam played a central role in their teaching, not Adam the sinner depicted in the Old Testament, but Adam the perfect man. Many of the free spirits referred to themselves as the new Adams, and Conrad Candler even called himself Antichrist, but not in the bad sense. It seems possible to argue that here, within the confines of this relatively small sect, we encounter the first prototype of the humanist ideology, which would later attain worldwide significance. The uprising against the Pope in Umbria, in the 1320s, serves as a vivid example of the influence the sect had on social life. The teachings of the free spirits were widespread among the nobility of this region, and became the ideology of the anti-papal party. In the struggle against the Pope and the urban communes, the doctrine justified the application of all means and the rejection of mercy of any kind. The entire populations of captured towns were slaughtered, including women and children. The head of the uprising, Count Montefeltro, and his followers prided themselves on plundering churches and violating nuns. Their supreme deity was Satan. 17, p. 130, but the most far-reaching influence that the sect had was among the poor, especially among the Bogards and the Beguines, unions of celibate men and women who engaged in crafts or begging. The external, exoteric circle of participants in the sect was made up from these social elements, while the free spirits, those who had attained godliness, formed a narrow, esoteric circle. The division into two categories recalls the Cathars with their chosen circle of the perfecti. The broad masses that formed the exoteric circle of the sect were poorly informed about the radical nature of the doctrine, as numerous surviving records of the proceedings of the Inquisition make clear. The ordinary followers felt that the divinity of the free spirits justified their right to be spiritual guides. For this group, the most significant aspects of the doctrine were those that proclaimed the idea of communality in its most extreme form and rejected the fundamental institutions of society: private property, the family, the church and the state. It is here that we can see the sect's socialist aspects. The assertion that all property ought to be held in common, is cited frequently as one of the elements of the doctrine, e.g., 15, p. 53. Appeals for sexual freedom were often directed against marriage. Indeed, sexual union in marriage was considered sinful. Such views were expressed, for example, by the Homines Intelligentsia group, which was active in Brussels in 1410 to 1411. 9. 2. p. 528. The equality proclaimed between free spirits and Christ had the aim of destroying hierarchy, not only on earth, but in heaven as well. All of these ideas were common mainly among the mendicant Bogards, whom their divine leaders called to a complete liberation from this world. For instance, Egidius Cantorus of Brussels taught, "I am the liberator of mankind. Through me you will know Christ, as through Christ you know the Father." 9. 2. p. 527. The Brethren of the Free Spirit exerted an influence on a sect that emerged in Italy in the second half of the 13th century. The members of this Italian movement called each other Apostolic Brethren. This sect taught that the coming of the Antichrist foretold by Joachim was drawing near. The Catholic Church had fallen away from Christ's commandments and had become the whore of Babylon, the beast of 7 heads and 10 horns of the Apocalypse. Its fall dated from the time of Emperor Constantine and Pope Sylvester, who had been possessed by the devil. The times of trouble were coming, which would end in victory for a new, spiritual church, that of the Apostolic Brethren, a community of saints. The world would be governed by a saint, a pope elevated by God and not elected by cardinals. All the cardinals would have been killed by then, in any case. And the sect was already thought to be headed by a God-appointed leader. Implicit obedience was due him. Everything was permitted in defense of the faith, any violence against enemies, while, at the same time, the persecution inflicted by the Catholic Church on the Apostolic Brethren was considered to be the gravest of crimes. The sect preached communality of property and of wives. The doctrine was spread among the people by itinerant apostles. The letters of the leader of the sect, Dolcino, were disseminated by way of proclamations. Finally, in 1404, an attempt was made to put the teaching into practice. Gathering some 5,000 members of the sect, Dolcino fortified himself and his army in a mountainous area of northern Italy, from where he sallied forth to plunder the surrounding villages and destroy the churches and monasteries. War went on for 3 years, until Dolcino's camp was taken and he was executed. This episode is described at greater length in the biography of Dolcino in the appendix. Taborites. The burning of Jan Hus in 1415 gave the impetus to the anti-Catholic Hussite movement in Bohemia. The more radical faction of the Hussites was concentrated in a well-protected town near Prague. They called the place Tabor. Preachers from heretical sects gravitated there from all over Europe, Joachimites, followers of Joachim of Flor, Waldensians, Bogards. Chiliastic and socialist theories were prevalent among the Taborites, and there were numerous attempts to bring theory into practice. We shall give a brief outline of the views of the Taborites, based on the writings of their contemporaries, the future Pope Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, Prisibram, Vavrinek, Lawrence of Brezin. The end of the world, the Consummatio Saeculi, was to occur in 1420. The term, however, covers only the end of the old world and of the dominion of evil. All the wicked would be removed forthwith. The day of vengeance and the year of retribution were drawing near. The lofty and powerful must be bent down like tree branches, and cut off and burned in furnaces like straw, leaving neither root nor branch. They must be thrashed like sheaves of grain, their blood drained to the last drop. They are to be exterminated with scorpions, serpents and wild beasts, and put to death everywhere. 19. p. 78. Christ's law of mercy was to be abolished, since its interpretation and written tenets contradict in much the opinions cited above. 20, p. 235, on the contrary, one was to act resolutely and with zeal and with just retribution. Furthermore, it is necessary for each of the faithful to wash his hands in the blood of the enemies of Christ. 20, p. 231, moreover, anyone who protests against the shedding of the blood of Christ's enemies shall be cursed and punished just as these enemies are. All peasants who refuse to join the Taborites shall be destroyed together with their property. 19, p. 81, God's kingdom on earth will be established, but not for all, only for the elect. Evil will not be eliminated from the world, but will be subjected to the control of those who are good. All the faithful were to congregate in 5 cities. Those who remained outside would not be spared the last judgment. From these cities the faithful were to rule the world, and those cities and towns opposing them were to be destroyed and burnt like Sodom. 20, p. 236, in particular, in this year of retribution, Prague must be destroyed and burnt by the faithful like Babylon. 19, p. 82, the period was to culminate in the coming of Christ. Then the chosen of God would reign with the Lord visibly and physically for 1,000 years. 19, p. 94, when Christ had descended to earth with his angels, pious souls who had died for Christ were to be resurrected in order to judge the sinners with him. Wives would conceive without knowing a man and give birth without pain. No one would sow or reap. The fruit of the earth shall no longer be consumed. 19, pp. 85. The call went out from the preachers, to do no work, to pull down trees and destroy houses, churches and monasteries. 19, p. 85. All human institutions and human laws must be abolished, for none of them were created by the Heavenly Father. 19, p. 110. It was taught that the Church was heretical and unrighteous and that all its wealth must be taken away and given to laymen. And the houses of priests and all church property must be demolished, and the churches, altars and monasteries destroyed. 19, p. 83. Church bells were taken down and broken to pieces and then sold away to foreign lands. Church objects, candlesticks, gold and silver were smashed. 19, p. 84. Where altars were smashed, the sacraments cast out, God's temples defiled and turned into stalls and stables. 19, p. 127, the sacrament was trodden underfoot. The blood of Christ was poured out, chalices stolen and sold. 19, p. 139, one of the Taborite preachers stated that he would sooner pray to the devil than bend his knee before the Holy Eucharist. 19, p. 153, a great multitude of priests were killed, burned and slaughtered, and the greatest joy for them was to seize somebody and murder him. 19, p. 84, the favorite song of the Taborites was, "Come on, monks, let's see you dance for us." 18, p. 84, it was said that when the kingdom of the righteous came there would be no need for anyone to teach another. There would be no need for books or scriptures, and all worldly wisdom will perish. 19, p. 159, in monasteries the Taborites invariably destroyed the libraries. All belongings must be taken away from God's enemies and burned or otherwise destroyed. 19, p. 81, this winter and summer the preachers and elder headmen have been persistently duping the peasants to pour money into their barrels. 19, p. 101, in this manner all money in the community was Socialized. Supervisors of the barrels were appointed to oversee the strict delivery of money and to distribute the communal fund. In the town of Tabor there is nothing which is mine or thine, but all possess everything in common, and no one is to have anything apart, and whoever does is a sinner. 19, pp. 99 to 100, 1 point of the Tabor. IT program stated, no one shall possess anything, but everything must be communal. 19, p. 106, the preachers taught, everything will be common, including wives. There will be free sons and daughters of God, and there will be no marriage as union of two, husband and wife. 19, p. 113. Among the Taborites, a Beghard from Belgium founded a sect of Adamites, who established themselves on a small island in the Luznice River. He pronounced himself Adam and the Son of God, called upon to resurrect the dead, and to carry out what was foreordained in the Apocalypse. The Adamites considered themselves to be the incarnation of the omnipresent God. They expected the world soon to be flooded with blood as high as a horse's bridle. On this earth they saw themselves as God's scythe sent to take vengeance and to destroy all that is vile in the world. Forgiveness was a sin. They killed and they burned towns and villages at night, citing the phrase from the Bible, at midnight there was a cry made. In the town of Prosek they killed people, young and old, and burned the town. 19, p. 464, at their gatherings they wore no clothing, believing that only in this way would they become pure. They had no marriage. Every Rian could choose women at will. It was enough to say about a woman, she inflames my spirit for Adam to give his blessing. Go and give fruit and multiply and populate the earth. According to certain sources, their sexual relations were completely indiscriminate. The sky they call a roof, and say there is no God on earth as there are no devils in hell. 19, p. 478, on orders from Jan Ziska, Adamites were exterminated by more moderate Taborites. For a long time, the stories about the Adamites, as well as many reports about the Taborites, were thought to be the inventions of their enemies. Such a view was first posited by the French Huguenot Isaac de Beausober, a representative of the Age of Enlightenment, and in its most extreme form it finds expression in the works of the Czech Marxist historian J. Macek. The question of the Adamites has recently been subjected to thorough critical review by the Marxist historians E. Werner and M. Erbstosser. 15, 16, 17, they demonstrate the existence of an earlier Adamite tradition, a cult of Adam, within the Brethren of the Free Spirit. If we take into account certain unavoidable distortions due to the hermetic nature of the teaching, information about the Bohemian Adamites is in full accord with the picture of the European movement of free spirits, which we have drawn in the preceding section. For example, Macek considers the passage, all shall be in common, wives as well from the Old Chronicle, to be the height of filthy slander. 19, p. 113, in his opinion, this passage is contradicted by another in Prisibram, who asserts that in Tabor intimacy between husband and wife was prohibited, if husband and wife were seen together, or their meeting became known, they were beaten to death, others were thrown into the river. However, these two passages actually are in full accord with the tradition of the free spirits, who preached unlimited sexual liberty and the sinfulness of marriage at one and the same time. This was also the position of the Homines Intelligentsia group in Brussels at about the same period. We note in this connection that Engels had pointed out, it is a curious fact that in every large revolutionary movement the question of tree love comes to the foreground. 3, 16, p. 160, the emperor and the pope appealed for a crusade against the Taborites. But the latter not only crushed the crusaders but carried war over into neighboring countries. These raids, which received the name the Splendid Campaigns in the Hussite tradition, were undertaken on a yearly basis between 1427 and 1434. Some countries were devastated and looted, in others, for example, Silesia, garrisons were established. A song of the time runs, Meissen and Saxony are destroyed. Silesia and Lausitz lie in ruins, Bavaria has been turned into a desert, Austria is devastated, Moravia stripped, Bohemia turned upside down. Detachments of Taborites went as far as the Baltic Sea, the walls of Vienna, Leipzig and Berlin, Nuremberg paid tribute. Czechia was ravaged. In the old collegiate chronicle it is said, in these campaigns the majority of soldiers were foreigners who felt no love for the kingdom. And fires, robberies, murders and acts of violence are on their conscience. 21, p. 161, the whole of Central Europe was subjected to terrible devastation. The Pope was forced to make concessions. At the Basel Council of 1433, an agreement with the Hussites was reached, as a result of which they returned to the Catholic Church. But the more radical, Taborite, faction of Hussites did not recognize the agreement and was annihilated in the battle at Lipeni in 1434. During the wars of 1419 to 1434, the impact of the Hussites went beyond the devastation of neighboring countries. They also carried their chiliastic and socialist ideas abroad. Their manifestos were read in Barcelona, Paris, Cambridge. In 1423 and 1430, there were disturbances by Hussite adherents in Flanders. In Germany and Austria, Hussite influence was still felt a century later, during the period of the Reformation. Inside Bohemia itself, the defeated Taborites gave rise to the sect of Bohemian Brethren, or Unitas Fratrum, who combined the previous intolerant attitude toward the Catholic Church and secular authority with a complete repudiation of violence, even for self-defense. We shall have occasion to speak of this sect, which is still in existence, later in this work. Anabaptists. The Reformation called forth a new upsurge of socialist movements. Even in pre-Reformation times, Germany was full of chiliastic sentiment. Wandering preachers exposed the sins of the world and foretold the forthcoming vengeance. Astrological predictions of calamity were common: famine, rebellion, when the rivers will flow with blood. There was a saying, who does not die in 1523, is not drowned in 1524, is not killed in 1525, shall say that a miracle has happened to him. The invention of printing enormously magnified the effect of these ideas. Any peasant or artisan could be exposed to leaflets showing a peasant army marching toward the future revolution, with a frightened pope, princes and prelates fleeing before it. This sentiment was given especially strong expression in the Anabaptist movement, which spread to Germany, Switzerland, Austria, Czechia, Denmark and Holland, and which, in the following century, spilled over into England. The sect's name, as so often happened, was given to it by its enemies. It seems that the term was coined by Zwingli. The movement as such had existed long before, its members calling each other brother. The designation Anabaptist, the rebaptized, is to be explained by the fact that the sect refused to recognize the baptism of children and often performed a second baptism of adults. In later times, members of this sect came to call themselves Baptists. Basically, the doctrine of the Anabaptists, c. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, derived from the notion, already familiar to us, of the falling away of the Catholic Church, in Emperor Constantine's time, from the true teachings of Christ. These sectarians considered themselves direct suc. Cessors of the Christianity of Apostolic Times. They denied the entire tradition of the Catholic Church, that is, every aspect of its doctrine and organization not specifically identified in the Gospels. They refused to recognize the supreme authority of the Pope, believed that salvation of the soul was possible outside the Church, and professed a universal priesthood of the Scriptures. They recognized only the Gospels as sacred and only the words spoken by Christ himself at that. The Sermon on the Mount had particular significance for them, and they believed that its commandments should be observed to the letter. According to their doctrine, the meaning of the Gospels is revealed through inspiration to anyone worthy of it, now just as in apostolic times. Anabaptists believed murder to be a cardinal sin under any circumstances, and rejected oaths of any kind. For this reason, they refused to participate in many aspects of life. In general, the opposition of true Christians to the world of false Christians played a large role in their teachings. This led at critical periods to militant appeals for extermination of the impious. In organization, the Anabaptists largely resembled the Cathars. The movement was guided entirely by a society of apostles who, having renounced marriage and property, led the life of pilgrims. They dared in pairs, the older apostle devoting himself to matters of faith and the sex organization, with the younger apostle helping him with practical matters. The apostles elected bishops from among their own ranks, the latter guiding the activity of the sect in various regions. Councils of bishops, synods or capituli, were convened to discuss questions of principle. For example, in his invitation to the synod at Waldshut in 1524, Balthasar Humbire wrote, "The ancient custom of apostolic times is such that, in circumstances hard for the faith, those to whom God's word is entrusted gather to take a Christian decision." 24, p. 376, often bishops from the whole of Europe came together. For instance, the capituli in Basel between 1521 and 1523 were attended by brethren from Switzerland, Flanders, Beltin, Saxony Heinrich von Eppendorf, Franconia Stumpf, Frankfurt am Main, the Knight Hartmut von Kronberg, Holland Rode, England Richard Krock, Thomas Lipset, and other places. 24, p. 378 f. At the Augsburg Synod of 1526, more than 60 elder brethren were present. The social views of the Anabaptists were not uniform throughout. The Chronicle by Sebastian Frank, 16th century, says about them, "Some believe themselves to be holy and pure, they have everything in common. Others practice communality, only to the extent that they do not permit need to arise among themselves. Among them a sect appeared which wished to make wives, as well as belongings communal." 25, p. 306. There is much data on Anabaptists to be found in the book by Bullinger, also written in the 16th century. In describing the sect of Free Brethren that appeared in the vicinity of Zurich, he writes, "The Free Brethren, whom many Anabaptists called accrued brethren, were quite widespread in the early days of the movement. They understood Christian freedom in a carnal sense, for they wished to be free of all laws, presuming that Christ had liberated them. Therefore, they regarded themselves as free of tithe, of the corvée and of serfdom. Some of them, desperate libertines, seduced silly women into believing that they could not become spiritual without breaking wedlock. Others believed that if all things must be in common, then also wives. Still others said that after the new baptism, they had been born anew and could not sin, only flesh sins. These false teachings were the source of shame and obscenity. And yet they dared to teach that such was the will of the Father. 40, p. 129, elsewhere Bullinger reports, and they say in earnest that no one should have property, and that all wealth and patrimony should be in common, as it is impossible to be Christian and wealthy at the same time. They set forth as a new monastic order rules regarding clothing as to the fabric, shape and style, length and size. They set forth rules as to eating, drinking, sleeping, leisure, standing and walking about. 25, p. 284, in the early 1520s, the Anabaptists renounced the conspiratorial character of their activities and entered into an open struggle with the world and the Catholic Church. In 1524, a large-scale secret conference was held in Nuremberg and attended by Denk, one of the most influential Anabaptist writers, by the Picard Hetzer, by Hutt of the Old Waldensian Brethren, and by other brethren. Many were seized, but Denk fled to Switzerland. Here a new assembly of brethren from various countries took place. It was decided to begin to practice the second baptism openly. This decision was put into effect in Zurich and St. Gall. This was apparently symbolic of the shift to outright struggle, precisely the course taken by the Czech brethren. In the village of Lota, in 1457, when they decided to demonstrate openly their split with Catholicism. In St. Gall in 1525, a uniform of coarse grey fabric and a broad grey hat were introduced as obligatory for all members of the community. All forms of participation in public life and entertainment were forbidden. Anabaptists were called monks without hoods. The leaders of the Anabaptist community in Zurich preached that all property must be held in common and together. These events were accompanied by strange happenings. Members of some of the groups went naked at their gatherings, and, to be like children, crept around on the ground, playing. Others burned the Bible, and with shouts of "Here! Here!" beat themselves on the breast to show the place where the life-giving Spirit dwells. One of them, on orders from his father, killed his brother in imitation of Christ's sacrifice. 23, p. 701, the Anabaptists did not succeed in taking control of the Reformation movement in Switzerland, thanks in large part to Zwingli's opposing. Tie on to them. Exiled Swiss Anabaptists fled to Bohemia and joined the Bohemian Brethren there. Large combined communities were founded on collectivist principles. Communal property was introduced. Everything earned by the brethren was handed over to the common treasury, which was supervised by a special distributor. The good police controlled the whole of the life of the community: clothing, lodging, upbringing of children, marriage and work. The type of men's and women's clothing, the hour for going to bed, the time for work and rest were all strictly prescribed. The life of the brethren took place before the eyes of others. It was forbidden to cook anything for oneself. Meals had to be taken in common. The unmarried slept in common bedrooms, men and women separately. Children, from the age of 2, were separated from their parents and brought up in common children's houses. Marriages were arranged by the elders. They also assigned to everyone his or her occupant. Tie on. Members of the community refused to have any contact with the state. They did not serve in the army, never went to court. They did, however, retain a passively hostile attitude while rejecting violence of any kind. C. 27:39. In Germany, Anabaptism began to take on an increasingly revolutionary character. In Thuringia, near the Bohemian border, the city of Zwickau became the center of the movement. The so-called Zwickau prophets, headed by the Anabaptist apostle Klaus Storch, believed that the elect of the Lord could communicate with him directly, as the apostles of old could, and denied that the church was capable of giving salvation. Their teaching considered science and the arts unnecessary for man, for everything essential to his salvation was already given to him by God. In imitation of Christ, Storch surrounded himself with 12 apostles and 70 disciples. The prophets predicted an invasion by the Turks, the reign of the Antichrist, destruction of the impious, and finally the arrival of the 1,000-year kingdom of God, when there would be one baptism and one faith. An exposition of Storch's teachings has been preserved in a work by Wagner published in the late 16th century in Erfurt. It is titled, How Nicolaus Storch Instigated Sedition in Thuringia and the Neighboring Regions, and was written on the basis of eyewitness accounts. It cites the following points of his doctrine: 1. That no matrimonial union, whether secret or open, should be observed. 3. That on the contrary, each may take wives whenever his flesh demands it and his passion rises, and may live with them in intimacy at his will. 4. That everything ought to be held in common, for God has sent all men equally naked into the world. And likewise, he has given them equally everything that is on the earth, the birds of the air and the fish of the water. 5. Therefore it ought to be that all authorities, secular and clerical, be deprived of their offices once and for all or killed by the sword, for they alone live as they will and suck the blood and sweat of the poor, glutting themselves and drinking day and night. Hence everyone must rise up, the sooner the better, arm himself and attack the priests in their cozy nests, massacre and exterminate them. For once the sheep are deprived of a leader, it will go easy with the sheep. Next it will be necessary to attack also those who fleece others, to seize their houses, plunder their property and raze their castles to the ground. 28, p. 53. This first surge of the Anabaptist movement coincided with the 1525 Peasant War in Germany. The socialist teachings of the time are most vividly mirrored in the activity of Thomas Mainzer. His biography is presented at greater length in the appendix. We shall therefore limit ourselves to a brief comment on his doctrine here. Mainzer taught that the only Lord and King of the earth is Christ. He assigned to princes a function very like that of hangman, and even this prerogative was to be exercised only on direct orders from the elect of the Lord. If the princes refused to obey, they were to be executed. The authority of Christ was seen as truly embodied in the society of the elect, a narrow union sharply separated from the rest of the population. Mainzer did indeed attempt to organize such a union. He seized power in the town of Mühlhausen, where rebellious inhabitants had driven out the municipal council. In the city and the surrounding area, monasteries were laid waste, sacred images destroyed, monks and priests killed. Mainzer taught that all property was to be held in common. An identical demand was part of the program of his union. A chronicle written at the time relates that a practical attempt at implementing these principles was undertaken at Mühlhausen. However, an army gathered by the local princes soon approached the town. Mainzer and his followers were overwhelmingly defeated. He was executed. See the more detailed account in 28 and in 39, pp. 199 to 253. The Anabaptists' participation in the Peasant War called forth the particular ire of the authorities. A violent and extremely cruel wave of persecution of Anabaptists swept across South and Central Germany. This temporarily weakened militant and socialist sentiments, but around 1530 they surfaced again. In his chronicle, Sebastian Frank reports that about 1530, in Switzerland, brethren who believed in the possibility of self-defense, and war under certain circumstances, began to gain the upper hand in the organization. Such brethren were in the majority. At the Anabaptist synods, the influence of the more moderate Apostle Denk waned, while a former associate of Munzer S. Hutt, who preached complete communality of worldly goods, came to the forefront. He proclaimed, "The saints must be joyful and must take up double-edged swords in order to wreak vengeance in the nations." 23, p. 703. Hutt created a new union whose goal was slaughter of all overlords and powers that be. He also proposed establishing the rule of Hans Hutt on earth and making Mühlhausen the capital. A majority of the members of the union knew nothing of his radical plans. Only a narrow circle of members, called the Knowers, was initiated into these secrets. In 1535, councillors to Emperor Charles V submitted a report stating that Anabaptists, who call themselves true Christians, wish to divide all property. 24, p. 395. The increasingly explosive situation found expression in some preposterous incidents which were, however, destined to be outstripped by later events. For example, the Furrier. Augustine Bada proclaimed himself king of the new Israel and made himself a crown and kingly garments. He was tried in Stuttgart. 23, p. 703. In 1534 to 1535, this rise of Anabaptist militancy led to an outbreak of violence, which can be seen as an attempt to bring about an Anabaptist revolution in Northern Europe. The main events were played out. In northern Germany, Anabaptists had gravitated there earlier, having been driven out of southern and central Germany. The town of Minna Stir became the center of these events. Taking advantage of the struggle going on between Catholics and Lutherans, the Anabaptists gained control in the municipal council and then completely subjugated the town. All who refused to accept a second baptism were expelled after being stripped of their possessions. Thereafter all property in the city was appropriated for the common lot, everyone being obliged to deliver his possessions under the supervision of special deacons. Next, polygamy was introduced, and women of a certain age were forbidden to stay unmarried. Anabaptist apostles fanned out from Munster across Germany, Denmark and Holland, preaching the second baptism, and calling the faithful to come to the aid of the city. Revolt gripped a number of towns, and Anabaptists gathered by land and by sea to support Munster. Terrified by developments, Bishop Waldeck, whose diocese included Munster, called up an army together with the neighboring princes and surrounded the town. The siege lasted for over a year. Within the town in the meantime, one of the Anabaptists, Jan Bokkelsen, also called Johann of Leyden, was proclaimed the king of Munster and of the whole world. He surrounded himself with a luxurious court and a multitude of wives, and he personally beheaded recalcitrants in the town square. At the same time, uprisings of Anabaptists broke out all over northern Germany and in Holland, where they even succeeded in seizing the Amsterdam town hall for a short time. The authorities finally began to regain control. In 1535, Munster was taken by assault and Bokkelsen and other Anabaptist leaders were executed. A more detailed description of this episode is given in the appendix. Sects in the English Revolution of 1648. After the fall of Munster, a schism again appeared between the more peaceable and the more belligerent tendencies of the Anabaptist movement. In 1536, a synod took place in the vicinity of the town of Buchholz in Westphalia. Batenburg, a leader of the militant faction, supported the views of the Munster Anabaptists on armed struggle, on the approaching kingdom of God, and so on. The followers of Ubbo Phillips took the opposite position. This latter group gained the upper hand, although its adherents did not condemn their opponents in principle, saying only that even if Batenburg was right, the time of the kingdom of the elect had not yet arrived, and that it was therefore not yet time to attempt To wrest power from the godless. This episode marks the beginning of decreased political involvement of Anabaptists on the continent. Its more extreme representatives, the Familists, emigrated, via Holland, to England. It is worth noting that some Englishmen had attended the Buchholz Synod. One of them, Henry by name, took an active part in organizing the synod and paid traveling expenses for the delegates. 30, pp. 76–77, at the beginning of the 17th century, the Anabaptists, who had migrated to England, began to merge with the movement of the Lollards, which had existed there for a long time. The English Revolution of 1648 coincided with a flurry of activity by all these sects. The example of Munster and Johann Bockelson gripped the popular imagination once again. A book originating in Quaker circles stated the following, for example, "No friend has reason to be ashamed of his Anabaptist origins." Even in Munster they rebelled merely against the cruelty of the German tyrants, who literally like devils oppressed the souls and the bodies of the common folk. They were defeated and therefore declared mutineers. Their uprising was violent, because their oppressors were still more violent. 33, p. 25. Among the apologists for the Munster Rebellion was Lilburne, a highly popular leader of the radical wing in the Puritan army. See his pamphlet, The Basic Laws of Lib. 30. In another pamphlet of the day, entitled Heresiography, the following Anabaptist doctrine is cited. A Christian may not with a safe conscience possess anything proper to himself, but whatsoever he hath he must make common. 31, p. 99. In the middle of the 17th century, the sect of Ranters ap. paired in England. Its doctrine is strikingly akin to that of the Brethren of the Free Spirit. The Ranters believed that all which exists was divine, and that the division between good and evil was a man-made concept. In mystical terms this was perceived as an identity: the devil is God, hell is heaven, sin holiness, damnation salvation. 32, p. 77. This led to a denial of morals and to ostentatious immorality. Thus Clarkson says of the period when he was a ranter, "The very motion of my heart was to all manner of theft, cheat, wrong or injury that privately could be acted, though in tongue I profess the contrary, not considering I break the law in all points, murder excepted, and the ground of this my judgment was, God made all things good, so nothing evil, but as man judged it." 32, p. 78. In the social field, the Ranters rejected property and marriage. In the pamphlet, The Ranters' Last Sermon, we find the teaching that it was quite contrary to the end of creation to appropriate anything to any man or woman, but that there ought to be a community of all things. They say that for one man to be tied to one woman, or one woman to be tied to one man, is a fruit of the curse, but they say we are freed from the curse, therefore it is our liberty to make use of whom we please. 32, p. 90. In his pamphlet A Wonder, Edward Hyde ascribes to the Ranters the following view, that all the women in the world are but one man's wife in unity, and all the men in the world are but one woman's husband in unity, so that one man may lie with all the women in the world in unity, and one woman may lie with all men in the world, for they are all her husband in unity. 32, p. 90. Ranters were accused of performing rituals which involved a parody of communion and indiscriminate sexual union, similar to the Barilotto and the Paradise of the Brethren of the Free Spirit. An Act of Parliament was directed against the Ranters. It condemned those who preached that such men and women are most perfect, or like to God, or eternity, which do commit the greatest sins with least remorse or sense. 32, p. 103. In the 1650s, the majority of Ranters joined the Quakers, so that It became difficult to draw a distinct line between the two currents. Religious upheavals of the day were exacerbated by the indignation aroused by Cromwell's foreign policy, the conclusion of peace in the Netherlands, which frustrated the hope of spreading the reign of the saints throughout Europe. James Naylor, a Quaker preacher, acquired a considerable following even within Cromwell's retinue. It was rumored that he was a second Christ. People wrote to him, saying, "Henceforward your name is not James but Jesus." When a visit by him was announced in Bristol, such excitement was aroused that contemporaries considered it likely that Bristol would become a New Jerusalem, a second Munster. When Naylor rode into town on horseback, thousands followed him. But he was met by Cromwell's soldiers, seasoned by their service in the Civil War, and they dispersed the crowd, seized Naylor and took him to jail. His case was debated in Parliament for several months. It seems to have had political implications. It is possible that an uprising of Anabaptists was feared. Naylor's execution seemed imminent, but there were disturbances and an outpouring of pleas for mercy. Cromwell spoke in favor of mitigating the sentence. Naylor was publicly flogged and branded. A crowd of adherents surrounded the scaffold, kissing his feet, hands and hair. 33, pp. 264 to 274, 34, pp. 256 to 263. Interestingly, the name ranters reappears 150 years later, in the 1820s, when the term was applied to a certain group of Methodists. From their midst came the first organizers of the English trade union movement, men who had acquired the skills of popular orators in the sect. 31, p. 167. The movement whose members became known as diggers had sharply defined socialist characteristics. Externally, it expressed itself, beginning in 1649, in the seizure of communal land by small groups of people for joint tillage. This attempt at organizing communes, however, was a mere gesture, which led to no practical consequences, and it was the diggers' literary activity that proved to have lasting significance. Gerard Winstanley was the most important figure among them. In several pamphlets he proclaimed his basic idea, the illegitimacy of private ownership of land. He reported that he had had a vision, a voice and a revelation, and was preaching what had been revealed to him, and so long as we or any other maintain this civil property, we consent still to hold the creation down under that bondage it groans under, and so we should hinder the work of restoration, and sin against light, that is given unto us, and so through the fear of the flesh, man, lose our peace. And that this civil property, is the curse is manifest. Thus, those that buy and sell land, and are landlords, have got it either by oppression or murder or theft, and all landlords live in the breach of the 7th and 8th commandments, thou shalt not steal nor kill. The true leveller's standard advanced, or the state of community opened, and presented to the sons of men. 35, p. 85. Winstanley viewed trade and money in equally negative terms, for buying and selling is the great cheat that robs and steals the earth one from another. We hope, he says, that people shall live freely in the enjoyment of the earth, without bringing the mark of the beast in their hands or in their promise, and that they shall buy wine and milk without money, or without price, as Isaiah speaks. A declaration from the poor oppressed people of England. 35, p. 101. The socialist demands of Winstanley were confined to the denial of private property, trade and money. He was explicitly opposed to more extreme views. Likewise they report that we diggers hold women to be common, and live in that bestialness. For my part, I declare against it. I own this to be a truth, that the earth ought to be a common treasury to all, but as for women, let every man have his own wife, and every woman her own husband, and I know none of the diggers that act in such an unrational excess of female community. If any should, I profess to have nothing to do with such people, but leave them to their own master, who will pay them with torment of mind and diseases in their bodies. A New Year's gift for the Parliament and Army. 35, p. 177, Winstanley constantly declared himself an enemy of violence as well, persuading his readers that the diggers would seek their ends only by peaceable means. But the emotional thrust of his message sometimes carried him beyond the point, and he raised his voice against any kind of private property, the cursed thing, called private property, which is the cause of all wars, bloodshed, theft and enslaving wars, that hold the people under misery. 32, p. 108, he says to his opponents, but now the time of deliverance is come, and thou proud Esau and stout-hearted covetousness, thou must come down and be Lord of the creation no longer. For now the King of righteousness is rising to rule in and over the earth. Therefore, if thou wilt find mercy, let Israel go free, break in pieces quickly the bond of particular property. The true leveller's standard advanced. 35, p. 93, the diggers comprise only a single group in a wider movement during the period of the English Revolution. Supporters of the general movement were called levellers. One of them, the London merchant William Walwyn, asked that throughout the country there be no fences, nor hedges, nor moats. A contemporary pamphlet ascribes to Walwyn the following views. It would never be well until all things were common, and it being replied, will that be ever? Answered, we must endeavour it, it being said, that this would destroy all government, answered, that then there would be no thieves, no covetous persons, no deceiving and abusing of one another, and so no need of government. 32, pp. 185 to 186. The author informs us that Walwyn never disproved these assertions. A few diligent spirits may turn the world upside down if they observe the seasons and shall with life and courage engage accordingly, Walwyn proposes. 32, p. 185. The Moderate, a newspaper espousing the views of the levellers, wrote on the occasion of the execution of certain robbers, many an honest man tries to prove that it is only private property which governs the lives of people of such condition, and forces them to violate the law in order to sustain life. Further, they explain with much conviction that property is the prime cause of all clashes between parties. 36, p. 62. A pamphlet of the day says, let us establish in regard to those who are called levellers the following. They wish that no one call anything whatsoever his own, and in their words, the power of man over land is tyranny, and in their opinion, private property is the work of the devil. 33, pp. 168 to 169. Unlike Winstanley, who preached renunciation of violence, the extreme leveller groups agitated for terror. One of their pamphlets is entitled, Removal is Not Murder. Their effort to foment rebellion was, however, easily crushed by Cromwell's troops. In almost all leveller groups, socialist aspirations were combined with some form of atheism. Even Winstanley, who referred to voices and revelation, and was fond of quoting the prophets, wrote of Christianity, this divine teaching that you call spiritual and celestial, is in truth the thief who comes and plunders the vineyards of human peace. Those who preach this divine teaching are the murderers of many poor souls. Overton published a book entitled, Man is Wholly Mortal, or a treatise wherein 'tis proved both theologically and philosophically that as whole man sinned, so whole man dies contrary to that common disinclination of soul and body. 31, p. 94, his followers formed the sect of the sleeping souls. They believed that the soul falls into the sleep of death along with the body. The period of the English Revolution represents the last great surge in the fortunes of the sectarian movement. In later years, the characteristic figure of the prophet-cum-apostle * disappears from the historical scene. The sects themselves also vanish, after having so persistently preserved all their typical traits for more than 600 years. The socialist currents of this period reflect the characteristics of a time of transition. On the one hand, they retain clear traces of their sectarian origin. This is exemplified by Winstanley's references to six scions, revelation and voices, and his attempts to derive his views from *. The last representative of this type may be seen in Wilhelm Weitling, who had such a great influence on Marx. In Weitling's career we encounter the characteristically endless journeys all over Europe, and to America, to preach his doctrine and the Phe. Nomenon of a Christian vocabulary employed to propound socialism and violence, including a project for arming 40,000 brigands. The Scriptures. Direct ties with the sectarian movement on the continent can also be demonstrated. Some of the routes by which Anabaptism came to England have been mentioned above. These direct contacts were maintained throughout the period preceding the Revolution. For example, it was at this time that a bishop of the Bohemian Brethren, Jan Kamensky, Comenius, settled in England. He was expelled from England in 1642, but his influence lingered for a long time afterward. The works of Kamensky were translated into English by the influential Leveler pamphleteer Samuel Hartlib. On the other hand, many works produced by the Levelers exhibit a purely rationalist spirit, and show no trace of any religious consideration. Certain of these writings belong to the new literary genre of socialist utopias. Such was Hartlib's Kingdom of Macaria, which presents a picture of life wholly subordinated to the state. The most important of Winstanley's works, The Law of Freedom, is also written in this style. For this reason it will be more properly discussed in the next chapter. Appendix 3 Biographies Dolcino and the Apostolic Brethren. The sect of Apostolic Brethren was founded by a young peasant from near Parma, Gerard Segarelli. Contemporaries portray him as combining the features of a crafty peasant and a simpleton, but judging by his success, he possessed other qualities as well. In any case, he was in 1248 refused admittance to the Franciscan order because of his simplicity. He thereupon entered a neighboring church, and remained for a long time contemplating pictures of the apostles. From then on, he stopped shaving and let his hair grow long, so as to resemble the apostles in the depictions of the time, and dressed accordingly. He sold his house, went out into the town square, and threw the money from the sale on the ground, saying, "Take it, whoever wants to." He left the town and began to live on alms, gathering around him a small band of followers, who dressed and lived as he did. The times were favorable for the birth of new sects. The year 1260 was approaching, the time Joachim of Flor had predicted would bring world cataclysms and the appearance of the Antichrist. Furthermore, in 1259, a terrible plague had befallen Italy, strengthening the belief in Joachim's prophecy. Crowds of penitents led by monks and priests moved half-naked along the roads, scourging themselves and leaving a bloody trail behind. Singing hymns, the penitents would enter a town and a ceremony of purging would begin. Everyone was to repent, to make peace with his enemies and to give back anything gained by unjust means. Amnesty for all exiles would generally be announced. 38, pp. 288 to 289, Segarelli's sect emerged from this troubled period with added strength and influence. It was supported by many rich and powerful men. Segarelli even submitted a request to the Pope to recognize his order, in the manner of the Franciscans. The Curia refused, but in an extremely benevolent tone. At this point, Segarelli sent his apostles to remote corners of Italy and into France. It seems that the teaching of the Apostolic Brethren at the time differed little from that of numerous other religious groups. The Pope was forced to tolerate most of these sects, and Segarelli himself came under the protection of the Bishop of Parma, in whose palace he resided for 12 years, playing the role, as his opponents asserted, of parasite, almost of a jester. Little by little, the sect's relations with the Curia began to sour. The sect insisted on exposing corruption among priests, and enumerating the ways in which they had strayed from apostolic ideals. Meanwhile, the Curia pointed to the heretical trends of the sect. This seems to have coincided with an increased influence of the views of the Brethren of the Free Spirit upon the Apostolic Brethren. The importance the sect attained can be judged by the fact that it was condemned in England by the Chichester Synod in 1286, and again in Würzburg, in 1289. 38, p. 310, the Inquisition finally took up the matter. In 1294, Segarelli was arrested, after 6 years of imprisonment. He was condemned and burned at the stake in 1300. But by this time, the sect was headed by a leader of an entirely different type. His name was Dolcino. He was the illegitimate son of a priest, and was studying for the priesthood, when he was caught stealing money from his teacher and forced to flee. He was admitted to a Franciscan monastery as a novice, and it was here that he apparently became acquainted with the teachings of the Apostolic Brethren. He left the monastery and met Margaret, a novice in the St. Catherine convent in Trento. Entering the convent as a workman, Dolcino persuaded her to run away with him. The two became wandering preachers of the Apostolic Brethren. A contemporary says that Dolcino taught that in love everything must be common, property and wives. Mosheim writes, "They called one another brothers and sisters, in the manner of the first Christians. They lived in poverty, and could have neither houses nor provisions for tomorrow or anything that could serve as a convenience. When they experienced hunger, they asked for food of the first person they met and ate whatever was offered. Well-off people who joined them were obliged to give their property over to be used by the sect. Brothers who went into the world to preach penitence were allowed to take with them a sister, as the apostles did. But not as a wife, only as an assistant. They called their female companions sisters in Christ, and denied that they lived with them in marital or impure intimacy, even though they slept together in one bed." Quoted in 37, Kroner, who wrote a history of the Apostolic Brethren using contemporary sources, denies the accusations of sacrilegious violations of the cross and of sexual excesses, but he believes that Dolcino's preaching did include an appeal for communality of property and of wives. 37, p. 224, a description of the ceremony for admission to the rank of apostle has been preserved. As a token of his renunciation of his previous life, the initiate would throw off his clothes and take an oath that he would always live in evangelic poverty. He was forbidden to touch money, and was to live exclusively on alms, bread from heaven. Any work, any subordination to others, was likewise forbidden. Like the first apostles, he was to pay heed only to God. The new apostle was then sent out into the world to spread the sect's teachings, which by this time had become vehemently hostile to the Church. The falling away of the Church from the commandments of Christ and of the first apostles had rendered invalid what had been prophesied for it. The Roman Church, with its pope and cardinals, its abbots and monks, was no longer the Church of God, but had become the whore of Babylon. The power that Christ had given to the Church had now passed over to the Apostolic Brethren. The validity of Church rituals was denied. A consecrated church was no better for communion with God than a stable or a pigsty. Oaths taken in church, or sworn on the gospel, need not be binding. A man might hide his beliefs or renounce them, if in his heart he remained faithful to them. It is not surprising that such tenets provoked a fierce persecution on the part of the Inquisition. During his wanderings, Dulcinea fell into the hands of the Inquisition on more than one occasion, but he always denied his ties with the sect and was released. He finally fled from Italy and took refuge in Dalmatia. There he wrote letters which his followers disseminated in Italy. 3 of these letters have come down to us in detailed citations. 37 p. 32 f. 38 p. 342 f. The letters can be summarized as follows. Dulcinea and his followers are called to proclaim the coming of the final days and to urge repentance. In this they are opposed by the host of the Antichrist, the Pope, the bishops, Dominicans and Franciscans, all of them servants of Satan. But the day of vengeance is at hand. The Pope and the prelates will be killed. No monk, nun or priest will survive except those who join the brethren. The Church will be deprived of all its riches. The whole land will be converted to the new faith by the apostolic brethren, upon whom the Lord will lavish his grace. God himself will give to the world a new and holy Pope in place of Boniface VIII, who will surely be killed. In his 3rd letter, Dulcinea states that he himself will be this new Pope. Victory in the wars with the Antichrist Pope, Dulcinea foretells, will be won thanks to the interference of a foreign monarch. He pins his hope on Frederick, the King of Aragon and Sicily, who at the time was engaging in a fierce conflict with the Pope. He had just strung up all the monks in Sicily who were suspected of supporting the papacy. Dulcinea derived all this from his interpretation of the biblical prophets and of the Apocalypse, where, he claimed, the past and the future were revealed. He applied to his time, for instance, texts such as these, "What hast thou here? And whom hast thou here, that thou hast hewed thee out a sepulchre here? Behold, the Lord will carry thee away with a mighty captivity, and will surely cover thee. He will surely violently turn, and toss thee like a ball into a large country." Isaiah 22, 16, 17, 18. "For thy violence against thy brother Jacob shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever." Obadiah 1, 10. "And I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he hath swallowed up, and the nations shall not flow together any more unto him, yea, the well of Babylon shall fall." Jeremiah 51, 44. From these prophecies Dulcinea also extracted the dates for their fulfillment. In 1304, Frederick of Aragon would kill the Pope and the cardinals, and the common priests would be exterminated in 1305. This prediction was based on the text, "But now the Lord hath spoken, saying, within 3 years, as the years of an hireling, and the glory of Moab shall be contemned, with all that great multitude, and the remnant shall be very small and feeble." Isaiah 16, 14. In 1303 or early 1304, Dulcinea and his followers entered Italy. Fresh adherents came flocking to him from all sides, rich and poor, noble opponents of the Pope, villagers and townfolk. Apart from Italy, they came from France and Austria as well. Several thousand gathered in his camp. Contemporaries called Dulcinea the father of a new people, and it was rumored that he worked miracles. The members of the sect decided to establish a new settlement. They sold their property and gathered around Dulcinea. A camp was established in a mountain valley. Provisions were obtained from the neighboring villages, more and more by means of force. Soon the nearby regions were in panic. The citizens of one town wrote, "The godless heretics, the Gazars and Cathars, have seized the upper reaches of the valley of the river, fortified themselves there and are godlessly plundering the neighboring regions, devastating the land with fire and sword, committing all kinds of impieties. 38, p. 364. The forces of the citizens were far from sufficient for defense against Dulcineo's army of some 5,000 men, a large force for that time. Soon the area was plundered and burned for dozens of miles around. The townfolk raised an army and collected funds to hire soldiers for protection against Dulcineo's troops. When planning their campaign, they brought in a local priest whose nose, ears and hands had been cut off. Dulcineo had punished him in this way on suspicion of treason. Finally, the army was ready, but Dulcineo's forces defeated it overwhelmingly. They fell upon the neighboring towns, plundering them and carrying away the inhabitants. The prisoners were exchanged later for provisions, but tortured. If no one agreed to ransom them, according to one contemporary, even children were treated in this fashion. 38, p. 374. At last, the Pope called for a campaign against the heretics. But this, too, ended in failure. The river on the banks of which the Pope's army was annihilated flowed red with blood. Other campaigns followed and the war went on for 3 years. Dulcineo armed women, who fought side by side with men. He nurtured the faith of his supporters by ever new prophecies that victory was at hand. In camp he was revered as a saint and as the Pope, and the custom of kissing his slipper was introduced. Contemporary accounts tell of the ferocity with which Dulcineo's men persecuted priests and monks. His soldiers viewed themselves as the avenging angels mentioned in the Apocalypse. They believed that they had been called to exterminate the priesthood in its entirety. Churches were defiled, sacred vessels and vestments stolen, sacred images smashed. Priests' houses set on fire, bell towers pulled down and bells destroyed. An eyewitness reported, "Nowhere could you see a Madonna, whose hands had not been broken off, or a picture not besoiled." 38, p. 374. After a prolonged struggle, in which Dulcineo repeatedly eluded his pursuers, he was finally surrounded. Famine set in his camp. Dante hints at this episode in the Inferno, Canto 28, 55-60. Among the sowers of discord, Dante meets Mohammed, who, wishing to perpetuate descent on earth, passes this advice to Dulcineo: "Tell Fra Dulcineo, then, you perhaps will see the sun before long, if he would not soon follow me here." So to arm himself with victuals that stress of snow may not bring victory to the Novarese, which otherwise would not be easy to attain. In 1307, Dulcineo's camp was overrun and a majority of the defenders massacred. Dulcineo was subjected to horrible torture. Margaret was burned before his eyes, but he was paraded around town, scourged with a red hot iron at every crossroad and finally burned. Thomas Muntzer. Muntzer was born in 1488, or 1489 of fairly well-to-do parents, and received a theological education. He led a restless life, changing work several times a year. He was at various times teacher, preacher and chaplain. Finally in 1520, he was appointed preacher in Zwickau, where he met the Zwickau prophets. The sermons of Storch had a lifelong impact on him. The notion of the possibility of direct communication with God, which was held to be far more important than the letter of the scriptures, the condemnation of priests and monks, of the rich and the noble, the belief in the coming of the kingdom of God on earth and in the imminent reign of the elect, these subjects formed the basis of Muntzer's world outlook. In his sermons he supported Storch and attacked the monks and other preachers. Disorders began in the town, and the authorities banished the prophets and Muntzer. Muntzer then transferred his activities to Prague. We note that he * translation by Charles S. Singleton gravitated to the traditional seats of the Chiliastic movement, first to Zwickau, and then to the homeland of the Taborites. A sermon delivered by Mainzer in Prague has been preserved. In it he asserts that after the death of the disciples of the apostles, the church, which had been pure, became a lecherous whore. The priests teach the external forms of the scriptures, which they steal from the Bible like thieves and murderers. 28, p. 59, he then proceeds to the core of his teaching, his concept of the church of the chosen. Never will it happen, and for this glory to God, that priestlings and apes should represent God's church, but the chosen of God shall preach his word. To preach this doctrine, I am ready to sacrifice my life. God has wrought miracles for his chosen, especially in this country. For here a new church will arise, and this people will be the mirror of the whole world. Therefore, I appeal to everyone to protect the word of God. If you fail to do this, God will give the Turks the force to annihilate you even in this year. 28, p. 61, Mainzer's teaching did not meet with success in Prague, however, and he again took up a vagrant and hungry life. At last, in 1523, he was appointed preacher in the small town of Allstedt, and here he entered upon the first memorable phase of his career. Mainzer rapidly gained influence in the town. He introduced the German language in the religious service, one of the first to do so in Germany, and he preached not only from the Gospel, but from the Old Testament. Crowds of people flocked to his sermons, from Allstedt and from the neighboring towns and villages. The municipal official Zeiss wrote in a report, "Some of the local nobles have forbidden their subjects to attend the sermons here, but the folk do not comply. They are thrown into jail and, when released, run hither again." Mainzer grew ever bolder, calling the lords who had forbidden their people to attend his sermons, big geese. He wrote to Zeiss, "The power of the princes will come to an end and soon it will pass to the common folk." 28, p. 66, his attitude is characterized by the phrase, "Whoever wants to become a building block in the new church, ought to risk his neck, or the builders will throw him away." 28, p. 67, soon matters were out of hand. Instigated by Mainzer, a mob burned down a chapel at Millerbach, near Allstedt, which housed a miracle-working image of the Virgin. When one of the participants in the riot was arrested, armed crowds of people appeared on the streets. More supporters arrived from the neighboring towns. Zeiss, who represented the Duke of Saxony, reported to the Duke that Mainzer's preaching was at fault. He suggested that Mainzer be summoned to court and banished if found guilty. Otherwise, his preaching, so popular with the simple folk, will cause us much toil and trouble. At this point, Luther, who had been disturbed by the actions and preaching of Mainzer for some time, spoke out against him. He reproached Mainzer for using the success of the Reformation to attack it. He concluded by challenging Mainzer to a debate in Wittenberg. Mainzer agreed to take part in the dispute only if the witnesses would be Turks, Romans and pagans. At the same time, he printed 2 works in the neighboring town of Eilenburg, where he had his own print shop, Protestation of Thomas Munzer, and Exposure of the Contrived Faith. These tracts bitterly attacked numerous aspects of Luther's teaching, as well as that of scholars and erudites, who concoct false faith. Strangely, we still hear nothing about measures on the part of the authorities against Munzer, despite writings in which, for example, he characterized the Kurfürst of Saxony as a bearded fellow with less brains in his head than I've got in my behind. He also calls upon the inhabitants of the neighboring town of Sangerhausen to rise up against the authorities. In spite of such actions, Kurfürst Frederick of Saxony and his brother Johann themselves decided to listen to the renowned preacher on a trip through Allstedt. Munzer took this to be a sign of readiness on the part of the princes to become a tool in his hands, and in their presence delivered a sermon, in which he expounded his views openly. He attacked Luther, whom he called Brother Swine and Brother Sluggard, and attempted to win the princes to his cause. He told them that they were called upon to annihilate the foes of the true faith, the faith of the chosen who are guided by God. Dearest and beloved rulers, know your destiny from the mouth of God, and do not let the boastful priests cheat you by imaginary patience and kindness. For the stone that has been cast down from the mountain not by hands has grown big. Poor peasants and laymen see it far better than you. The day of the last reckoning approaches, and oh, how gloriously will the Lord smash the old pots with an iron rod. 28, p. 158. In this terrible hour one can learn the true way, and foresee the future, by one means only, through dreams and revelation. This is in the true spirit of the apostles, the patriarchs, and the prophets, to wait for visions and to trust in them. 28, p. 156, Munzer cites example after example from the Bible. The chief difficulty, however, is to distinguish whether a vision is from God or from the devil. For this, the princes ought to have faith in the new Daniel, the chosen man. Therefore, a new Daniel must rise and set forth revelation, and must march at the head. 28, p. 159. Munzer urges relentless extermination of the enemies of the new teaching. For the godless have no right to live except when the chosen give their permission. If you want to be true rulers, drive out the enemy of Christ, for you are the instrument to achieve this end. Let the wicked who divert us from God live no longer. 28, p. 160. It joyous not in vain that God commanded through Moses, you are the holy people, and must not pity the godless. Smash their altars, smash to pieces their idols and burn them, lest I be wrathful with you. 28, p. 161. At this point, Munzer's sermon begins to shade into threats. Just as food and drink provide the means of living, he asserts, so, too, is the sword needed for extermination of the godless. But for this to be done true, it must be done by our dear fathers, the princes, who profess Christ with us. But if they will not do it, their sword shall be taken away from them. 28, p. 161. If they fail to believe in God's words, they ought to be removed, as Paul saith, expel the depraved from amongst you. And if they behave in contrary fashion, kill them without mercy. Not only godless rulers, but priests and monks must be killed who call our holy gospel a heresy and claim to be the best Christians themselves. 28, p. 162. It is a perplexing episode. How could an insignificant preacher undertake to lecture and threaten the most important princes of the empire? Some consider this proof of Munzer's short-sightedness, for others it testifies to the prince's forbearance. Could there not be a more substantial explanation? Munzer was a force to be reckoned with at the time. We learn this from other sources, from his letters and from the testimony presented before his execution. At the time of the sermon to the princes, he had organized a union for the protection of the gospel, and as a warning to the godless in Allstedt. He had some experience at such activities. While still a young man, Munzer had founded a secret union directed against the primate of Germany, Archbishop Ernst. But his new union was far larger in scope. At one gathering 300 new members were inducted, at another, 500. Furthermore, Mainzer advised the citizens of neighboring towns to establish similar unions. Reports were received that this plan was meeting with success. His contacts were very extensive, reaching even into Switzerland. Luther accused Mainzer of sending to all countries messengers who fear light. In his letters, Mainzer emphasized the purely defensive nature of the Union against the oppressors of the gospel. But after being captured, he testified that he caused the disturbances with the aim that all Christians should become equal and the princes and lords reluctant to serve the gospel be driven out or put to death. 28, p. 82. The motto of the Allstedt Union was Omnia sunt communia, everything is common. Everyone was to share with others as much as he could. And if a prince or a count refused to do so, he was to be beheaded or hanged. 28, p. 82. Mainzer's union can be seen as the realization of his doctrine of the supremacy of the chosen, as he calls the members of his union. The situation in Allstedt grew ever more explosive. The neighboring Knight von Witzleben forbade his subjects to attend Mainzer's sermons and dispersed a crowd of them, who nevertheless set out for Allstedt. Some of them fled to Allstedt, and an order was sent for the fugitives to be returned to their lord. In a vehement sermon, Mainzer called Witzleben an archbrigand and referred to his enemies as archjudases, saying that the princes were acting not only against the faith, but against natural law, and that they must be killed like dogs. Crowds of local citizens and new arrivals filled the streets of Allstedt. The authorities lost all control over the town, and could only appeal to Duke Johann of Saxony, who summoned Mainzer to Weimar for questioning. The interrogation took place in the presence of the Duke and his councillors. Mainzer denied having assailed the authorities, and described his union as legal and purely defensive. Numerous witnesses, however, spoke against him. As a result, he was ordered to close his print shop, and the citizens of Allstedt were forbidden to form unions. A contemporary source describes how Mainzer, pale and trembling after the inquest, came out and, in reply to a question by Zeiss, answered, "It seems that I'll have to look for another state." But upon returning to Allstedt, Mainzer took heart, refused to close the print shop, and started writing protests. Kurfürst Frederick of Saxony intervened at this point and summoned Mainzer to Weimar for the second time. At first Mainzer surrounded himself with armed guards, apparently thinking to put up resistance, but in the night he climbed over the town wall and slipped away, leaving behind a letter in which he said that he was going to a village, but would be back soon. After his flight, Mainzer wrote his compatriots another letter, calling for them to stand firm and be brave. He promised that he would be together with them soon to wash hands in the blood of tyrants. Mainzer went next to Mühlhausen, a town in central Germany. The choice was not accidental. For a year this place had been in a state of paralysis, without authority and on the verge of rebellion. A contemporary account of what was called the Mühlhausen disturbances is extant. 28, pp. 85 to 115. It describes the events prior to Mainzer's arrival and his activities there. The disorders began with assaults on monasteries and churches. All the monasteries were robbed and religious objects in the churches smashed. The movement was headed by a fugitive monk, Heinrich Pfeiffer, who urged in his sermons rejection of the authority of the municipal council. On July 3, 1523, the alarm was sounded. A crowd surrounded the town hall and shots were fired. The council was compelled to make concessions, which were set forth in 53 points. In particular, complete freedom of preaching was announced. The insurgents were headed by a council of 8, which retained its power on a par with the municipal council even after the agreement. Dual authority ruled in the town. People jailed by the municipal council were not infrequently released by the 8. The signing of the 53 points did not, however, pacify the town. In fact, it further aggravated the situation. Many priests' houses were robbed. Leaflets were circulated telling that if the priests did not get out of town, their houses would be burned. Priests who ventured into the streets were killed. Such was the situation in Mühlhausen when Mainzer appeared there on August the 24th, 1524. He joined with Pfeiffer, and their activity together soon began to bear fruit. Within a month, the town was in an uproar. This time the insurgents' demands mirrored Mainzer's ideas: no authority to be obeyed, all taxes and levies to be abolished, priests to be exiled. The burgomaster and some councillors fled the town and appealed for support from the peasants of the neighbouring villages. At this time fires swept the villages, in all likelihood set by supporters of Mainzer and Pfeiffer. But the peasants stood firm on the side of the council. Promises of support also came in from towns round about. The insurgents were forced to yield. The authority of the council was restored and Pfeiffer and Mainzer were banished from Mühlhausen. Mainzer set off for Nuremberg, where he printed 2 of his works. One of these, an interpretation of the first chapter of St. Luke, had been written toward the end of his stay in Allstedt and revised in Mühlhausen. The other, Discourse for Defense, was written in reply to Luther. Shortly before, Luther had written his letter to the princes of Saxony against a rebellious spirit, in which he drew their attention to the dangerously aggressive character of Mainzer's teaching. It begins to seem to me that they wish to destroy all authority so as to become the lords of the world. They say that they are led by the Spirit. But this is an ill spirit, one which is manifested in the destruction of churches and monasteries. 28, p. 204. Christ and his apostles never destroyed a single temple nor smashed a single holy image. Let them preach, argues Luther, but those are not good Christians who pass from words to fists. 28, p. 209. In his reply, Mainzer brought down a veritable cascade of abuse on Luther. He called him a basilisk, a dragon, a viper, an arch-pagan, an arch-devil, a bashful whore of Babylon, and finally, in a fit of cannibalistic frenzy, he predicted that the devil would boil Luther in his own juice and devour him. I would like to smell your frying carcass. 28, p. 200. But Mainzer's Nuremberg works are especially interesting in that they demonstrate his social ideas in their most mature form. His Discourse for Defense begins with a dedication to the serenest, firstborn prince, the mighty Lord Jesus Christ, the gracious King of Kings, the mighty Duke of all the faithful. 28, p. 187. Here Mainzer expresses one of his basic conceptions, that power on this earth can belong only to God. The message ends with the following words: the people will be free, and God will be the sole Lord over them. 28, p. 201. Princes had usurped power belonging to God. Why do you call them serene princes? This title belongs not to them but to Christ. And, why do you call them highborn? I thought you were a Christian, but you are a pagan. 28, p. 197. Mainzer had forgotten that only a few months before, he had looked to the princes for aid. Now he says, princes are not lords, but servants of the sword. They must not do what they deem well, but rather implement the truth. 28, p. 192. The role assigned to the princes was no more than that of executioner. It was not for nothing that Paul said that princes were not for the good but for the wicked. However, in Munzer's view, they fail to fulfill even this function. Those who ought to set an example for Christians, to which end they bear the name of princes, prove to the highest degree by all their deeds their unfaith. 28, p. 183, their hearts are vain and, therefore, all these mighty and arrogant godless ones must be thrown down from their throne. God gave the princes and lords to men in his wrath, and in his bitterness he will destroy them. 28, p. 171, Munzer also does not recall that shortly before, he saw in poverty and suffering a cross sent from above. Now the call to oppose the oppressors becomes one of the chief themes in his teaching. The very stuff of usury, theft and robbery are our Lord's made of. Fish in the water, birds in the air, the fruits of the earth, they want to take everything. And beyond that they order that God's word be preached to the poor thus. God has commanded you not to steal. And if a poor man takes the smallest thing, then he is hanged, and Dr. Liar says, Amen. The lords are themselves guilty of making the poor their foe. They do not wish to remove the cause of the indignation. How can the matter be set right? Since I speak so, perhaps I, too, rebel. Well, so be it. 28, p. 192, by all their misdeeds the princes have deprived themselves of the right to the sword. At the solicitation of the chosen, God will no longer tolerate suffering. 28, p. 171, in actuality, the power of God on earth is pictured as the power of the chosen, who are conceived of as a narrow, closed union. It would be a wondrous church, in which the chosen would be separated from the godless. 28, p. 182, the chosen receive God's behests directly, by which means they execute his will on earth. In various periods of his life, Munzer asserted that he himself communicated directly with God. From Nuremberg, Munzer set off for Switzerland and the border lands of Germany, where the peasant war was already raging. While his role of agitator seems to have met with success, he did not stay long in the area. Seidman, the author of one of the most complete biographies of Munzer, suggests that since disturbances had already broken out, Munzer feared that he would be unable to gain an important enough place for himself. In February 1525, Munzer returned to Mühlhausen. By this time, the peasant rebellion was already spreading from the south into central Germany, toward the town of Mühlhausen. Authority had begun to slip from the hands of the municipal council. The Eight demanded the keys to the city gates, and the council had to comply. Anyone who disagreed with Munzer and Pfeiffer's party was under constant threats of being banished. Monasteries and churches were robbed, sacred objects destroyed, and monks and nuns assaulted. Finally, all Catholic clergy were driven from the town. The sermons of Munzer and Pfeiffer revolved around the ideas outlined earlier. Princes and lords have no right to their power. Authority must pass to the society of the chosen. Men have been created equal by nature, and so must be equal in life. All who do not comply must be put to the sword. They preached that the rich cannot attain salvation. Whoever loves beautiful chambers, rich ornaments, and above all, money cannot receive the Holy Spirit. Finally, after the council refused to admit Munzer and Pfeiffer into their number, it was decided at a huge gathering that the council be dismissed. A new, eternal council was elected. The history of Thomas Munzer, a contemporary account long attributed to Melanchthon, describes the situation as follows. This was the beginning of the new kingdom of Christ. First of all, they drove out all monks, took over the monasteries and all their property. There was a monastery of Johannites with large holdings. It was taken over by Thomas. And in order to take part in all proceedings, he came to the council and announced that all resolutions must be taken in accordance with God's revelation and on the basis of the Bible. And so whatever he liked was deemed just and a special commandment of God. He also taught that all property must be common, as it is written in the Acts of the Apostles. With this he so affected the folk that no one wanted to work, but when anyone needed food or clothing he went to a rich man and demanded it of him in Christ's name, for Christ had commanded that all should share with the needy. And what was not given freely was taken by force. Many acted thus, including those who lived with Thomas in the Johannite monastery. Thomas instigated this brigandage and multiplied it every day and threatened all the princes. 28 p. 42. According to the same document, Mainz's teaching included the destruction of authority and the communality of property. According to the requirements of Christian love, no one ought to be superior to another, all must be free, and there must be communality of all property. 28 p. 38. Luther wrote that Mainz had become a king and sovereign ruling in Mühlhausen. Arms were produced in the town, the citizens given military training, and mercenaries, Landsquinets, were hired. By this time, the peasant rebellion had enveloped all the neighboring areas. Large groups of Mühlhausen citizens and inhabitants of nearby villages assaulted castles. Round about these they robbed, burned or destroyed. Mainz ordered that all castles and houses of nobility be destroyed and razed to the ground. 20 p. 519. Special arson units were organized. Booty was carried off to the town by the cartload. Mainz sent out messengers and issued detailed instructions on the torture of villains apprehended and the destruction of monasteries and castles. He called on other towns to join the uprising. Here is what he wrote to the citizens of Allstedt. Dear brethren, will you sleep even now? The time is ripe. All German, French and Italian lands have risen. Be there only 3 of you, but if you put your hope in the name of God, fear not 100,000. Forward, forward, forward. It is high time. Let not kind words of these Esau's arouse you to mercy. Look not upon the sufferings of the godless. They will entreat you touchingly, begging you like children. Let not mercy seize your soul, as God commanded to Moses, he has revealed to us the same. Forward, forward, while the iron is hot. Let your swords be ever warm with blood. 28 pp. 74 to 75. Though not all German, French and Italian lands had risen, the whole of central Germany, Thuringia, Saxony and Hessen, was in rebellion. Toward the beginning of May 1525, the princes began to gather in force. A major part here was played by Luther's communication on disorderly and murderous peasant gangs. By mid-May, 2 armies began to assemble in the environs of Frankenhausen. They were of approximately equal size, about 8,000 men each. Mainz rode out at the head of his army, surrounded by 300 bodyguards and holding aloft a naked sword, which symbolized the goal of the rebels, annihilation of the godless. Some nobles had joined his camp. Mainz wrote to others, threatening them and urging them to ally themselves with him. He wrote to Count Ernst Mansfeld, so that you know that we have the power to command, I speak. The eternal, living God hath commanded that you be thrown off the throne and hath given to us the might to accomplish this. It is about you and those like you that God saith, torn nest must be torn down and trodden underfoot. The letter ends with the words, I am marching after Mainz with Gideon's sword. 28 p. 78. Nevertheless, panic began to spread through Mainz's army. There were attempts at negotiating with the enemy, and executions of those suspected of treason took place. Mainz sought to encourage his followers. Sooner will the nature of the earth, or of heaven be changed than God desert us. 28, p. 45, he promised that he would catch bullets in his sleeves. But when the first shots were fired, the rebel army broke and ran. Thousands of them were slaughtered on the field of battle. In his hour of defeat, Mainz with Gideon's sword lost all presence of mind. For details, see 22, p. 225. He is the first of a long list of revolutionary leaders to act in this fashion. Mainz ran for the city, found an empty house and got into bed, feigning illness. A looting soldier came upon a packet of letters addressed to Mainz that the latter had dropped in his haste, and Mainz was seized. At the inquest, when asked about a certain execution of 4 men, Mainz replied, "It was not I who executed them, my dear brothers, but God's truth." Mainz was subjected to torture, and when he cried out, the interrogator told him that those who had perished because of him had suffered worse. Mainz burst out laughing and replied, "They wished for no different themselves." He was sent to the castle of the very Count Mansfeld to whom he had written, "I am marching after." Mainz confessed everything and betrayed the names of his comrades in the secret union. Before his execution, he wrote a letter to the citizens of Mühlhausen, appealing to them not to rebel against authority, according to Christ's commandment. "I wish to say in my farewell address, so as to unburden my soul, that you should avoid riot, lest innocent blood be shed in vain. Help my wife if you can, and especially avoid bloodshed, of which I warn you. Sincerely." 28, pp. 83-84. Mainz took communion and died as a son of the Catholic Church. His head was put on a stake for show. Contemporaries considered Mainz to be the central figure in the Peasant War. Luther and Melanchthon believed him to be its most dangerous leader. Sebastian Frank referred to the war as the Mainzer uprising, and Duke George of Saxony wrote that with Mainz's execution the war could be considered finished. 20, p. 257. This appreciation of Mainz's role, however, could hardly have been meant to describe his activities as organizer. Rather, the commentators most likely had in mind his function as the originator of an ideology of hatred and destruction. Luther must have been thinking along these lines when he wrote to Hans Rugel, "Whoever has seen Mainz can say that he has seen the devil in the flesh, at his most ferocious." 28, p. 222, Johann of Leyden and the New Jerusalem in Munster. In 1534–1535, the persecuted Anabaptists in Switzerland and southern and central Germany fled north, to northern Germany, Holland, Sweden and Denmark. The center of their activity became the town of Munster, where they established themselves at the time of the struggle between the Catholics and the Lutherans. They gained a strong position in the town by allying themselves with the Lutherans. But when the Lutherans won, they found they had to reckon with the prophets, as the leaders of the Anabaptists described themselves. The latter had even succeeded in winning over the head of the Lutheran party. At this time, a new and striking figure appeared among the Anabaptists, Jan Matthijs, a Dutch baker from Haarlem. In his preaching, the chiliastic and militant tendencies in Anabaptism were resurrected with their previous force. Matthijs called for armed rebellion and the universal extermination of the godless. Apostles sent by him went in pairs to all lands and provinces. They told about the miracles wrought by this new prophet, and predicted the annihilation of all tyrants and godless people in the world. In Germany and in Holland, people underwent the second baptism and founded new communities. In Munster, 1,400 persons were baptized in 8 days. In keeping with the growing success of the Anabaptists there, adherents from other countries, especially from Holland, streamed into Munster. The Dutch arrivals were headed by the Munster citizen Nipperdoling. One of Matthijs's apostles to arrive in Munster was Jan Bokkelsen, Bukels, who, under the name Johan of Leiden, was to become a central figure in later developments. Beginning as a tailor's apprentice, Bokkelsen married a rich widow, but soon lost her fortune. He had travelled much, having been to England, Flanders and Portugal, had read fairly extensively and knew the Holy Scriptures, as well as Meitz's writings. In Munster he took up with Nipperdoling and soon married his daughter, thereby bringing the Anabaptist community under the influence of Matthijs. By this time, leadership of the Anabaptist movement in Munster had passed over from the local citizens entirely into the hands of the Dutch prophets, preacher-conspirators, who had been uprooted from their homeland. Clashes between Anabaptists and Lutherans occurred in Munster, and Anabaptists raided monasteries and churches. Matthijs's apostles proclaimed that the 1,000-year kingdom was at hand for those who had accepted the second baptism, a happy life with community of property, without authority, laws or marital bonds. As for those who opposed the new kingdom, they could expect annihilation and death at the hand of the chosen. The chosen were prohibited to greet the faithless, or to have anything whatever to do with them. The municipal council banished some Anabaptist preachers from the town, and arrested one who had violated the ban imposed on their sermons. This was early in 1534. Crowds of Anabaptists ran through the city, shouting, "Repent or God will punish you. Father, Father, annihilate the godless." On the 9th of February, armed mobs appeared in the town. They blocked off streets and occupied part of the city. The Lutherans also took up arms, occupied another part of town, and began to push the Anabaptists back. Their forces proved to be greater, and they surrounded the Anabaptists and brought up cannon. Victory was in the hands of the Lutherans, but the burgomaster Tilbeck, who sympathized with the Anabaptists, negotiated an agreement on religious peace, so that everyone be free in his faith and every man come back to his own house and live in peace. 23, p. 701, this was the beginning of Anabaptist rule in the town. Anabaptists flocked to Munster from all sides. In an account that originated in Anabaptist circles, we read, "The faces of Christians again blossomed forth. Everyone in the marketplace, even 7-year-old children, began prophesying. The women made extraordinary jumps. But the godless said that they were demented, that they were drunk on sweet wine." 23, pp 707-708, on February the 21st, a new election was held for the municipal council, in which the Anabaptists won a majority. They took over the municipal administration, and appointed their adherents Nipperdoling and Kibbenbroek as burgomasters. The Anabaptists made a display of their power almost immediately in a terrible outburst of violence that took place on February the 24th, 3 days after the election. Monasteries and churches were destroyed, religious objects smashed and saints' relics thrown into the streets. Not only religion, but everything connected with the old culture evoked their ire. Statues in the market square were smashed to pieces. A precious collection of old Italian manuscripts, which had been collected by Rudolf von Langen, was solemnly burned in the square. Paintings of the Westphalian school, famous at the time, were destroyed so thoroughly that at present this school of painting is known only by reputation. Even musical instruments were smashed. 3 days later, on February the 27th, the Anabaptists proceeded to one of the major points of their program, the expulsion of the godless, that is, of those citizens who refused to accept the teachings of the prophets. Matthias insisted that all the godless be put to death. The more wary Nippodoling objected, all peoples will then unite against us to revenge the blood of those killed. Finally, a decision was taken to drive out of town anyone who refused to accept second baptism. A meeting of armed Anabaptists was called. The prophet sat in a trance while prayers were being said. At last, Matthias rose and called for the expulsion of the faithless. Down with Esau's offspring. The inheritance belongs to the children of Jacob. A shout of "Down with the godless" rolled through the streets. Armed Anabaptists broke into houses and drove out everyone who was unwilling to accept second baptism. Winter was drawing to a close. It was a stormy day, and wet snow was falling. An eyewitness account describes crowds of expelled citizens walking through the knee-deep snow. They had not been allowed even to take warm clothing with them, women carrying children in their arms, old men leaning on staffs. At the city gate, they were robbed once more. The next action was the socialization of all property. A chronicle of the time reads, "They decided unanimously that all property must be held in common, and that everyone must hand in his silver, gold and money." In the end all did so. 29, p. 201, it is known that this measure was accomplished with some difficulty, and only in the course of 2 months. Matthias appointed 7 deacons to watch over the socialized property. To suppress discontent aroused by these measures, the Anabaptists began to resort to terror on an ever wider scale. One day Matthias gathered all the men in the town square, and ordered everyone who had taken baptism on the last day, mass baptism had gone on for 3 days, to step forward. There were 300. They were ordered to put down their arms. Matthias spoke, "The Lord is wrathful and calls for sacrifice." The accused men prostrated themselves before the prophet, in the manner of the Anabaptists, and begged for mercy. But they were locked in a deserted church, from which their appeals for mercy could be heard for hours. Finally, Jan Bokkelsen appeared and announced, "My dear brethren, the Lord has taken pity upon you." And all were released. But things did not always end so benignly. For example, a report was received that the blacksmith Hubert Russia had spoken against the actions of the Anabaptists. He was brought to a meeting. Matthias demanded his death. Some of those present interceded for the man and asked that he be pardoned. But Bokkelsen shouted, "To me the power of the Lord is given so that by my hand everyone who opposes the commands of the Lord be struck down." And he struck Russia with a halberd. The wounded man was led away to jail. Disputation as to his fate continued. Finally, the man was again brought to the town square, where Matthias killed him with a shot in the back. Streams of incendiary Anabaptist literature flowed from Munster, calling the brethren to come together in the New Jerusalem. 4. Bed and shelter are ready for all Christians. If there will be too many people, we shall use the houses and the property of the faithless. Here you will have everything in abundance. The poorest among us, who earlier were scorned as paupers, now wear rich clothing like the highest and the noblest. The poor have become, by God's grace, as rich as burgomasters. 29, page 147. It was reported that at Easter the world would be struck by a terrible plague and that, outside Munster, only every 10th person would be spared. Let no one think either of husband, or of wife, or of child, if they are faithless. Do not take them with you. They are useless to God's community. If anyone remains behind, I am innocent of his blood. Thus ends a leaflet signed Emmanuel. 29, p. 148. The book Restitution, or revival of the true Christian teaching was sent far and wide. It asserts that truth had been only partly open to Erasmus, Zwingli and Luther, but that it shone forth in Matthias and Johann of Leyden. Much importance is attached to the Old Testament. The kingdom of Christ on earth is conceived of in a purely physical fashion. It includes communality of property and polygamy. The book ends with the words, "In our time, Christians are allowed to turn the sword against godless authorities." The booklet concerning vengeance was another popular work. It is nothing less than a call to murder and revenge. Only after vengeance had been carried out would the new earth and the new heaven appear to God's people. Remember what they have done unto us. All this must be visited upon them in a like manner. Heed this and do not consider a sin what is no sin. 29, p. 149, apostles were sent from Munster to propagandize insurrection and to drum up support for the New Jerusalem. They were particularly successful. In Holland, Erasmus Schet wrote to Erasmus of Rotterdam, "Hardly is there a town, or a city where the ashes of rebellion are not smouldering. The communism that they preach attracts masses from all sides." 29, p. 153, in many towns the rebaptized were counted in the hundreds, among them many influential people. In Cologne it was reported that 700 had been newly baptized and in Essen, 200. Turbulence grew apace. One day 5 naked men, with swords in hand, ran through Amsterdam foretelling the imminent end of the world. Large crowds of armed Anabaptists were moving toward Munster. 1,600 gathered in Vollenhove. 30 ships with armed Anabaptists aboard left Amsterdam and landed near Genemuiden. This was followed by 21 more ships with 3,000 men, women and children. The Dutch authorities were able to disperse these crowds only with great difficulty. In the town of Warenburg, an Anabaptist community began accumulating weapons, and the burgomaster became so frightened that he would appear only accompanied by 100 guards. In Munster the prophet Johann Dussentjer compiled a list of towns, which were soon to be controlled by the children of God. First on the list was Soest. A delegation of prophets set out for this city. They entered the town openly and solemnly, preaching insurrection. The authorities managed to oust them with great difficulty. It is not surprising that this movement alarmed Bishop Franz von Waldeck, in whose domain Munster was situated, as well as the rulers of the neighboring areas. Slowly an army was raised and Munster besieged. The town was well fortified and had large stores of provisions. The siege was a hard one, lasting 14 months. One of the first victims of the war turned out to be the Anabaptist leader Matthias. During a common meal, he exclaimed, "Let thy will be done and not mine." Then he bade the others farewell, kissing them. It appears that he had had a vision that he was to challenge the unfaithful to a fight in the manner of Samson. The next day he actually went outside the city wall with a small group of volunteers, and was hacked to pieces by the Landsquenets. His comrade in arms Bokelsen, Johann of Leyden, thereupon delivered a sermon, "God will give you another prophet, who will be more powerful." God desired the death of Matthias, lest you should believe in him more than in God. Within several days, Bokelsen became that new prophet, the heir to Matthias. 29, p. 207, once the Lord closed Johann's lips for 3 days. Upon recovering his speech, he proclaimed that he had had a revelation about a new order for the town. The power of the council was to be abolished, and 12 elders were to govern under the leadership of the prophet. The names of the elders were announced. They turned out to be the most influential Dutch prophets, and they were installed without any election. Next came what was perhaps the most radical innovation, establishment of polygamy. Ideas of this sort are encountered earlier in Anabaptist preachings. They were supported by reference to the customs of the patriarchs of the Old Testament. The new law was facilitated by the fact that after banishment of the godless, there were 2 or 3 times as many women in Munster as men. The introduction of polygamy was accompanied by a regulation, in accordance with which all women whose age did not prevent it were obligated to have a husband. The sharing out of women began. Eyewitnesses tell of violence and suicides. The atmosphere in which the law was implemented is intimated by another law, which forbade men to break into houses in groups to choose wives. One can only imagine what life was like in the new families. The authorities also interfered by staging frequent public punishment of recalcitrant wives. The socialization of property and polygamy evoked considerable opposition in the town. The disaffected seized the chief profits and demanded abolition of these regulations. But they were surrounded by Anabaptists still loyal to Bokelson, mostly Dutchmen and Frisians, and compelled to surrender. They were tied to trees and shot. Whoever fires the first shot does a service to God, Bokelson cried. The defeat of the opposition within coincided with a major military victory. A large force assaulting the town had been beaten back. The army of the attackers was badly organized, and apparently there were Anabaptists in its ranks, for the time set for the assault had become known in Munster. The losses of the besieging army were such that a daring sally could have destroyed it entirely. These events strengthened Johann's position considerably. The prophet Dusenshire reported that he had had a vision that Johann would become king of the world and take the throne and the scepter of his father David until the coming of the Lord himself. Bokelson confirmed that he had had the same vision. The election of the king culminated in the singing of psalms. Bokelson surrounded himself with a splendid court, created court posts of various kinds and a detachment of bodyguards. He took new wives constantly, among whom the first was the most lovely of all women, Devara, Matthijs's widow. 2 crowns encrusted with precious stones, one royal, the other imperial, were made for Bokelson. His emblem was the globe with 2 swords crossed, a symbol of his power over the world. The king appeared with a fanfare and accompanied by a mounted guard. A Hofmeister marched in front, carrying a white staff. Splendidly dressed pages followed, one bearing a sword, the other the Old Testament. Next came the court, dressed in silk. Everyone they met had to kneel. At the same time, Johann had a vision from which he learned that no one should possess more than 1 coat, 2 pairs of stockings, 3 shirts and so on. Everyone outside the royal court was bound by this revelation. One day 4,200 citizens were called to a royal banquet. The king and queen played host, and everyone sang the hymn Glory to God in the highest. Suddenly Johann noticed among the guests someone who seemed alien to him. He was not in nuptial dress. Deciding that this must be Judas, the king cut off his head on the spot. Thereupon the banquet resumed. Theatrical performances were staged for the townspeople. Some of these parodied the holy service, others took a social turn, for instance, the dialogue of the rich man with Lazarus. Streets and all important buildings in the town were renamed. Babies were given newly invented names. Meanwhile, executions took place almost daily. For example, on the 3rd of June, 1535, 52 persons were executed. On the 5th of June, 18 persons on both the 6th and the 7th, etc. Obstinate wives were executed, as well as a woman who had spoken against the new order. One woman who refused to become the king's wife, in spite of his several proposals, had her head chopped off in the town square by the king's own hand, while his assembled wives sang glory to God in the highest. The entire episode has the appearance of mass pathology, a madness to which the prophets themselves eventually fell victim, when with blind fanaticism, they joined their destinies to a doomed cause. But was it really? The Munster episode demonstrates a multitude of traits typical of all revolutions, but where, confined to a single town and compressed into a single year, tragedy turns into a grotesque farce. The Swiftian device of attributing the vices of the world to tiny Lilliputians was here employed by history. In actual fact, the most eccentric of actions proved to have been entirely consistent with the inner logic of the movement. Extreme fanaticism stirred the Anabaptist mob and spread to larger and larger masses of people. Behind the absurd posturings of Jan Bokelson, we can often discern a sly and calculating mind, examples of which we shall encounter later. Apparently, both he and the other prophets had a very concrete goal in mind: universal rebellion and the establishment of themselves in power, if not over the entire world, then at least over a large part of Europe. Although these hopes were not realized, they should not be dismissed as having been entirely groundless. Unrest was rampant in the whole of northwestern Germany and in Holland. It was widely thought at the time that if Johann would succeed in breaking through the siege, he would foster a change in the course of history comparable to the Great Migration of Peoples. Anabaptist emissaries were active as far away as Zurich and Bern. In Munster they enticed Landsquenets to their side with large salaries. The besieging force was once seized by panic over the rumor that the Anabaptists had taken Lübeck. This turned out to be untrue, but it is symptomatic of the prevailing sentiment. There was, apparently, a plan to raise rebellion in 4 places simultaneously. It was partially implemented. In Frisia, Anabaptists seized and fortified a monastery, where they held out against a prolonged siege. Victory cost the imperial army 900 men killed. A squadron of Anabaptist ships approached Deventer intent on taking the town, but it was intercepted by the Duke of Helden's fleet. Outside Groningen, an Anabaptist force of some 1,000 men gathered, intending to break through to Munster. It, too, was scattered by the Duke's men. But the Anabaptists were strongest in Holland, the homeland of Matthijs and Jan Bokelson. In 1535, several large detachments of Anabaptists assembled there. They even succeeded in seizing the Amsterdam town hall for a time, although the authorities soon had the situation in hand. One of the reasons for the movement's failure was that its plans became known to the enemy. One of Johann's apostles fell into the hands of the bishop and promised to disclose the Anabaptists' battle plans in exchange for his life. He returned to Munster, pretending to have escaped, then set out again on an apostolic mission, and informed the bishop of everything. We can conclude that Bokelson's aspirations were far from illusory. He had amassed an army and was ready to break the siege, should the Dutch come to his aid. He was constructing a mobile barricade made of carriages. At night he ran around the town barefoot, wearing nothing but a shirt and shouting, "Rejoice, Israel, salvation is at hand." At one point he summoned the entire army to the square in order to move out of the town. He then appeared, wearing his crown and royal garments, and declared that the day had not yet come and that he had simply wanted to check the readiness of his forces. A feast was prepared for the populace. There were some 2,000 men and 8,000 women altogether. After the meal Johann suddenly announced that he was stepping down. But the prophet Dussentjer proclaimed that God called upon his brother Johann of Leiden to remain king and to punish the iniquitous. Bokelson was re-elected. There were apparently real frictions behind this masquerade. On Another occasion, for instance, Nipperdoling started to leap and dance about strangely, he even stood on his head. But in the midst of these antics he suddenly cried out, "Johann is king of the flesh, but I shall be king of the spirit." Bokelson ordered him locked in the tower, as a result of which Nipperdoling soon thought better of things and the two were reconciled. Another political move in a similarly fantastic guise was the election of dukes. A secret vote was taken in the 12 districts into which the town had been divided. The names of candidates were put into a hat and drawn out by specially appointed young boys. The dukes elected in this manner all turned out to be prophets close to Bokelson. Each received a dukedom of the empire, that is, one of the town districts, together with control of the town gate located in the corresponding district. This last point was the real meaning of the whole enterprise, for the Landsquinets, whom Johann could no longer trust, were thereby removed from strategic positions in defense of the town. These political maneuvers were supplemented by the sight of the royal guards engaging in daily military exercises on the main square. In the end, however, the large stockpile of provisions ran out and famine set in. The horses were eaten, and this destroyed any hope of breaking the siege. The deacons confiscated all stores, and under threat of death it was forbidden to bake bread at home. All houses were searched and no one had the right to lock his door. The citizens began to eat grass and roots. The king pronounced that this was no worse than bread. At this moment, he called together the dukes, the court and all his wives to a luxurious feast in the palace. An eyewitness who later escaped from the town reported, "They behaved as though they were planning to rule for the rest of their lives." 29, p. 237, fanaticism served as a lightning rod. The king commanded that all that is high shall be destroyed. And the citizens began to destroy belfries and the tops of towers. Repression was practiced ever more widely. New conspiracies were revealed constantly. One of those accused was hacked into 12 parts, and a Dutchman ate his heart and liver. The town was doomed. More and more of the defenders fled, despite the fact that trial, torture and possible execution awaited them in the besiegers' camp. Finally, on July the 25th, 1535, Munster was taken. The reign of the Anabaptists, who had come to power February the 21st, 1534, had lasted for a year and a half. Many of them were massacred by the Landsquinets. During the final assault, others were tried and many executed. Munster was no longer an evangelic city. It had returned to the realm of the Catholic bishop. Jan Bokelson hid in the most impregnable tower, but later gave himself up. Under torture, he renounced his faith and acknowledged that he deserved death 10 times over. He promised that if his life was spared he would bring all Anabaptists to obedience. But to no avail. In the square where once he had sat on a throne, he was tortured with hot irons, and then his heart was pierced with a red-hot dagger. 2. Chiliastic socialism and the ideology of the heretical movements above. We have tried not to yield to the temptation to select from the sources on the history of the heretical movements of the Middle Ages and Reformation only those passages in which socialist ideas are expounded, the communality of property, the destruction of the family, etc. On the contrary, we tried to give a full review, though a necessarily schematic one, of the major aspects of the heretical doctrines. It will now be our task to determine the link between these two phenomena, i.e., to ascertain the role that the ideas of chiliastic socialism played in the overall ideology of the heretical movements. To do this, it is first necessary to determine whether it is possible to speak of a single, unified worldview in these movements, whether there are sufficient features common to the chaotic mass of heresies, which appeared over the course of some 7 centuries. In other words, we are dealing with the question of the interrelationship among different heretical doctrines. Beginning with the second half of the last century, this question became the object of much research, which not only showed the existence of close ties between various heretical groups, but also greatly extended the history of heresies into the past. It became clear that there is a direct continuity between the teachings of the medieval sects and the heresies of the first centuries of Christianity. In most general terms, it is possible to divide the heresies of the Middle Ages into 3 groups. 1. Manichaean heresies, the Cathars, Albigenses, Petrobrusians, from the 11th to the 14th centuries. 2. Pantheistic heresies, Amoricians, Ortliberians, Brethren and Sisters of the Free Spirit, Adamites, the Apostolic Brethren and the related groups of Begards and Beguines, from the 13th to the 15th centuries. 3. Heresies which, long before the Reformation, developed ideas that were close to Protestantism, Waldensians, Anabaptists, Moravian Brethren from the 12th to the 17th centuries. The majority of these doctrines have the same source, the Gnostic and Manichaean heresies which, as early as the 2nd century AD, spread through the Roman Empire and even beyond its borders, for example, into Persia. The heresies of the Manichaean group entered Western Europe primarily from the East. Very similar doctrines, dualism, belief in the connection of the Old Testament with the evil God, the division into narrow esoteric and broad exoteric circles, can be found in the Gnostic sects of the 2nd century, for example among the Marcionites, but these views achieved their full expression in Manichaeanism. The Paulicians, who appeared in the Eastern Roman Empire in the 4th and 5th centuries, served as a link between the early Gnostic heresies and the medieval sects. They professed pure dualism, considering original sin to be a heroic deed, a refusal to obey the evil God. This led to a rejection of moral law and the denial of the difference between good and evil. This in turn was manifested in the various excesses of the sectarians, as described by their contemporaries. One of the Paulician leaders was called Barn the Dirty, for instance, and there are accounts of brigandage. In the 9th century, Paulicians occupied an area of Asia Minor, from which they carried out raids on neighboring towns, looting and selling captives into slavery to the Saracens. In 867, Ephesus was captured and sacked, the Temple of St. John was turned into a stable. Defeated in the 10th century by the armies of the Byzantine Emperor, the Paulicians were resettled wholesale in Bulgaria. Here they came into contact with the Bogomils, who derived from the Messalian sect, mentioned as early as the 4th century. Bogomil teaching was close to the views of the monarchic Cathars. It held that the physical world was created by God's apostate eldest son, Saturnine. Paulicians and Bogomils alike rejected the baptism of children, hated and destroyed churches, sacred images and crosses. From the Eastern Roman Empire, the Paulician and Bogomil doctrines penetrated into Western Europe. See 10 and 12 for a more detailed account. The doctrines of the pantheistic trend can also be traced to the Gnostic heresies. Epiphanes, a Christian writer of the 4th century, described sects which are strikingly similar to the medieval Adamites. He himself belonged at one time to such a group. 100 years later, Hippolytus reports an analogous teaching among the sect of Simonians. In both cases, black masses were practiced, accompanied by an ostentatious disregard for moral norms, all of which was meant to reveal the superhuman character of the possessor of gnosis. 16 p. 77, there is ample evidence of numerous links among the doctrines of the different sects. We have already mentioned, for example, that the notion of the divinity of the free spirits was a development of the exclusive position of the perfecti among the Cathars. Some historians believe that the free spirits actually originated among the Cathars. In this connection, we also note J. Van Mierlo's argument that the terms Beginus and Begine derive from albigensis. 15, p. 24. The Begards and Begines were the main source from which followers of the free spirits were drawn. It has furthermore been established that the free spirits influenced the Waldenses, specifically in the organization of the latter into a narrow circle of leaders, or apostles, who, according to the doctrine of the sect, received their authority from the angels, regularly visited paradise, and contemplated God. The closeness of the two sects is illustrated by the example of Nicholas of Basel, who is variously assigned, by scholars thoroughly versed in the material, to either the free spirits, or the Waldenses. The Petrobrusian sect is another link between the Cathars and the Waldenses. Dollinger and Runciman consider them to be part of the Cathar movement, while other historians refer to them as predecessors of the Waldenses. Finally, there are numerous indications that Waldenses and Anabaptists are two names given at different periods to people in the same movement. Ludwig Keller devoted a number of works to elucidating the connections between the Waldenses and the Anabaptists. He brings forward numerous arguments to prove that they are in fact the same. See 24 and 26. The impression of diversity created by the great variety of names cannot be taken as proof of the sect's distinctness. Their names were, for the most part, coined by their enemies after an influential preacher at a given time, Petrobrusians from Peter of Bruys, Heinrichians from Heinrich of Toulouse, Waldensians from Valdez, Ortleberians from Ortlieb, etc., just as the term Lutheran later derived from Luther. The members of the sects called one another brethren, God's people, friends of God. The last term was used, for instance, by Waldenses and Anabaptists in Germany as late as the 16th century, Gottesfreund, which also happens to be an exact translation of the word Bogomil. A striking feature that characterizes almost all the groups in the heretical movement is the rejection of baptism of the young and the related introduction of a second baptism for adults. The Justinian Code, 6th century, already contains clauses against heretics who preach a second baptism. Second baptism is mentioned repeatedly in the proceedings of the Inquisition and in the writings denouncing the Cathars and the Waldenses. The practice gives the Anabaptists their name and survives today among the Baptists. The sectarians themselves insisted on the continuity of the heretical movement. In the first place, they asserted their ancient origins, from the disciples of the apostles or from the Christians, who refused obedience to Pope Sylvester, and did not accept the bequest of Emperor Constantine. In the annals of the Toulouse Inquisition for 1311, there is the testimony of a Waldensian weaver who presented such a version of the sect's origin, quite traditional already at that time. 24, pp. 1819. According to the Waldensian tradition, Valdez was not the founder of their church. For example, they called Peter of Bruys, who lived in the first half of the 12th century, one of ours. Valdez preached in the second half of the century. This point of view is typical not only for the Waldenses, for instance, the Anabaptist list of martyrs, which was also accepted by the Mennonites as early as the 17th century, begins with descriptions of the persecution of Waldenses, which took place centuries before the Reformation. 24, p. 364. Finally, the heretics' enemies, those who assailed their doctrines, as well as the representatives of the inquisitors, all emphasized the unity of the heretical movement. St. Bernard of Clairvaux, 12th century, who was well versed in the contemporary heresies, declared that the teaching of the Cathars contained nothing new but merely Repeated ancient errors. In the work of a Roman inquisitor known as the Pseudorania, 1250, we read the following: among the sects there is none more dangerous to the church than the Leonites. And for 3 reasons. First, it is the most ancient of sects. Some say that it goes back to the time of Pope Sylvester, others to the Apostles. Further, there is no country where they are not met with. 24, page 5, Bullinger, who wrote about the Anabaptists in 1560, says, many basic and grave errors of theirs they share with the ancient sects of Novatians, Cathars, with Auxentius and Pelagius. 25, p. 270, Cardinal Hosius, 1504–1570, who fought the heretics of his day, wrote, still more harmful is the sect of Anabaptists, of which kind were the Waldensian brethren also, who still recently practiced the second baptism. It is not yesterday nor the day before yesterday that this heresy grew up. It has existed since Augustine's time. 25, p. 267, in the substantial and concise history of the Munster Rebellion, 1589, the Anabaptists are referred to by several names, including Cathars and Apostolic Brethren. 25, p. 247, in his Chronicle, 1531, Sebastian Frank speaks of the connection among the Bohemian Brethren, the Waldenses, and the Anabaptists, Picards, who originate with Valdez, form a special Christian folk or sect in Bohemia. They are divided into 2 or 3 groups, the largest, a smaller one and the smallest. These resemble Anabaptists in everything. They number about 80,000. 26, p. 57, similar evidence could be cited at length. The notion of a unity among organized heretical movements is also tempting in that it makes more comprehensible the miracle of the Reformation, when within a few years organizations, leaders and writers crop up all across Europe. Links between the leaders of the Reformation, in its early phase, and the heretical movements are quite probable. This was asserted by opponents of the Reformation. For instance, during a disputation at the Reichstag in Worms, the papal nuncio reproached Luther, most of your doctrines are the already discarded heresies of the Bogards, Waldensians, Lyons Paupers, Wycliffites and Hussites. 25, pp. 122–123, neither did the leaders of the Reformation deny these ties. For example, in the Epistle to the Christian Nobility of the German Nation, 1520, Luther writes, it is high time for us to take up seriously and frankly the cause of the Bohemians, so that we can unite with them and they with us. 25, p. 126, and Zwingli writes to Luther in 1527, many people, even earlier, understood the essence of evangelic religion as clearly as you do. But of all Israel no one dared to enter the battle, for they feared this mighty Goliath. 26, p. 9, it is thought likely that Zwingli belonged to the community of brethren in Zurich, breaking with them around 1524. Luther apparently also had contacts in these circles. The first impetus to his subsequent rupture with the Catholic Church was given him when he was still an unknown young monk. Johann Staupitz, the general vicar of the Augustinian order, took notice of him in one of his tours of inspection. Staupitz was highly esteemed among the brethren. In a work of the day, for example, it is even said that he might be destined to lead the new Israel out of Egyptian captivity, i.e., to save the societies of the brethren from persecution. Staupitz's influence on Luther was exceptional at the time. Luther later said that it was he who first lit the light of the gospel in his heart and raised his dander against the Pope. Luther wrote to Staupitz, "You leave me Too often. Because of you, I was like a deserted child pining for its mother. I beseech you, bless the Lord's creation in me also, a sinful man. 25, p. 133. It was only beginning with 1522 that certain differences between the two came to light, culminating, in 1524 to 1525, in a final break. A striking picture emerges of a movement that lasted for 15 centuries despite persecution by the dominant church and by secular authorities. A precisely fixed set of religious ideas affecting the general attitude toward life was preserved virtually unchanged, often down to the smallest detail. Throughout this period, the tradition of secret ordination of bishops was unbroken. General questions of import to the movement were decided at synods, and wandering apostles took the decrees to distant societies. On admittance to the sect, the initiates were given new names known only to their closed group. Secret signs were used, for instance, when shaking hands, so the brethren could recognize one another. Houses were also marked by secret signs so that traveling members could find accommodations with their kind. Among the sectarians it was said that you could travel from England to Rome, staying only at houses of fellow sectarians along the way. There were close ties among the national branches of the movement. Synods were attended by representatives from all over Western and Central Europe. Literature was sent from country to country. There was mutual financial assistance during times of calamity. People would stream in from other countries to help their brethren. Thus there are grounds for attempting to establish a common ideological underpinning for the entire movement in order to determine the place of the ideas of chiastic socialism in these doctrines. One of the fundamental traits observed throughout the history of the sects was their hostility toward secular authority, the world, and especially toward the Catholic Church. This could be active or passive, and could find expression in calls to exterminate the godless, to kill the Pope, or annihilate the whore of Babylon, the Church, or in prohibitions of any kind of intercourse with the outside world. This was the issue that led to the break between the leaders of the Reformation, Luther and Zwingli, and the Brethren. The Our aim is to determine the fundamental principles that relate the doctrines of the various sects. We must, therefore, leave to one side the interesting question of precisely how the resemblance came into being, where it was a matter of direct succession, where of literary influence, and in what cases it was engendered by similarity of historical circumstance. Baptist Chronicles 4:15-25 read, "The Church, long suppressed, has begun to raise its head." As though they had used thunderbolts, Luther, Zwingli and their followers have destroyed everything, but they did not create anything better. They let in a little light, but they did not go on to the end, but joined the secular powers. And therefore, although there had been a good beginning by God's will, the light of the truth was again extinguished in them. 29, page 364, the heretical movement, thoroughly hostile to the surrounding world, flares up from time to time with an all-consuming blaze of hatred. Such outbreaks are separated by intervals of a little more than a century. The movement fostered by Dulcinea around 1300, the Hussite movement that started after Hus was burned at the stake in 1415, the aggressive form that Anabaptism assumed in the 1520s, and the English Revolution of 1640 to 1660. In these periods we also observe socialist ideas in their starkest forms. At other times these tendencies are muffled, and we encounter sects that reject violence and teachings that contain no socialist ambitions whatsoever. The Waldensian doctrine is an extreme example. It is interesting, however, that the two extremes of the heretical movement were closely interwoven. They cannot be clearly distinguished. At times, in fact, a sect switched from one extreme to the other overnight. Thus we learn that the Cathars, whose doctrine forbade any violence, in 1174 attempted a coup in Florence. Merely touching a weapon, even for self-defense, was considered a sin, yet at the same time there were groups among the Cathars who permitted plunder and expropriation of churches. Historians explain events foreshadowing the Albigensian Wars in terms of this sort of abrupt reversal, as more peaceful groups come under the influence of more aggressive ones. The Cathars, who had been forbidden even to kill an animal, suddenly erupted in a militant spirit that swept them into a war lasting more than 30 years. At certain periods, the Waldenses, considered the most peaceful group, burned the houses of priests who preached against their doctrine. They also killed individuals who left the ranks, or they placed prices on their heads. A similar abrupt shift can be seen in the Apostolic Brethren. Among the teachings ascribed to them is a prohibition against violence. Killing a man was considered a mortal sin. This principle was soon transformed so that persecution of the sect was the capital sin, while any kind of action against the foes of the true faith was permitted. And a call for the destruction of the godless was raised as well. 9-2 p. 397. The same abrupt shift occurred with the Anabaptists in Switzerland and in southern Germany at the beginning of the Reformation. Apparently it was possible for a sect to exist in two states, militant and peaceful, and the transition from one state to the other could happen suddenly, and for all practical purposes instantaneously. The heretical worldview, in its hatred for the Church and the way of life it engendered, can be understood ultimately as an antithesis to the ideology of medieval Catholicism. The Middle Ages represent a stupendous effort on the part of Western European humanity to build its life on the basis of lofty spiritual values, to comprehend life as a way toward achieving the ideals of Christianity. It was a question of reforming human society and the world, with the aim of their transfiguration into a higher state. The religious principle that underlay this worldview was the doctrine of the incarnation of Christ, an event that illuminated the physical world by means of a union of the divine and the material. In this way, the course of human action was indicated. Actual direction was in the hands of the Catholic Church, and rested upon the doctrine of the Church, as a mystical union of the faithful, embracing the living and the dead. Prayers for the dead were based on this teaching, as were appeals for the intercession of the saints, since all this was seen as various forms of communication between members of one church. The goals Western man had set for himself were not achieved. Undoubtedly, in this case as with any phenomenon of such scope, the basic cause of failure was internal, a result of free choice, of that which in relation to the Catholic Church may be called its sin. Much has been said on this subject, and we shall only mention the frequently encountered point of view according to which the fateful decision for the Church had been in choosing the means for achieving the goal. The forces of the world became such means: power, wealth, coercive authority. But it must not be forgotten that this choice was made in an atmosphere of unceasing struggle against forces hostile to Catholicism. Furthermore, these forces were external, and served as a substantial though not a main cause of the failure that had overtaken the Catholic Church. Among such forces, not the least were the heretical movements. Their activities belonged to that border area where it is so difficult to distinguish between the free seeking after spiritual truth and a conspiracy having as its aim the forcible diversion of mankind from its chosen path. We have seen instances of the way that abstract mystical teachings could be interpreted, even a single generation later, as a basis for the destruction of churches and crucifixes, as a license for the killing of monks and priests. The common people, in turn, responded to heretical teaching with outbreaks of violence against the heretics. These were at first condemned by the Church, but gradually mutual bitterness, fear of the heretics' growing influence, and above all, the temptation of worldly power led to campaigns against the heretics and the institution of the Inquisition. The course that medieval society had set for itself became more and more twisted, and the ideals it held became ever more blurred. There is no doubt that the Middle Ages provided no less reason than other periods of history for dissatisfaction with life and for protest against its darker aspects. But even though criticism of society and of the Church played a great role in the heretics' message, it seems impossible to regard the heresies as mere reactions to injustice and the imperfection of life. In any case, the heresies that we have discussed did not call for the reform of the Church or an improvement in worldly life. The Anabaptists, for example, did not ally themselves either with the Protestant Reformation or the Catholic Counter-Reformation. The latter was quite effective. Instead, the doctrine of these sects called for the complete destruction of the Catholic Church, for the destruction of society as it was known, and until this end could be accomplished, for withdrawal from the world. It was against the fundamental ideas of the Middle Ages, which we have outlined above, that all the heresies were cast. Their teachings amounted to a downright denial of the propositions enumerated above, occasionally presented in mystical form. The Catholic doctrine of the creation of the material world by a wicked god, or a fallen spirit, was designed to destroy the belief that the incarnation of Christ had blessed the flesh and the world. The effect was to create a gap between material and spiritual life, and to tear the members of the sect away from participation in life as it was guided by the Church. In a more symbolic form, this juxtaposition of God and world was expressed in hatred for material representations of Christ and God the Father. It is interesting that one of the most ancient of the known heresies of Western Europe is connected with this. Claudius, Bishop of Turin, 814 to 839, ordered crucifixes and sacred images to be removed from churches. 9. 2. p. 50 Agobard, the Bishop of Lyons, who died in AD 842. Also called for the destruction of sacred objects. 9. 2. pp. 43 to 46. Undoubtedly, the iconoclast movement, which spread throughout the Byzantine Empire in the 8th century, was of the same origin. We mention only in passing that a leading role in this movement was played by Paulicians, the immediate predecessors of the Cathars. The same tendency to sever the ties between God and the world, between spirit and matter, led to the denial of resurrection of the flesh typical of the Cathars. The Waldensian hostility to graveyards and their tradition of burying their dead in wastelands or courtyards are also relevant. The Cathar doctrine that good acts do not lead to salvation, and as a source of pride, are positively harmful, was directed against individual participation in life. The prohibitions against carrying arms, taking oaths and going to court, which were common among Cathars and Waldenses, had a similar function. Cathars of some groups were forbid all contact with laymen, except for attempts to convert them. The ideas of the free spirits and the Adamites were even more radical: denial of property, family, state and all moral norms. The divine leaders of the sect clearly pretended to a much higher position in life than did the Catholic clergy. At the same time, their ideology denied all hierarchy, not only on earth, but in heaven as well. The polemical declarations that they were equal to God in all things, that they could perform miracles, and that Christ had achieved a state of godliness only on the cross, are to be taken in precisely this sense. The denial of baptism for young children, common to almost all the sects, was based on their rejection in principle of the Church as a mystic union. In its place they set their own sect, admission into which was accompanied by baptism permitted solely to adults who consciously accepted its principles. Thus, in contrast to the Catholic Church, the sect was a conscious union of like-minded people. All these individual theses can be reduced to one aim: overcoming the conjunction of God and the world, God and man, which had been accomplished through Christ's incarnation, the fundamental principle of Christianity, at least in its traditional interpretation. There were two ways to achieve this: denial of the world or denial of God. The first path was taken by the Manichaeans and the Gnostic sects, whose teachings conceded the world to the domain of an evil God and recognized, as the sole goal of life, the liberation from matter for those capable of it. The pantheistic sects, on the contrary, not only did not renounce the world, but proclaimed the ideal of the dominion over it again, for a chosen few, while others, the rude folk, were included in the category of the world. In their teachings it is possible to find the prototype of the idea of subjugating nature, which became so popular in subsequent periods. The dominion over the world was considered possible not through the carrying out of God's will, but by denying God and by transformation of the free spirits themselves into gods. The social manifestation of this ideology can be seen in the extreme trends of the Taborite movement. Finally, the Anabaptists apparently tried to find a synthesis of these tendencies. In their militant phase, they preached the dominion of the elect over the world. Moreover, the ideas of dominion completely overshadowed the Christian features of their worldview. For example, Meintzer wrote that his teachings were equally comprehensible to Christians, Jews, Turks and heathens. In their peaceful phase, as can be seen in the example of the Moravian Brethren, withdrawal from the world was predominant. A condemnation of the world and a breaking of all ties with it. The ideas of chileastic socialism constituted an organic part of this outlook. The demands to abolish private property, family, state and all hierarchies in the society of the time aimed to exclude the participants of the movement from the surrounding life. This had the effect of placing them in a hostile, antagonistic relationship with the world. In spite of the fact that these demands did not occupy a quantitatively large place in the overall ideology of the heretical sects, they were so characteristic of it that they could serve to a great extent as an inherent distinguishing feature of the whole movement. Thus Dole Linger, whom we have already cited, characterizes the attitude of the sects toward life as follows: each heretical doctrine that appeared in the Middle Ages bore, in open or concealed form, a revolutionary character. In other words, had it come to power, it would have been obliged to destroy the existing state structure and implement a political and social revolution. The Gnostic sects, Cathars and Albigenses, who provoked the severe and implacable medieval laws against heresies by their activities, and with whom a bloody struggle was carried on, were socialist and communist. They attacked marriage, the family and property. Had they been victorious, the result would have been a traumatic social dislocation, and a relapse into barbarism. It is obvious to anyone familiar with the period that the Waldenses, with their doctrinal denial of oaths and criminal law, could also not have found a place for themselves in the European society of the day. 41, pp. 50-51. In the period when socialist ideas were developing within the framework of the ideology of the heretical movements, they acquired a series of new features which cannot be found in antiquity. In this epoch, socialism turned from a theoretical, scholastic doctrine into a rallying point and a motivating force behind broad popular movements. Antiquity knew harsh national catastrophes that culminated in the ruination of states. The most impoverished groups of the population did on occasion seize power, kill the rich, or oust them from towns. Property was taken and divided, in Kerkyra, in 427 BC, in Samos in 412 and in Syracuse in 317. In Sparta, King Nobis, in 206 BC, divided among his followers not only the property, but also the wives of the rich. However, the popular movements of antiquity did not know the slogans of communality of property, communality of wives, and they were not directed against religion. All these traits emerge in the Middle Ages. Socialist doctrines themselves change, acquiring an intolerant, embittered and destructive character. The idea of dividing mankind into the doomed and the elect makes its appearance, followed by calls to destroy the godless, or the enemies of Christ, i.e., the opponents of the movement. Socialist ideology is imbued with the notion of a coming fundamental break, of the end and destruction of the old world and the beginning of a new order. This concept is interwoven with the idea of imprisonment and liberation, which, beginning with the Cathars, is understood as imprisonment of the soul in matter and as liberation in the other world. Later, the Amoricians and the Free Spirits saw the idea as spiritual liberation through the achievement of godliness in this world. And finally, the Taborites and the Anabaptists conceived of it as material liberation from the power of the evil ones, and as the establishment of the dominion of the elect. Furthermore, socialist ideas in this epoch merge with the concept of universal history derived principally from Joachim of Flor. The realization of the socialist ideal is connected not with the decision of a wise ruler, as in Plato's conception, but is understood as the result of a predetermined process encompassing all history and independent of the will of individuals. A new organizational structure is evolved as well. Socialist ideas develop within it and attempts are made to implement them. This is a sect with the standard concentric structure, a narrow circle of leaders who are initiated into all aspects of the doctrine, and a wide circle of sympathizers who are acquainted only with some of its aspects. The latter group tends to be linked with the sect by ties of an emotional character, which are difficult to describe precisely. The leading role in the development of socialism passes to a new type of individual. The hermetic thinker and philosopher is replaced by the fervent and tireless publicist and organizer, an expert in the theory and practice of destruction. This strange and contradictory figure will reappear in subsequent historical epochs. He is a man of seemingly inexhaustible energy when successful, but a pitiful and terrified nonentity the moment his luck turns against him. In closing this chapter, we turn our attention to an interesting and apparently essential matter, something the reader has undoubtedly noted: the profound dependence of socialist ideology, in the forms it attained in the Middle Ages, on Christianity. In almost all socialist movements, the idea of equality was founded on the equality of all people before God. It was standard practice to refer to the community of apostles in Jerusalem as a model founded on the principles of communality. It is to Christianity that socialism owes its concept of a historic goal, the idea of the sinfulness of the world, its coming end and the last judgment. Such a close link can hardly be explained by the desire to be in accord with accepted authority, or, as Engels has argued, by the fact that the language of religion was the only available idiom in which to express general historical conceptions. The fact that socialism borrowed some of its fundamental ideas from Christianity shows that this was a matter not of mere transference, but of a deeper interaction. The existence of certain related elements in Christianity and socialism is indicated, for example, by the phenomenon of the monastery, which seems to realize socialist principles within Christianity, e.g., the abolition of private property and of marriage. It would be extremely important to discern the aspects shared by Christianity and socialism, to trace how the Christian concepts are redirected within socialism, and ultimately turn into a denial of the fundamental principles of Christianity, for example, when God's judgment over the world is reinterpreted as the judgment of the elect over their enemies, or when the Resurrection of the dead is translated into deification in the sect of free spirits. Such an analysis would undoubtedly explain a great deal about socialist ideology. The socialism of the philosophers. 1. The great utopias. The English Revolution of the 17th century was the last occasion when the heretical movement appeared as one of the major forces shaping the course of history. In later years, the chiliastic sects that had shaken Europe became transformed into such peaceable movements as those of the Mennonites, the Baptists and the Quakers. The socialist ideas of the medieval sects live on, albeit in peaceful form, in their successors. The most graphic manifestation of these ideas are the numerous communist settlements founded by these sects in America during the 18th and 19th centuries. Here we encounter attempts to implement familiar socialist ideals: communality of property, the ban on marriage and family, expressed either as celibacy or as communality of wives and communal upbringing of children. But the socialist ideas themselves acquire a new coloration, they lose their aggressiveness. A lesser role is assigned to propagandizing the doctrine, and the center of gravity is transferred to the life of the isolated community. Thanks to this, the influence of the socialist doctrine does not in these cases extend beyond the limits of the communities that profess them. In this form, socialist ideas lose their incendiary force and cease to inspire massive popular movements. The development of socialist ideas did not cease, of course. On the contrary, in the 17th and 18th centuries, socialist writings literally flooded Europe. But these ideas were produced by different circumstances, and by men of a different mentality. The preacher and the wandering apostle gave way to a publicist and philosopher. Religious exaltation and references to revelation were replaced by appeals to reason. The literature of socialism acquired a purely secular and rationalistic character. New means of popularization were devised. Works on this theme now frequently appear under the guise of voyages to unknown lands, interlarded with frivolous episodes. By the same token, the audience to whom the message is addressed is also different. It is no longer pitched to peasants or craftsmen, but to the well-read and educated public. Thus socialism renounces for a time a direct influence on the broad masses. It is as if after failing in its direct assault on Christian civilization, the movement launches an evasive maneuver which lasts for several centuries. It is only at the very end of the 18th century that socialism once again comes out into the street, and we meet with a fresh attempt to create a popular movement based on its ideology. This break in the development of socialist ideas had begun to take shape far earlier than the English Revolution of the 17th century. In the beginning of the 16th century, at the time of the first tentative steps of the Reformation, a work appeared that exhibited numerous features of the new socialist literature, Thomas More's Utopia. In this work we first meet the literary devices that are later to become standard, e.g., a description of travel to a far-off land and the discovery of a previously unknown, exotic place, where the ideals of socialism have been realized. Not surprisingly, the title of this work has become one of the terms denoting the teaching as a whole, utopian socialism. It would be interesting to investigate the relation between these two periods in the development of socialist ideas, within the heretical movement, and within the framework of Enlightenment literature. What is the influence of the former period on the latter? Through what channels was the tradition transmitted? The author is aware of only one historian who has studied this question, Ludwig Keller, who devoted a series of works to it. Keller points out two avenues by which this occurred, the first being the guilds and workshops, which were closely tied to the heretical movements throughout the Middle Ages and provided a refuge for persecuted heretics. This channel of influence leads to the Masonic movement, and through it to the writers and philosophers of the Enlightenment. The second involves the academies of poets and philosophers of the Renaissance and humanism. Of particular interest are the causes of such a sharp and sudden break in the character of chileastic socialism, and the decline of heretical movements in general. As one obvious explanation, we can point to the victory of the Reformation, which had achieved much of that which the sects had demanded. In particular, it satisfied those sects that had not set themselves the goal of destroying the entire social structure, and thereby decreased the destructive force of the sectarian movement. Utopia by Thomas More. This book was first published in Latin in 1516, and its complete title is A Truly Golden Handbook, no less beneficial than entertaining, about the best state of the Commonwealth and the new island of Utopia. At the time, its author was an influential English statesman with a brilliant career. In 1529, More became Lord Chancellor of England, the first office below the king. But in 1534 he emerged as a strong opponent of the church reform that was being carried out by Henry VIII. He refused to swear allegiance to the king as head of the newly created Anglican Church, was accused of high treason, and beheaded in 1535. 4 centuries later, in 1935, he was canonized by the Catholic Church. Utopia is written in the form of a conversation among the author, his friend Peter Giles, and the traveler Raphael Hythlodaeus. Hythlodaeus had seen the world and was a keen observer of life. Taking part in the voyage of Amerigo Vespucci, he was left, at his own request, with a few companions, near the limits of the last voyage. After wandering over seas and wastelands, Hythlodaeus came upon the island of Utopia, where he found a state organized according to the just laws established long ago by the wise legislator Utopus. In order to appraise correctly the impression made by Utopia on contemporaries, we ought to bear in mind that it was written in the very beginning of the Age of Discovery, before Defoe's and Swift's great novels. The whole of Utopia relates one way or another to 2 subjects: criticism of contemporary European society, and a description of the ideal state on the island of Utopia. This corresponds roughly to the division of the work into 2 parts. The central thesis of the first section is that contemporary European states are tools of the mercenary interests of the rich. When I weigh in my mind all the other states which flourish today, so help me God, I can discover nothing but a conspiracy of the rich, who pursue their own aggrandizement under the name and title of the Commonwealth. 42, p. 138, *. The true source of this situation is private property and money. But, Master More, to speak plainly what is in my mind, as long as there is private property, and while money is the standard of all things, I do not think that a nation can be governed either justly or *. Quotations from More are based primarily on the English translation of H. V. S. Ogden. Page references are to the Russian edition. Happily. 42, p. 73, as long as private property remains, the largest and by far the best part of mankind will be oppressed with an inescapable load of cares and anxieties. 42, p. 74, by way of an example, criminal behavior is discussed. It is attributed entirely to flaws in the social system. What else is this, I ask, but first making them thieves and then punishing them for it? 42, page 57, the laws of the day which punish thieves with death are considered to be not only unjust but ineffective as well. Instead, Hythlodaeus offers the customs he had observed among people living in the mountains of Persia, the Polylorites. I can find no better system in any country. 42, p. 59, the custom calls for a thief to be turned into a state slave. As a sign of his status, a thief's earlobes are notched. The lazy are sooner prompted with blows than punishment with fetters. 42, p. 60. Finally, as a measure against the escape of slaves, informing is encouraged, and rewarded by liberty for slaves, or money for a free man. A runaway slave who is caught is executed, and any free man who helped him is turned into a slave. You can easily see how humane and advantageous these laws are, concludes the narrator. 42, p. 61. The gloomy depiction of contemporary Europe is contrasted with the ideal state on the island of Utopia. More's Utopia is no dry treatise on polyucal systems, but a vivid picture of life. The clothing worn by the inhabitants is described, as are their occupations and amusements, the appearance of their towns, houses and temples. This enables us to discern those traits the author wishes to single out as essential. Utopia is a republic governed by elected officials who are called fathers by their subjects. All of life is regulated by the state. There is no private property and no money. The economy is based on universal labor conscription. In the first place, everyone, or almost so, is obliged to work for a certain period of time in agriculture, for all men and women there is one common occupation, agriculture, from which no one is exempted. 42, p. 83. Upon reaching a certain age, citizens are sent to work in the countryside, where they labor for 2 years before being transferred back to the city. Apart from this, everyone learns some craft, which he practices when he is not at his assigned work. Work is done under the supervision of officials called ciphogrants. The main and sole occupation of the ciphogrants is care and observation lest anyone sit idle. 42, p. 84. The state also regulates the distribution of the population by means of mass resettle. Ments. Each community consists of households for the most part made up of kinsfolk. In order that their cities may not have too many or too few inhabitants, they allow no city to have over 6,000 households. If the population of any of their cities happens to decline so much that it cannot be made good from other parts of the island, the population is built up with citizens from the colonies. This has happened only twice in all their history, both times the result of a devastating plague. 42, p. 88. The narrator notes enthusiastically the uniformity and standardization of dress and way of life. People wear the same sort of clothes throughout the island, except for the distinctions which mark the difference between the married and the unmarried. The fashion of the clothing never changes. 42, p. 83. The color of the cloak is the same throughout the island. Furthermore, it is the natural color of wool. 42, p. 87. There is uniformity in other things as well. There are 54 cities on the island, all large and well built, and with the same language, customs, institutions, and laws. All of them are built on the same plan, as far as the location permits. 42, p. 77. Whoever knows one of the cities will know them all, since they are exactly alike insofar as the terrain permits. 42, p. 80. All products for consumption are distributed at public storehouses. Moreover, everyone may take as much as he needs. Meals are taken in centralized facilities. For it is not forbidden to eat at home, though it is not thought proper. Besides, no one would be so foolish as to prepare a poor meal at home, when there is a sumptuous one ready for him so near at hand. 42, p. 90. The description of these common meals recalls food rationing more than simple distribution. The best of each kind of food is first served to the elders, whose places are distinguished by some mark. Then the rest are served alike. The elders divide the choice bits, of which there is not enough to go around, as they wish. Thus due respect is paid them, yet all the rest fare as well as they. 42, p. 91. Common meals are typical of the general tendency of the whole of life for the utopians. So you see no loafing is tolerated, and there are no pretexts for laziness, or opportunities. There are no taverns or ale-houses, no brothels, no chances for corruption, no hiding places, no secret meetings. Because they live in full view of all, they must do their accustomed labor, and spend their leisure honorably. 42. Every home has folding doors which, easily opened by hand and then closing of themselves, give admission to anyone. As a result, nothing is private property anywhere. Every 10 years they actually exchange their very home by lot. 42, p. 81. In order to take a walk outside the town, it is necessary to get permission from one's father. A wife must ask her husband and a husband his wife. To leave for another town, permission must be obtained from the proper officials. Several travel together, taking a letter from the prince, which certifies that permission to travel has been granted and states the day of return. If any man goes outside his district without leave and is caught without a passport from the prince, he is treated scornfully, brought back as a fugitive and severely punished. If he does it again, he is made a slave. 42, p. 93. We shall give more details on slavery in Utopia somewhat later. In Utopia marriage is monogamous, but there is nothing to indicate whether it is contracted at the will of the bride and groom, or is decided by parents or officials. The state does supervise strictly the observance of chastity prior to marriage, and the faithfulness of the spouses after. Anyone guilty of infraction of these rules is sold into slavery. Utopians compare the contracting of marriage to the selling of a horse, and for this reason, prior to entering into wedlock, the bride is shown to the bridegroom naked, and he to her, for, it is argued, is not the blanket taken off a horse before it is sold. Utopians are not burdened with heavy work. They spend only 6 hours a day on the job, in fact, devoting the rest of the time to the sciences, the arts, and decent entertainment. In spite of this, they experience no material need. This is explained by the fact that in Europe the labor of the poor creates riches, which go to support the idle, while in Utopia everyone works. The enumeration of European idle folk is curious. Almost all the women are first on the list, next come priests and monks, followed by landlords and their servants. Utopians seem to be equal in everything, universal obligatory law. War, the color and cut of dress, housing. But this equality is by no means absolute. Officials are exempted from obligatory work, as well as those who have been officially exempted for profound study of the sciences. 42, p. 86. From this exempted class the scholars, ambassadors, priests and high officials, tranibors, are selected. Yet else, where it is stated that, for the most part, everyone grows up learning his father's craft. 42, p. 83. It seems to follow that a closed class, almost a caste, controls the government. As for the rest of the citizens, the narrator has this to say of them, speaking of the necessity of making laws that are simple and require no complicated interpretation. The common folk with their slow wits are unable to arrive at such conclusions, and their whole life would not suffice for it, as they spend it earning their living. 42, p. 116, and the picture of equality is utterly destroyed when we learn that life in Utopia is largely based on slavery. Slaves do all the dirty work. But slavery seems to have more than just an economic function. Slaves are obtained from two sources. Their slaves are either their own citizens, who have been sentenced to bondage for some crime, or men of other nations, who have been condemned to death. The utopians buy these men at a low price, or more often obtain them free of charge, and bring them home. 42, p. 110, all kinds of slaves are kept constantly at work and are always chained. The utopians treat their native slaves more harshly than the others, thinking them baser and deserving of greater punishment. 42, p. Ill, it is thought that the labor of such people brings more use than their death would. At the same time, their example deters others. If even after this treatment they still rebel and put up resistance, they are slaughtered like wild beasts. 42, p. 114, the account of the utopians includes a description of the prevailing philosophical views of the citizens, based as they are on the notion that pleasure is the supreme goal of life. But pleasure can be renounced. Finally, they believe what religion easily persuades a well-disposed mind to believe, that God repays the loss of a short and transitory pleasure with great and endless joy. 42, p. 107, perfect freedom of conscience prevails in utopia, with only this one reservation instituted by Utopus. He made a solemn and severe law against any who sink so far below the dignity of human nature as to think that the soul dies with the body, or that the universe is carried along by chance without an overruling providence. The utopians believe that after this life there are punishments for wickedness and rewards for virtue. 42, p. 128. Some utopians consider the sun to be a god, others the moon, and still others, certain ancient heroes. But they all recognize some universal deity, unknown, eternal, unfathomable, inexplicable, exceeding human intelligence, penetrating all this world not by its bulk, but by its force. Him they call the Father. 42, p. 126. The holy services of the utopians are in keeping with this kind of abstract theism. The temples have no images of deities. The service consists of the faithful joining the priests in singing praise to God, to musical accompaniment. Women and married men may become priests, and priests may marry. Of late, the narrator informs us, Christianity has become known in Utopia, and has found many adherents there. It is true, however, that a preacher, who had called other religions pagan, and threatened their adherents with eternal fire was arrested and convicted. Of particular interest, is the narrator's opinion that the rapid spread of Christianity in Utopia is explained by the resemblance between the communist structure of the utopian state and the practices of the ancient apostolic community, which are retained even now in the purest of Christian communities. 42, p. 127, the reference to the communist character of the community described in the Acts of the Apostles was a favorite argument of the heretical sects. It is difficult to imagine what the author could have had in mind when he spoke of the purest of Christian communities, except one or another of the heretical sects. If we look upon More as a martyr who gave his life for the ideals of the Catholic Church, it is striking how remote his utopia is from any such ideals. In addition to the sympathetic description of a hedonistic worldview and of a colorless theistic religion, it is possible to find direct, if discreet, attacks on Christianity and the Pope. Apparently no one has yet succeeded in explaining away this disparity. But if Utopia is considered as a work of chileastic socialist literature, it seems surprisingly moderate. There is no mention of any abolition of the family, or of communality of wives. There is no public upbringing of children. It seems that the new and secular movement in socialism did not at first base itself on the extreme beliefs that had been formulated within the heretical movement. Dominican monk, he was then arrested and spent the next 27 years in prison. The remaining years of his life he spent in France. Campanella was a philosopher, a religious thinker and a poet. He proclaimed, earlier than Bacon, the empirical nature of science, advocated the independence of science from church authority and defended Galileo, while he himself was imprisoned by the Inquisition. In the theory of knowledge he was interested in the question of the means by which human consciousness, basing itself solely on subjective sensations, arrives at objective truth. His views on this subject are close to those later elaborated by Kant. His religious views, affirming that all things are with God, were pantheistic in character. In Calabria in 1597, Campanella organized a conspiracy against the Spaniards, to whom the country belonged at that time. The conspiracy failed, and in 1599 Campanella was arrested and put to torture. In 1602 he was condemned to life imprisonment. In 1602, while in prison, he wrote his book City of the Sun. The very title of the work, Civitas Soli, recalls St. Augustine S. Civitas Dei, City of God. It is written in a sparse style, without any embellishments like exotic adventures in strange lands. The book takes the form of a dialogue between two speakers whose names are not even given, the chief host, apparently a reference to the Grand Master of the Knights Hospitallers, and the seafarer, of whom it is only said that he is a citizen of Genoa. The dialogue begins without any explanation with the words of the host, "Please tell me of all your adventures during your last voyage." In reply, the seafarer recounts that on an island in the Indian Ocean he visited the City of the Sun, the life of which he thereupon begins to describe. The political system of the City of the Sun externally resembles a theocracy. Their supreme ruler is a priest who is called Ho, meaning sun in their language, but in our tongue we would call him the metaphysic. 43, p. 146, this curious translation, metaphysic for sun, is not accidental. The role of the sun priest could profitably be compared to the head of a technocratic hierarchy. The post is occupied by the most erudite inhabitant of the city. He knows the history of all nations, their customs, religious rites and laws, and is well versed in all crafts, physical, mathematical and astrological sciences, and is especially knowledgeable in metaphysics and theology. He holds his office until another man is found wiser than his predecessor, and better capable to govern. 43, p. 153. The metaphysic has three co-rulers, pon, sin and more, meaning might, wisdom and love. Each presides over the corresponding aspects of life. In some of its unexpected details, this division is reminiscent of Orwell. For instance, the area of love's responsibility includes not only the supervision of the relations between men and women, of which, later, but also agriculture, stock breeding, and, in general, everything which pertains to food, clothing and sexual relations. 43, p. 149, the metaphysic confers with his three co-rulers, but in major questions his decision is final. Numerous other officials are also mentioned. They are appointed by the four chief rulers, or other members of the administration. There is also a council, to which all citizens over 20 years of age belong, but it seems to possess only an advisory function. Candidates for office are nominated by the council, and confirmed at a conference of officials, and finally by the four rulers. In this connection, one of Campanella's sentences remains unclear, offi. Siles are replaced according to the will of the people. 43 p. 175. The social organization of the city is based on communal life. the implementation of which is directed by the administration. All things are common with them. The distribution of everything is in the hands of the officials, but since knowledge, honor and pleasure are common to all, no one can take anything for himself. They assert that among us property derives from and is maintained by our each having an individual dwelling and a wife and children of his own. From this self-love arises, 43, p. 149, in the author's opinion, the communal principle is at odds with many other relations between men. I am persuaded that the friars and monks and clergy of our country, if they were not seduced by love for their kin and friends, would be more imbued with the spirit of charity. In the city of the sun, citizens get everything they need from the community, and the officials take care to see that no one should get more than he deserves and that no one be refused a necessity. 43, p. 150, houses, dormitories, beds and all necessities they have in common. But every 6 months the superiors decide who is to sleep in what circle, and who in the first dormitory, who in the second. 43, p. 154, the Solarians, citizens of the city of the sun, take their meals together, as in monastery refectories, but the officials get larger and better portions. 43, p. 155, the latter reward the children who excel in studies with part of the most desirable rations. Production is based on universal obligatory labor. There are no slaves among them, we read in one place. In another passage, however, there is the additional comment that slaves taken at war are either sold away, or used for digging ditches, or other heavy work outside the city. 43, p. 169, everyone has the duty of working 4 hours per day. Like More, the author believes that with universal obligatory labor, this amount of work would suffice to provide the state with all the necessities. However, only menial labor seems to be meant here, for later we read, the remaining hours are spent in pleasant occupation. Tie on with the sciences, in discourse and in reading. 43, p. 162. Thus scientific endeavors are not included in the 4 obligatory hours of work. That this labor is truly obligatory can be seen from the following description, but what is excellent and worthy of imitation with them is this: no bodily flaw compels them to idleness, excepting advanced age. When, however, they are still invited to consultations. The lame stand on guard since they have eyesight, the blind card wool and pluck fowl for cushions and feather beds. Those who are deprived of both eyes and hands serve the state with their ears, voice and so on. Finally, if someone possesses but a single limb, he makes use of it for work. In the countryside, earning a good salary and serving as an informer to report to the state everything that he hears. 43, p. 163, the Solarians work in detachments headed by a commander. The commanders of both men's and women's detachments, that is, the heads of 10, 50 or 100 persons, constitute the administrative body of the city immediately below the 4 supreme rulers. 43, page 175, in the chapter on judicial procedures, we read that since the Solarians always walk and work in detachments, there must be 5 witnesses to convict a criminal. 43, p. 177, it seems to follow that division into detachments continues even after work. At any rate, there is no question that Solian life is regulated after work as well. For instance, during hours set aside for rest, even sedentary games are prohibited. The uniformity of life is carried even further. Men and women wear almost identical attire, only the length of the cloak differs slightly. The form and color of clothing is prescribed, whether for wear inside or out of the city. Even the frequency with which clothes are to be changed is fixed. Violation of such prescriptions is a grave crime, and they would certainly put to death a woman who in order to appear beautiful started to rouge her face, or in order to appear tall began to wear shoes with high heels, or took to wearing long dresses in order to hide her unattractive legs. 43, p. 160. The prescriptions concerning celebration of feasts are equally detailed, as are those covering the arts. At celebrations, poets hymn the glorious commanders and their victories, but if one of them adds something of his own, even if adding to the glory of the hero, he is liable to penalty. Unworthy of the name of poet is he who engages in false fabrications. 43, p. 180. The relations of the sexes are kept under a still stricter control. The production of offspring bears directly on the interests of the state, and involves the interests of private persons only to the extent to which they are part of the state. And since individuals for the most part bear offspring wrongly and bring them up badly, to the peril of the state, the sacred duty of supervising this matter, which is considered the fundamental principle of state welfare, is entrusted to state officials, for it is only the community that can vouchsafe this and not private persons. 43, p. 160. The procreation of children is compared to the breeding of livestock, and they mock us in that we zealously care for improved breeds of dogs and horses but at the same time neglect the human race. Therefore, male and female breeders of the best natural qualities are chosen in accordance with the rules of philosophy. 43, p. 160. A series of officials, the heads of labor brigades, an astrologer, and a physician, decide which man should share the bed of which woman and how often. Copulation itself takes place under the supervision of a special official. In this connection a number of rules are set forth, which we will refrain from quoting. Relations between the sexes are considered to have, apart from procreation, only one other function: satisfaction of a purely physiological need. Therefore, in cases of extreme need, men are permitted to copulate with sterile or pregnant women. This is, however, possible only with the permission of a special chief of childbearing and on application from lower officials of the same agency, who keep this aspect of life in the city under constant supervision. The rights of a woman are determined by similar considerations. If a woman does not conceive from one man, she is joined with another. If she turns out to be sterile in this case too, she passes into common use but no longer enjoys respect. 43, p. 157. It goes without saying that the upbringing of children is also in the hands of the state. The children, once weaned, are placed in the charge of the mistresses, if they are girls, or with the masters, if they are boys. 43, p. 159. Children being educated are also divided into detachments. After their 7th year they start natural sciences, then proceed to other disciplines at the discretion of the administration. Less capable children are sent to the countryside, but some who prove to be more capable are accepted back in the city. 43, p. 152. Finally, education ends and the young individuals are ready to perform their basic function, to become officials in the state. Subsequently, they all receive positions in the area of those sciences, or crafts, for which they have the greatest aptitude, in each case as advised by the leader or supervisor. 43, p. 152. In this society, naturally, there are no kinship relations. All persons of the same age call one another brother. Those who are 22 years older they call father, and those who are 22 years younger, son. And the officials attend to it carefully that no one offends another in this brotherhood. 43, p. 149. The last sentence shows that in order to maintain communal life, In the City of the Sun, the abolition of family, property, freedom of work and creativity are insufficient. Campanella realizes this clearly and gives a detailed description of the system of punishments, which guarantee the stability of the social structure. Considered as crimes are ingratitude, malice, failure to give due respect to another, sloth, despondency, anger, buffoonery and falsehood, which they hate more than the plague. And the guilty are deprived of the common table, or relations with women, or other honors and advantages. 43, p. 151, sodomy is punished by forced wearing of disgraceful clothing and, if repeated, by death. Those guilty of violence are subject to execution, or punishment according to the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth and so on. 43, p. 176. The punishments for military crimes are severe. The first man, who takes flight, can avoid death only if the entire army pleads for his life, and certain soldiers take it upon themselves to suffer punishment for the guilty party. But this indulgence is given rarely and only when there are extenuating circumstances. A man who failed to bring help when needed to an ally or a companion is punished by the rod. For failure to follow orders, the culprit is thrown into a pit, to be torn to pieces by wild beasts. He is given a truncheon, and if he succeeds in killing the lions and bears that attack him, which is almost impossible, he is pardoned. 43, p. 167. Particularly noteworthy here is this early formulation of the idea that the accused should be granted a semblance of rights in order to give the appearance of justice to his sentence. There is no separation between the judicial and executive branches. Everyone is judged by the senior master of his or her craft. Thus all the senior masters are judges, and can sentence a person to exile, flogging, reprimand, deprivation of the common table and exclusion from the company of women. 43, p. 176. There are no professional executioners, either. They have no hangman, so as not to defile their state. The death penalty is carried out only by the hand of the people, who kill or stone the transgressor. Some are allowed to take their own lives. Such persons surround themselves with small bags of powder which they set on fire and burn, while those present encourage them to die with dignity. All citizens meanwhile lament and beseech God to appease his wrath, grieving that they have been brought to the necessity of cutting off a rotten limb of the state. How ever they persuade and cajole the transgressor, until he himself acquiesces to his punishment and wishes for his death, otherwise he may not be executed. But if the crime is committed either against the liberty of the state, or against God, or the supreme authorities, then the sentence is carried out without delay or mercy. 43, pp. 176 to 177. Punishment is regarded as an element in the education of citizens. The defendant makes peace with his accusers and the witnesses, as though with physicians, who had treated his disease, embracing and kissing them. And the sentences are genuine and reliable remedies, and are seen as something pleasant rather than as punishment. 43, pp. 176, 173. A religion of the sun is practiced in Campanella's state, and in the sun they perceive and recognize God, calling the sun an image, a likeness and a living effigy of God from whom proceeds light, warmth, vital power and all things good. Therefore, they have erected an altar in the form of the sun, and their priests worship God in the sun and the stars, regarding these as his altars and the sky as his temple. 43, p. 182. Two specific aspects of these religious beliefs can be noted. First, of all, this is a state religion, and the governing of the state coincides with the priestly function. Therefore, the head of state is simultaneously the chief priest, and since he is called Son, he is apparently perceived as an incarnation of God. Of the officials, only the senior ones are priests. Their duties include purging the consciences of the citizens. The whole city in secret confession, which is also practiced among us, reveals its offenses to the authorities, who thus simultaneously purify souls and come to know the sins to which the people are particularly given. 43, p. 178. Hence administrative and priestly functions are concentrated in the same hands which, as we have seen earlier, possess the authority to impose any kind of penalty. At the same time, the religion of the Son can be seen as veneration of the universe, rationalistically perceived as an ideal mechanism. In other words, it is a synthesis of religion and natural science with an astrological bias. This accords with what we noted earlier. The title of the chief priest, son, is translated as metaphysic, and the right to this post is determined by vast scientific knowledge. A similar impression is produced by the description of the Temple of the Sun, which occupies the central position in the city. It resembles a museum of natural history far more than a church. At the altar only a large globe representing the sky and another representing the earth are seen. Furthermore, on the vault of the main dome all celestial stars from the first to the sixth magnitude are depicted, with their names and their power to influence terrestrial events inscribed below each in 3 lines of verse. 43, p. 145. The smaller dome is crowned only by a kind of weather vane showing the directions of the wind, of which they distinguish up to 36. 43, p. 146. The word only seems to emphasize that the weather vane occupies the place given to the cross in Christian churches. In general, one gets the impression that throughout his work Campanella scattered remarks indicating hostility to the Catholic Church, or to Christianity. Moreover, these seem close in spirit to the attitude of some heretical sects. These hints are tendered obliquely and cautiously, and necessarily so, since City of the Sun was written in the prison of the Inquisition where Campanella was being kept in a cage-like cell. A veiled taunt of this type seems to have been intended by the enumeration of strange fish depicted on the town walls. The list begins with the bishop fish and ends with the male member fish. The following passage probably serves a similar function. Dead bodies are not buried, but to prevent pestilence are burned and turned into fire, a noble and living element that comes from the sun and returns to the sun. By this method no chance is given for idolatry. 43, p. 180. The last sentence is clearly directed against the veneration of relics. This is an early attempt to reinforce the ideological objections to Christian rites by purely utilitarian and hygienic arguments. The following ironic sentence is also intended as a thrust at Christianity. After all is said and done, they recognize that happy is the Christian satisfied with the belief that such great confusion, the appearance of evil in the world, happened because of Adam's fall. 43, p. 186. An agnostic concept in concealed form seems to be presented in the following sentence. They also considered it possible that the acts of the lower world are governed by some lower deity, at the connivance of the primary deity, but now suppose this opinion to be ridiculous. 43, p. 185. It is undoubtedly no accident that Jesus Christ is depicted on a wall of the city, in a gallery together with all the inventors of the sciences, and of armament and the legislators. True, Christ occupies a most honorable place next to Moses *, Osiris, Jupiter, Lycurgus, Solon and others. Several years after City of the Sun, Campanella wrote another work, On the Best State, in which he analyzes certain objections to the social concept expressed in his first book. He justifies, in particular, the communality of property by reference to the apostolic community, and cautiously defends the communality of wives by quoting various F.A. The rest of the Church. Especially interesting is the passage where he asserts that the possibility of such a state is confirmed by experience, and this, moreover, has been demonstrated by monks and lately by the Anabaptists, who live in communes. If they possessed the true dogma of the faith, they would have succeeded in this even more. Oh, were they not heretics, and should they do justice as we preach it, then they would serve as an exemplar of this truth. The Law of Freedom, by Gerard Winstanley. In the previous chapter, we spoke about the socialist movement of the diggers of the time of the English Revolution. We also quoted from pamphlets by the most important theoretician of this movement, Gerard Winstanley. The Law of Freedom is the most systematic and complete exposition of his ideas. This work belongs to utopian literature and contains a detailed plan of the new society that is based, to a significant degree, on socialist principles. The Law of Freedom was published in 1652. It begins with a salutation to His Excellency Oliver Cromwell, General of the Commonwealth's Army in England, Scotland and Ireland. Winstanley points out to Cromwell that despite the victory of the Revolution and the execution of the king, the position of the common folk has not improved. They continue to be burdened with taxes and to suffer under the sway of the rich, the lawyers and the priests. The promise that all popery and episcopacy and tyranny should be rooted out has not been kept. The soldiers now ask what they were fighting for. And Winstanley appeals to Cromwell to give true liberty to the oppressed common people. The main part of the work begins with an attempt to find out where true freedom lies. Winstanley believes that it resides in the free use of the fruits of the earth. A man had better to have had no body than to have no food for it. 35, pp. 295. More specifically, true freedom consists of the free use of land. For the sake of land, kings declare wars, ministers preach, and the rich oppress the poor. And this outer bondage engenders inner bondage, the inward bondages of the mind, as covetousness, pride, hypocrisy, envy, sorrow, fears, desperation and madness, are all occasioned by the outward bondage that one sort of people lay upon another. 35, p. 295. Proceeding from this materialist view of society, Winstanley develops a plan for a new social structure, in which private land use is able and where external and internal bondage disappear as a result. Subordination of private interests to common interests is put forward as the basic principle of social organization. There is but bondage and freedom, particular interest or common interest, and he who pleads to bring in particular interest into a free commonwealth will presently be seen and cast out as one bringing in kingly slavery again. 35, p. 342. More specifically, according to Winstanley's scheme, private land ownership, trade and money are done away with. Land is tilled by individual large families under the supervision and control of state officials. Implements are kept in each family, but not as private posses. Scions, the head of the family is responsible for their care, under penalty of law. Horses are allotted by the state. After the harvest, all produce is brought to a state warehouse. Craftsmen are in the same position. They get raw materials from state storehouses and deliver their products there. They work either in families or in communal workshops. Citizens are transferred by the administration from one family to another, depending on the demand for manpower or their skills for a specific job. Besides free citizens, those who have been deprived of their freedom by the courts also work. Sometimes Winstanley refers to them as bondsmen. They work at the same jobs as the free men, but generally do the more menial tasks. They are supervised by officials called taskmasters. If they do their tasks, the taskmaster is to allow them sufficient victuals and clothing to preserve the health of their bodies. But if they prove desperate, wanton or idle, and will not quietly submit to the law, the taskmaster is to feed them with short diet, and to whip them, for a rod is prepared for the fool's hack, till such time as their proud hearts do bend to the law. And if any of these offenders run away, there shall be hue and cry sent after him, and he shall die by the sentence of the judge when taken again. 35, p. 335. The status of slave does not automatically extend to relatives, if they have done no wrong. The purpose of slavery is to re-educate citizens who have strayed in order to kill their pride and unreasonableness, that they may become useful men in the Commonwealth. 35, p. 386. All necessities are obtained from state shops free of charge. Here, a difficulty clearly arises, for covetous, proud and beastly-minded men desire more, either to lie by them to look upon, or else to waste and spoil it upon their lusts, while other brethren live in straits for want of the use thereof. But the laws and faithful officers of a free commonwealth do regulate the unrational practice of such men. 35, p. 369. Indeed, according to the law, the head of a family that consumes more than it needs is punished first by public reprimand and then by being made a bondsman for a fixed term. The same solution is proposed for another difficulty: how to provide motivation for everyone to work the necessary time, and with the necessary productivity in the absence of a material incentive. A citizen who refuses to carry out assigned work, or a youth avoiding apprenticeship in a craft, is first punished by public reprimand. If this does not help, he is then whipped, and should he repeat his offense once more, he is made a bondsman. The basic economic and administrative unit of the state is the family. It is headed by a father or master. The list of the officials of the free commonwealth begins thus: in a private family, a father or master is an officer. 35, p. 324. Regarding his relationship to other family members, he is to command them their work and see they do it, and not suffer them to live idle. He is either to reprove by words or whip those who offend, for the rod is prepared to bring the unreasonable ones to experience and moderation. 35, p. 325. Apparently, blood relationships do not play a substantial role. The father can get dismissed for some offense and be replaced by another person. Family members can be transferred to another family if necessary. Beginning with the family, the state is built up of bigger and bigger units that are administered by the officials listed by Winstanley. Those who govern the unit immediately superior to the family are a peace maker, a fourfold office of overseers, a soldier, a taskmaster, an executioner. The peacemaker is obliged to appeal to the conscience of offenders, or to dispatch them to a province or county at the discretion of a judge. The taskmasters supervise production and consumption within the families. As for soldiers, the author states that in fact, all officials are soldiers. 35, p. 333. The function of soldiers, in the direct sense of the word, is to offer assistance to officials and to provide defense for them during times of disorder. The taskmaster is in charge of those sentenced to forced labor. The executioner is obliged to cut off the head, hang or shoot to death, or whip the offender according to the sentence of law. 35, p. 335. All posts, from the lowest to the highest, are filled by election on a yearly basis. The country is governed by a parliament, also re-elected annually. All citizens may vote from the age of 20 and are eligible for election at 40. Many citizens, however, are deprived of active participation in governing. Some are even disenfranchised. All uncivil livers, as drunkards, quarrellers, fearful ignorant men, who dare not speak truth lest they anger other men, likewise all who are wholly given to pleasure and sports, of men who are full of talk. All these are empty of substance, and cannot be experienced men, therefore not fit to be chosen officers in a commonwealth, yet they may have a voice in the choosing. Secondly, all those who are interested in the monarchical power and government ought neither to choose nor be chosen officers to manage the Commonwealth's affairs, for these cannot be friends to common freedom. 35, p. 321. Others deprived of rights include all those who have been so hasty to buy and sell the Commonwealth's land, and so to entangle it upon a new account. These are covetous men, not fearing God, and their portion is to be cast without the city. Of peace amongst the dogs. 35, pp. 322, 323, earlier, during the first period of the Digger movement, Winstanley had been an opponent of all coercion and state power. He believed that law was necessary for those living under the curse of property, but that it becomes unnecessary for those who live under principles of justice and community. In the pamphlet, Letter to Lord Fairfax, he asserts that no one who obeyed just law would dare to arrest or enslave a neighbor. Following the logic of all such movements, however, Winstanley, in his Law of Freedom published just 3 years later, readily grants that in the state he is planning it will be possible to arrest, and literally, enslave one's neighbor. His work contains a detailed account of the punishments to be invoked. He who strikes his neighbor shall be struck himself by the executioner, blow for blow, and shall lose eye for eye, tooth for tooth, limb for limb, life for life, and the reason is that men may be tender of one another's bodies, doing as they would be done by. 35, pp. 375 to 380, striking an official is punishable by a year of forced labor. He who endeavors to stir up contention among neighbors, by talebearing or false report, is at first reproved, then whipped. Third offenders become servants for 3 months, and if the offense is reported once again, he shall be a servant forever. 35, p. 380, forced labor is the penalty for failing to render assistance to the taskmaster, or for attempting to engage in buying and selling. An actual sale or purchase of land is punishable by death. A man who calls land his own is to be set upon a stool and held up to ridicule, and if he becomes abusive, he can be executed. The army is fundamental to the state. It is divided into the officers' corps, made up of all officials, and the soldiers, made up of the general population. The use or work of a fighting army in a commonwealth is to beat down all that arise to endeavor to destroy the liberties of the commonwealth. It must defend the state against those who seek their own interest and not common freedom, and through treachery do endeavor to destroy the laws of common freedom, and to enslave both the land and people of the commonwealth to their particular wills and lusts. 35, p. 357, the army also opposes for Rafi enemies. It has one more function, the establishment of the law of freedom in other lands. If a land be conquered and so enslaved as England was under the king's and conquering laws, then an army is to be raised with as much secrecy as may be, to restore the land again, and set it free, that the earth may become a common treasury to all her children. 35, p. 358, in many respects, Winstanley's socialist concepts, as we have seen, are much more moderate than those of his predecessors More and, especially, Campanella. Only private ownership of land, labor products, and, partly, that which later came to be called the means of production are abolished. There is no mention of communal wives or the communal upbringing of children. In fact, Winstanley frequently objects to more extreme views, obviously attacking other more radical trends. In the section, A Short Declaration to Take Off Prejudice, he writes, "Some, hearing of this common freedom, think there must be a community of all the fruits of the earth whether they work or no, therefore strive to live idle upon other men's labor. Others, through the same unreasonable beastly ignorance, think there must be a community of all men and women for copulation, and so strive to live a bestial life." 35, p. 302, the author asserts that, on the contrary, family lies will live separately, and own their own furnishings in peace. 35, p. 288. Laws must insulate citizens from those who hold such false opinions, and punish such ignorant and insane behavior. In one area, however, Winstanley went much further than Moore and Campanella, in his attitude toward religion. The lukewarm attitude toward religion and the church of the earlier two writers goes hand in hand with their slant toward pantheism, and their tendency to deify the mechanism of the universe. In Winstanley, on the other hand, we meet with an open hostility to the church, and a complete replacement of religion by ethics and rational science. He sees the chief goal of the religion of his day as assisting the rich in exploiting the poor. This divining doctrine, which you call spiritual and heavenly things, is the thief and the robber. 35, p. 351, this doctrine is made a cloak of policy by the subtle elder brother, to cheat his simple younger brother of the freedoms of the earth. Winstanley asserts, they who preach this divining doctrine are murderers of many a poor heart, who is bashful and simple. 35, p. 352, so that this divining spiritual doctrine is a cheat, for while men are gazing up to heaven, imagining after a happiness, fearing a hell after they are dead, their eyes are put out, that they see not what is their birthright, and what is to be done by them here on earth while they are living. 35, p. 353, but the end of this deception is near, according to the author. And all the priests and clergy and preachers of these spiritual and heavenly things, as they call them, shall take up the lamentation, which is their portion, alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city divinity, which hath filled the whole earth with her sorcery and deceived all people, so that the whole world wondered after this beast. How is it fallen, and how is her judgment come upon her in 1 hour? And further, as you may read, Reverend 1810, 35, p. 354, in Winstanley's future society, ministers of religion will be elected for 1 year, just as all the officials are. The duties of the Commonwealth's clergy consist of carrying out functions that, from the usual point of view, have nothing whatever to do with religion. The minister is obliged to give sermons on the affairs of the whole land, as it is brought in by the postmaster, and on the law of the Commonwealth, and to comment on the acts and passages of former ages and govern setting forth the benefits of freedom by well-ordered governments, as well as on all arts and sciences, physic, chirurgery, astrology, astronomy, navigation, husbandry and such like. Finally, speeches may be made sometimes of the nature of mankind, of his darkness and of his light, of his weakness and of his strength, of his love and of his envy. 35, pp. 345 to 346. Moreover, any experienced person may deliver a sermon, not only a minister. Thus, under the name of clergy, Winstanley intends a class of people engaged in propagandizing the official worldview and fulfilling, to an extent, the role of educators. To the objections of a hypothetical, zealous but ignorant professor, Winstanley replies, to know the secrets of nature is to know the works of God, and to know the works of God within the creation is to know God himself, for God dwells in every visible work or body. 35, p. 348, 2. The socialist novel in the 16th century, and the first half of the 17th century. We encounter several works of socialist thought separated by lengthy intervals of several decades, or even longer. Toward the end of the 17th century and in the 18th, the situation changes. A steady stream of socialist literature comes into being. Socialist ideology comes into fashion and acquires an influence, in one form or another. A majority of the thinkers of the time are affected by it. We can distinguish two trends in the general course of things: entertaining socialist novels intended for a broad audience, and the drier socialist literature, of a philosophical and sociological character. The sources of both types of writing are in Moore and Campanella, but by the late 17th century the differences become substantial and the two currents each attain a distinct character. History of the Severites, L'Histoire des Sévérams, by Denis Verras, may be considered the first of the typical socialist novels. Volume 1, particularly interesting as a specimen of this new literature, was published in 1675. Adventures at sea are recounted, a shipwreck, landing on an unknown continent, and the story of the traveler's life on shore. Finally, the travelers meet the inhabitants of the continent and become acquainted with their strange life. Instead of the dry descriptions of Moore and Campanella, we are given vivid travel impressions rendered by the narrator, Captain Sidon. Almost the entire book is devoted to the account of his travels across the land of the Severites and what he saw there. Only the last 10 pages contain a description of the state and economic structure of the place. The state was founded by a Persian named Severias, who discovered the continent and encountered the savage tribes living there in conditions of primitive communism, with communality of property and wives. By a series of ruses, he convinces them that he has arrived from the sun to tell them the laws and the will of the god of the sun. These laws were accepted by the people, and have shaped the structure of their state. The religion of the sun is accepted and the sun itself is proclaimed king of the land. The sun appoints a viceroy from among the inhabitants. In practice, the post of viceroy is filled by lot from among 4 candidates proposed by the Council of High Officials. The viceroy has absolute power, limited only by the right of the council to declare him mentally incapacitated. Beneath the viceroy there is a complex hierarchy of officials, partly elected by the people and partly appointed from above. These officials enjoy numerous privileges. They have more wives than other citizens, personal slaves, better houses, food and cloth. The great mass of the population, all handsome and well-built people, live a carefree and happy life in well-organized cities and magnify communal abodes. A third part of the day, they work under the supervision of officials, and spend the rest of the time sleeping or enjoying themselves. Beneath them on the social ladder are the state and private slaves, who are obtained as tribute from conquered nations. They do the heavy work and their women serve as concubines to citizens and foreign guests. The economy is based on complete state ownership. Severias abolished the right of property, deprived private persons of it, and willed it so that all land and wealth should belong exclusively to the state to dispose of it in such a way that subjects could receive only what was granted them by officials. 44, p. 422, the entire population lives and works in communes of 1,000 persons. These are located in large square houses. The communes turn in the products of their work to the state warehouses, where they also receive all their necessities. In particular, they are all issued standard clothing. It varies only in color, depending on the age group of the owner. The state takes care of all this, demanding neither taxes nor tolls, and the whole people under the government of the monarch lives in happy affluence, and with well-secured rest. All citizens are obliged to work to maintain the state warehouses, and for fear lest they grow restive in plenty and entertainment, or be softened by idleness. 44, p. 423. All the citizens of the land are beautiful and of fine bearing. Cripples are exiled to remote towns, as are sterile women. The government painstakingly sees to the complete isolation of the country from the external world, but the Severites are aware of the latest developments in engineering and the sciences in Europe and Asia. This is possible because people are sent regularly to foreign lands in order to learn languages and all other useful knowledge. When abroad, citizens are forbidden to tell anything at all about their country. To guarantee that they return home, they are not permitted to leave their native land until they are able to put up at least 3 children as a pledge. History of the Severites gives us a notion of the socialist novels that followed it. We shall therefore only briefly note a few other examples that illustrate various aspects of this genre. The Southern Land, L'Arte Australe Connu, ascribed by Bayle to Gabriel de Foigny, a monk from Lorraine, appeared in 1676. It is the story of a voyage to the still unknown fifth part of the globe, in the southern hemisphere. The land discovered by the travelers is inhabited by an androgynous people, the Australians. Their life is founded on complete freedom. Everyone acts as his reason dictates. There is only a single law according to which all must give birth to at least one child. The inhabitants exist in complete innocence, knowing neither clothing nor government nor the words thine and mine. Everyone receives an identical upbringing, which from early infancy instills in the inhabitant the idea that all are equal. 45. The Adventures of Telemachus, Les Aventures de Télémaque, by Fenelon appeared in 1699. The interest of this book lies in the fact that it surveys not only the ideal socialist society, but intermediate forms as well. The first and second phases of socialism are discussed. In Quest of Odysseus, Telemachus visits 2 different communities, Boetica and Salentum. Land tenure in Boetica is communal. All property land, fruit of the earth and trees, cows and goats' milk, is held in common. Most of the inhabitants are tillers or herdsmen. The arts are considered harmful and there are almost no craftsmen. The citizens see their happiness in simplicity, thanks to which no one feels any deprivation. They live in families in conditions of perfect equality. Salentum had been brought to economic ruin by the extravagant and proud King Idomeneus. Mentor, the wise old man who accompanies Telemachus, and who is in reality the goddess Minerva in disguise, establishes a new regime, which is an intermediate stage on the path to complete communality. The population is divided into 7 classes, each with its own prescribed type of dwelling, clothing, food, furniture, and parcel of land. Private ownership is preserved, but in a limited form. No one possesses more land than is necessary for his subsistence. Trade is also permitted. 46. The Republic of Philosophers, or the History of the Ajawians, attributed to Fontenelle, appeared in 1768. A storm tosses some travelers onto an unknown shore, the island of Ajao. The island had many years before been conquered by the Ajawians, who annihilated a large part of the indigenous population and made slaves of the rest. Production is based on slave labor. The slaves live in barracks, where they are locked in at night. The number of slaves is strictly controlled, excess children were once killed, but at present they are taken to the shore of China and abandoned there. The free population of the island, the Ajawians, live in complete communality. The words mine and thine are unknown to them. The entire land belongs to the state, which regulates its cultivation and distributes its products. Everyone is obliged to work in agriculture for a certain length of time. Crafts are organized in the same way. It is the duty of all citizens to enter into marriage. Moreover, every man has 2 wives. Children are brought up not by their parents, but in state schools. The Ajauians have no cults, no priests or sacred books. They worship nature as their good mother. They recognize no supreme being but believe that everything living has intelligence. They believe that the soul is material and mortal. 47. The Southern Discovery by a Flying Man, or the French Daedalus, very philosophical novel by Restif de la Breton, appeared in 1781. The Complicated Plot, a love story, the invention of a means of flying with artificial wings, the founding of a new state in the southern hemisphere, leads to the discovery of Megapatagonia, the antipode of France. The basic law of this country is communality. Without perfect equality, there is neither virtue nor happiness. Let everything be held in common among equals. Let every one work for the common good. 48, p. 133. 12 hours daily are given over to work in common, and the other 12 to relaxation and sleep. Meals are taken in common. All social distinctions are determined solely by age. Power is in the hands of the old men. Marriage is temporary, contracted for 1 year. Emotions are not much taken into account. Only services to the state entitles one to beautiful girls. The right of first choice therefore belongs to old men of 150 years or more. When the wife becomes pregnant, the marriage is dissolved. The woman nurses her child at first, then hands it over to official tutors. The relations between fathers and children are, essentially the same as between persons who hardly know one another. All children are children of the people. 48, p. 138. Dramatic works and painting are forbidden. The Megapatagonians assert that they wish only real things, and only have time to enjoy the genuine pleasures, never thinking of imaginary ones. However, there is music among them, and they sing songs glorifying great men. Pleasure and love. All other subjects are banned from poetic expression. The ethics of this society is based on obtaining the greatest possible pleasure. Get rid of all unpleasant sensations, use everything that legitimately supplies pleasure, but without weakening or overstraining the organs. 48, p. 149. What especially strengthens sound morals? Among us is the fact that moral questions are not left to the whim of private persons. Thanks to our equality and our communality, the accepted morality is uniform and public. 48, p. 151. Megapatagonians describe the content of their religious doctrine thus: to use one's organs in accordance with the intention of nature. Abusing nothing and neglecting nothing. 48, p. 140. In answer to the question of temples, they point to the sky and to the earth. They esteem the sun as the universal father and the earth as the universal mother. 3. The age of enlightenment. We now turn to sociological and philosophical socialist literature, once again touching on but a few works which exerted the greatest influence on the development of chiastic socialism. Jean Meslier's Testament stands out among writings of this type by many aspects of its composition, by its unusual fate, as well as by the astonishing figure of its author. Throughout his adult life, Jean Meslier, 1664 to 1729, was a priest in Champagne. His testament became known in copies and excerpts only in 1733, after his death. Voltaire and other representatives of the Enlightenment found the book of great interest, but so dangerous that they never dared to publish its complete text. The first full edition appeared only in 1864, in Amsterdam. The main distinguishing feature of the Testament is that its socialist conception is merely an outgrowth of the central idea of the work, the struggle with religion. Meslier saw nothing in religion other than a social role, which consists, in his opinion, of the furtherance of violence and social inequality by means of deceit and propagation of superstitions, in short, all that your theologists and priests preach to you with such eloquence and fervor. All this is in reality nothing but illusion, error, falsehood, fabrication and deception. These things were first invented by sly and cunning politicians, repeated by impostors and charlatans, then given credence by ignorant and benighted men from the common folk, and finally supported by the power of monarchs, and the mighty who connived at the deceit and error, superstitions and fraudulence, and perpetuated them by their laws so as to bridle the masses in this way and make them dance to their tune. 49, pp 67-69, these two passions, hatred for God and for any kind of inequality or hierarchy, are the driving forces of the Testament. Meslier considers religion to be responsible for the majority of human misfortunes. In particular, it sows dissent and promotes religious wars. But at the same time, he himself calls with sincere conviction for an uprising, the killing of kings, and the annihilation of all who could be considered more fortunate and prosperous. In this connection, I am reminded of the wish of one man, who expressed the desire that all the mighty of this world and the noble lords be hanged and strangled with loops made of priests' bowels. This judgment is certainly somewhat coarse and harsh, but there is some naive frankness about it. It is brief but eloquent and in a few words expresses what people of this kind really deserve. 49, p. 7i, to Meslier religion was an absurd superstition that cannot survive the slightest brush with reason. Of all the religions, the most absurd is the religion of the Christians, whom he calls Christ worshippers. But it would be wrong to seek the reason for this attitude in an overly rationalistic turn of mind of the author. Refuting Christianity, Meslier is at the same time ready to believe the wildest superstitions and to repeat the most absurd rumors. For instance, it seems nonsensical to him that God could have had but a single son, while much lesser creatures are much better endowed. Many animals bear 10 or 12 offspring at once. They say that a Polish countess, named Margaret, has given birth to 36 babies at once. And a Dutch countess, also Margaret, who had laughed at a poor woman burdened with children, gave birth to as many children as there are days in the year, that is, 365, and all of them later got married. See the Annals of Holland and Poland. 49, p. 19, it is clear that Meslier's point of departure is a hatred for God, and that his arguments are merely an attempt to justify this sentiment. The person of Christ is especially hateful to him, and here he literally runs out of terms of abuse. And what of our God and Christ worshippers? To whom do they ascribe divinity? To the paltry man who had neither talent, nor intelligence, nor knowledge, nor skill, and was utterly scorned in the world. Whom do they ascribe it to? Shall I say? Indeed I shall. They ascribe it to the lunatic, demented, wretched bigot, and ill-starred gallows bird. 49, p. 25, the champion of the rights of the poor perceives irrefutable proof of Christ's teaching in the fact that he was always poor, and was merely the son of a carpenter. 49, p. 26, religion is the source of most social evils, and, in particular, of inequality, which is maintained solely by its authority. Meslier recognizes the need for some dependence and subordination in every society. But at present, power is based on violence, murder and crime. In his testament, there is nothing said about concrete measures for improving the position of the poor nor about the rich doing something to help. The book merely fans the hatred of the former for the latter. You are told, dear friends, about devils. They frighten you with the devil's name alone. You are forced to believe that devils are the most evil and repulsive of creatures, that they are the worst enemies of humankind, that they strive only to ruin people and render them unhappy in hell forever. But no, dear friends, that for you. The most evil and true devils, those you ought to fear, are those people of whom I speak. You have no worse and no more evil enemies than the noble and the rich. 49, 2, p. 166. The essence and true cause of inequality is private property, which also is justified by religion. For this reason some drink and stuff themselves, wallowing in luxury, while others die from starvation. For this reason some are almost always happy and gay, while others are eternally sad and grieving. 49, 2, p. 201, Meslia's entire social program comes down to a few lines. What a great happiness it would be for people if they used all life's blessings together. 49, 2, p. 209, in a just society, Meslia feels, production and consumption must be organized according to principles of communality. People ought to possess all wealth and riches of the earth together, and on equal terms, and also use them together and equitably. 49, 2, p. 198, food, clothing, education for children, ought not to differ greatly in different families. Everyone ought to work under the guidance of wise elders. In another passage, Meslia speaks about elected officials. These measures would lead to miraculous results. No one would be in need. Everyone would love his neighbor. Heavy work, deceit, vanity would all disappear. Then, Meslia says, no unhappy people would be seen on earth, whereas at present we come across them on every hand. 49, 2, p. 217, family relations would also change, for a great evil introduced by the Church would fall away, the indissolubility of marriage. It is necessary to provide the identical freedom to men and to women to come together without hindrance, following their own inclination, and the freedom also to separate and leave one another when life together becomes intolerable, or when a new attraction moves them to contract in a new union. 49, 2, p. 214, Meslia's testament leaves the impression of a profoundly personal work revealing intimate aspects of its author's personality. Therefore, the passages that bear directly on this personality are especially interesting. The book opens with Meslia addressing his parishioners. Dear friends, during my lifetime, I was unable to say openly what I have thought about the order and method of governing men, of their religion and their rights, for this would have been fraught with highly dangerous and lamentable consequences. Therefore, I decided to tell you this after my death. 49, p. 55, Meslia says of himself, I never was so foolish as to attach any significance to the sacraments and absurdities of religion. I have never felt bent to take part in them or even to speak of them with respect and approval. 49, 2, p. 73. With all my heart, I detested the absurd duties of my profession, and especially the idolatrous and superstitious masses, and nonsensical and ridiculous Holy Communion, that I was obliged to perform. 49, p. 77, the book ends with these words. After all I have said, let people think about me, let them judge me and say of me and do whatever they please. I do not care. Let people adapt themselves and govern themselves as they please, let them be wise or mad, let them be kind or evil, let them speak of me as they please after my death. I will have nothing to do with it at all. I have given up almost any participation in the things of the world. The dead with whom I will travel the same road are troubled. By nothing, they care for nothing. And with this nothing I shall end here. I myself am not more than nothing and soon will be, in the full sense of the word, nothing. 49, 2, p. 377, these were not idle words. Meslier committed suicide at the age of 65. The history of the Testament is curious. Its full text, or perhaps a series of extracts, came into the hands of Voltaire, who was greatly impressed. He wrote of the work, "This is a composition of absolute necessity for demons, an excellent catechism of Beelzebub. Know that it is a rare book, a perfection." 49, 3, p. 405. To those he called brethren, Voltaire wrote repeatedly, urging them to circulate extracts from the Testament. Know that God's blessing is on our nascent church. In one of the provinces, 300 copies of Meslier have been distributed, which has produced many new converts. 49, 3, p. 417, the work was thought to be dangerous. In arguing for its publica, Voltaire wrote, "Is it impossible, without compromising anyone, to turn to that good old soul Merlin? I would not wish for any of our brethren to take the slightest risk." 49, 3, p. 416, let us thank the good people who distribute it gratis, and pray to the Lord to bless this useful reading. 49, 3, p. 419. You have clever friends, who would be not unwilling to have this book in a safe place. Moreover, it is suitable for the edification of youth. 49, 3, p. 408. Jean Meslier must convince the whole world. Why is his gospel so little circulated? You are too retiring in Paris. You are hiding your lamp. 49, 3, p. 410, in a Christian fashion. I wish for the testament of the priest to be multiplied like the 5 loaves to nourish 4 or 5,000 souls. 49, 3, p. 411, later, in 1793, when the convention was carrying out a program of dechristianization and introducing the cult of reason, anacharsis. Clootz proposed putting up in the Temple of Reason a statue of the first priest to reject religious error, the brave, magnanimous, and great Jean Meslier. The Code of Nature, or the True Spirit of the Law by Morelli appeared in 1755. Almost nothing is known about the author. Arguments are still going on as to whether he ever existed, or whether Morelli is simply a pseudonym. At the root of Morelli's system is a notion about the natural state, or the code of nature, to which mankind should adhere in order to live a moral and happy life. The breaking away from the natural state was caused by private property, the cause of all human misery. Only by abolishing it will mankind return to its natural and happy state. Part 4 of the work contains a system of laws which, according to Morelli, ought to serve as the foundation of an ideal society. A central place is occupied by 3 fundamental and inviolable laws. The first abolishes private property. An exception is made only for things which a person uses for his needs, his pleasures, or his daily work. The second law proclaims all the citizens to be public persons whom the state provides with work and maintenance. The third law proclaims universal obligatory service, in conformity with the distributive laws. All citizens from the age of 20 to 25 are obliged to be engaged in agriculture. They are then either retained in their place, or made artisans. At the age of 40, everyone has the right of free choice of profession. Everything produced is distributed through communal storehouses. Trade and barter are forbidden by the inviolable law. The population lives in towns broken up into equal blocks. All buildings are of the same shape. Everyone wears clothing of the same fabric. On reaching a certain age, everyone is to marry. Children are brought up in the family until the age of 5, then they are placed in institutions designated for their further upbringing. The training, as well as the food and clothing, of all children is absolutely the same. At the age of 10, children move to workshops to continue their training. The number of persons who devote themselves to science and the arts is strictly limited, for each type of occupation, and for each town as well. Moral philosophy is limited once and for all to the propositions worked out in Morelli's treatise. Nothing will be added beyond the limits prescribed by law. 50, p. 202. On the other hand, unrestricted freedom of investigation is granted in the area of natural science. The laws set forth by Morelli are to be engraved on columns or pyramids erected in the main square of each town. Anyone attempting to change the sacred laws is to be declared mad and immured in a cave for life. His children and all his family will renounce his name. 50, p. 238. We have already come across all these propositions in Moore and Campanella. But Morelli's system is of interest in that it contains the idea of the development of society from a primitive state to socialism. Mankind once lived in a natural state, the Golden Age, the memory of which is preserved among all peoples. But this state was lost due to the mistaken introduction of private property by legislators. A return to a condition where no private property exists will take place thanks to progress, which Morelli considers to be the basic driving force of history. The phenomena that I observe demonstrate everywhere, even in a gnat's wing, the presence of a consistent development. I feel the progress of reason. I am justified, therefore, to say that by some miraculous analogy there also exist favorable transformations in the moral field, and that despite their power and pleasantness, the laws of nature do only gradually gain complete power over mankind. 50, p. 159. Only after having experienced various forms of rule will the people understand what is truly good. The society described by Morelli will arise ultimately, as an inevitable triumph of reason, and mankind will come to the end of its journey from the unconscious golden age to the conscious one. The spread of socialist ideas in the age of enlightenment may be judged by the open sympathy with which they are referred to in the most influential work of the day, the famous encyclopedic. In an article on The Legislator 9, 1765, the author of which is apparently Diderot, the fundamental goal of every legislator is described as the replacement of the spirit of property by the spirit of community. If the spirit of community is dominant in a state, its citizens do not regret that they have rejected their own will for the sake of the common will. Love for their homeland becomes their only passion. These somewhat vague pronouncements are rendered more concrete by references to the laws of Peru as models of laws based on the spirit of community. The laws of Peru strove to unite the citizens by bonds of humanity, while the legislation of other countries forbid doing harm to another. In Peru the laws prescribe tirelessly doing good. Laws establishing, to the extent possible in the limitations of a natural state, the communality of property weakened the spirit of property, the source of all evil. The most festive days in Peru were those days when the common field was being tilled, the field of an old man or an orphan. He who was punished by not being permitted to work in the common field considered himself a most unhappy man. Each citizen worked for all the citizens and brought the fruits of his labor to state granaries, and received the fruit of other citizens' labor as reward. Quoted in 51, p. 127, later, in 1772, Diderot returned to thoughts on the socialist form of state organization. In his work Supplement au Voyage de Bougainville, he describes the life of the people of Tahiti, whose island the traveler is supposed to have visited. The savages have everything in common. They work their fields together. Marriage does not exist and children are brought up by the community. Addressing the traveler, an old Tahitian says, "Here, everything belongs to all, while you have preached a difference between mine and thine." 52, p. 43, leave us our morals. They are wiser and more virtuous than yours. We do not want to exchange what you call ignorance for your useless knowledge. We have everything that we need and whatever is useful to us. Do we deserve contempt merely because we did not invent superfluous necessities? Don't inspire in us either your false necessities or your chimerical virtues. 52, p. 44, our girls and women belong to all. A young Tahitian girl giving herself up to the delights of a young Tahitian boy's embrace would wait impatiently for her mother to undress her, and bear her asterisk in the first chapter of the next section of this book. The reader will find information on the social and economic structure of the Inca Empire, which is what is meant here by Peru. Breasts. Without shame or fear she accepts in our presence, surrounded by innocent Tahitians, to the sound of flutes and the dance, the caresses of him who was chosen by her youthful heart, and the secret voice of her feelings. Are you capable of replacing with a more worthy and greater feeling the feeling that we instilled in them and which inspires them? 52, pp. 43 to 45. Diderot's attitude toward socialist theories may also be judged by the fact that when Morell's Code of Nature was included in various collections of his works, he did not protest. This testifies not only to Diderot's moral principles, but to his sympathy for socialist ideas as well. Deschamps' Truth, or the True System. In conclusion, we will take note of one of the theoreticians of socialism in the 18th century, the Benedictine monk Deschamps. During his lifetime, he published Letters on the Spirit of the Times, 1769, and The Voice of Reason. Against the Voice of Nature, 1770, both anonymously. But his most original ideas are contained in his Truth, or the True System, which remained in manuscript, and was published only in our century, and in complete form only in the last few years. See 53. Deschamps is the author of one of the most striking and internally consistent socialist systems. He is also a philosopher of the highest order, and is sometimes referred to as a precursor of Hegel. That is unquestionably correct, but while following a path similar to the one Hegel would take later, Deschamps also developed many concepts which were to be enunciated by Hegel's disciples of the left, Feuerbach, Engels, and Marx. And in his conception of nothingness, he anticipates, in many respects, the contemporary existentialists. Deschamps' outlook is very close to materialism, although it does not coincide with materialism entirely. He sees only matter in the world, but his understanding of it is unusual. The world has existed always and will exist eternally. 53, p. 317. In it there is an unending process, going on of the appearance of certain parts out of others and their destruction. All beings emerge one out of the other, enter one into the other, and all the various species are essentially only aspects of a universal type. All beings have life in them no matter how dead they seem, for death is merely a lesser manifestation of life, and not its negation. 53, p. 127, life for Deschamps is equated to various forms of motion. He says of nature, everything in it possesses a capacity for feeling, life, thought, reason, i.e., motion. For what do all these words mean if not the action, or motion of the particles we consist of? 53, p. 135. This determines man's place in the universe, and in particular, his freedom of action. If we believe that we possess a will and freedom, that results, first, from the absurdity that forces us to believe in a God, and consequently to believe that we have a soul which has its merits and faults before God, and secondly, because we cannot see the inner springs of our mechanism. 53, pp. 136 to 137, Deschamps considers God to be an idea created by mankind, a product of definite social relations based on private property. Religion did not exist before these relations took shape, and it will no longer exist when they are destroyed. Religion itself is not only the result of the oppression of people, but also a means facilitating this oppression. It is one of the basic obstacles to the transition of mankind to a happier social condition. Deschamps says, the word God must be eliminated from our languages. 53, p. 133, nevertheless, he was a passionate opponent of atheism. Of his system he has the following to say, at first glance. It might be possible to think that it is a concise formulation of atheism, for all religion is destroyed in it. But upon consideration, it is impossible not to be convinced that it is not a formulation of atheism at all, for in place of a rational and moral God, whom I do subject to destruction. For he merely resembles a man more powerful than other men, I set being in the metaphysical sense, which is the basis of morality that is far from arbitrary. 53, p. 154, Deschamps has in mind his understanding of the universe, to which he ascribed three specific aspects. The first is totality, tout, that is, the universe as a unity of all its parts. This totality is the basis whose manifestations are all visible beings, but which has another, non-physical nature which is unlike its parts. Therefore, it cannot be seen, but can be comprehended by reason. The second aspect is everything tout, that is, the universe as a single concept. Totality presupposes the presence of the parts. Everything does not presuppose this. I understand everything as existence in itself, existence by itself. In other words, existence through nothing but itself. 53, pp. 87 to 88, everything, not consisting of parts, exists. It is inseparable from totality, which consists of parts and of which everything is simultaneously a confirmation and a negation. 53, page 124, but perhaps the most striking of Deschamps' three aspects of the universe is the third. It stresses the negative character of definitions of everything. Everything is no longer a mass of entities, but a mass without parts. Not a single entity existing in many entities, but a singular entity which denies any existence apart from itself, about which it is possible only to deny that which is asserted in the other, for it is not sentient and not the result of sentient entities, but rather nothing marine, non-being itself, which alone cannot be anything, but the negation of what is sentient. 53, pp. 125 to 126, everything is nothing. 53, p. 129, no doubt no one before me has ever written that everything and nothing are one and the same. 53, p. 130, for Deschamps, this principle is basic to his doctrine on existence. What is the cause of existence? Answer, its cause resides in the fact that nothing is something, in that it is existence, in that it is everything. 53, p. 321, here he finds a place for God as well. God is nothing, non-existence itself. 53, p. 318, apparently, these principles, along with the deductions resulting from them, are what Deschamps opposes to atheism, which he declares a purely negative, destructive doctrine. He calls it the atheism of cattle, i.e., of beings who have not overcome religion, and who have not even developed to the level of religion. Deschamps' arrogant and scornful attitude toward contemporary philosophers of the Enlightenment is connected with this view. He accuses them of creating unscientific schemes based on fantasy. Let our destroyer philosophers realize how futile and worthless were their efforts directed against God and religion. The philosophers were powerless to carry out their task, until they touched upon the existence of the civil condition, which alone is the cause of the appearance of the idea of a moral and universal being and of all religions. 53, p. 107. The condition of universal equality does not derive logically from the doctrine of atheism. It always seemed, to our atheists as well as to the majority of people, to be a product of fantasy. 54, p. 41. And fantasies of this sort are by no means harmless. There are only two ways out: the path proposed by religion and Deschamps' system. To undermine religion before the ground is prepared for the author's system is to hasten the coming of a destructive revolution. In the voice of reason, Deschamps says, this revolution will obviously have its source in the contemporary philosophical trends, although the majority does not suspect this. It will have much more lamentable consequences and bring much more destruction than any revolution caused by heresy. But is this revolution not already beginning? Has destruction not already befallen the foundations of religion? Are they not ready to collapse, and all the rest as well? Quoted in 54, p. 6. To the negative character of the philosophy's atheism, Deschamps opposes what he sees as the positive character of his own system. The system I am proposing deprives us of the joys of paradise and the terrors of hell, just like atheism, but in contrast to atheism, it leaves no doubt as to the rightness of the destruction of hell and paradise. Beyond that, it gives us the supremely important conviction, which atheism does not and can never give, that for us paradise can exist only in one place, namely, in this world. 53, p. 154. Deschamps' social and historical doctrine is based on metaphysics. It is derived from a conception of the evolution of mankind in the direction of the greatest manifestation of the idea of oneness, of totality. The idea of totality is equivalent to the idea of order, harmony, unity, equality, perfection. The condition of unity, or the social condition, derives from the idea of totality, which is itself unity and union. For purposes of their own well-being, people must live in a social condition. 53, p. 335. The mechanism of this evolution is the development of the social institutions which determine all other aspects of human life, language, religion, morality. For example, it would be absurd to suppose that man came from the hands of God already mature, moral and possessing the ability to speak. Speech developed along with society, as it became what it is today. 53, p. 102. Deschamps considers various manifestations of evil to be the result of social conditions. He includes even homosexuality, for example. The social institutions themselves take shape under the influence of material factors, such as the necessity of hunting in groups, and the guarding of herds, as well as the advantages of man's physical structure. In particular, that of his hand. Deschamps divides the entire historical process into three stages, or states through which mankind must pass. For man there exist only three states: the savage state, or the state of the animals in the forest, the state of law, and the state of morals. The first is a state of disunity without unity, without society. The second elsewhere Deschamps calls this the civil state. State, ours, one of extreme disunity within unity, and the third is the state of unity without disunity. This last is without doubt the only state capable of providing people, insofar as this is possible, with strength and happiness. 53, p. 275. In the savage state peopled are much happier than in the state of law. in which contemporary civilized mankind lives, the state of law for us is undoubtedly far worse than the savage state. 53, p. 184. This is true with respect to contemporary primitive peoples. We treat them with disdain, yet there is no doubt that their condition is far less irrational than ours. 53, p. 185, but it is impossible for us to return to the savage state, which had to collapse and give birth to the state of law by force of objective causes, first and foremost, by the appearance of inequality, authority and private property. Private property is the basic cause of all the vices inherent in the state of law. The notions of thine and mine in relation to earthly blessings and women exist only under cover of our morals, giving birth to all the evil that sanctions these morals. 53, p. 178. The state of law, in Deschamps' opinion, is the state of the greatest misfortune for the greatest number of people. Evil itself is considered an outgrowth of this state. Evil in man is present only due to the existing civil state, which endlessly contradicts man's nature. There was no such evil in man when he was in a savage state. 53, p. 166. But those very aspects of the state of law that make it especially unbearable prepare the transition to the state of morals, which seems to be that paradise on earth about which Deschamps spoke in a passage quoted earlier. His description, replete with vivid detail, contains one of the most unique and consistent of socialist utopias. All of life in the state of morals will be completely subordinated to one goal: the maximum implementation of the idea of equality and communality. People will live without mine and thine, all specialization will disappear, as will the division of labor. Women would be the common property of men, as men would be the common possession of women. Children would not belong to any particular man or woman. 53, p. 206. Women capable of giving suck, and who were not pregnant would nurse all children without distinction. But how is it, you will object, that a woman is not to have her own children? No, indeed. What would she need that property for? 53, p. 212. The author is not alarmed by the fact that such a way of life would lead to incest. They say that incest goes against nature. But in fact it is merely against the nature of our morals. All people would know only society, and would belong only to it, the sole proprietor. 53, pp. 211 to 212, for transition into this state, much that is now considered of value would have to be destroyed, including everything that we call beautiful works of art. This sacrifice would undoubtedly be a great one, but it would be necessary to make. 53, p. 202. It is not only the arts, poetry, painting, architecture, that would have to disappear, but science and technology as well. People would no longer build ships, or study the globe. And why should they need the learning of a Copernicus, a Newton and a Cassini? 53, p. 224. Language will be simplified and much less rich, and people will begin to speak one stable and unchanging language. Writing will disappear, together with the tedious chore of learning to read and write. Children will not study at all and, instead, will learn everything they need to know by imitating their elders. The necessity of thinking will also fall away. In the savage state no one thought or reasoned, because no one needed to. In the state of law, one thinks and reasons because one needs to. In the state of morals, one will neither think nor reason, because no one will have any need to do this any longer. 53, p. 296. One of the most vivid illustrations of this change of consciousness will be the disappearance of all books. They will find a use in the only thing that they are in reality good for, lighting stoves. All books ever written had as their goal the preparation for the book which would prove their uselessness, Dishon's study. It will outlive the rest, but finally it, too, will be burned. People's lives will be simplified and made easier. They will scarcely use any metals, instead, almost everything will be made of wood. No large houses will be built and people will live in wooden huts. Their furniture would consist only of benches, shelves and tables. 53, p. 217, fresh straw, which would to be used as cattle litter, would serve them as a good bed on which they would all rest together, men and women, after having put to bed the aged and the children, who would sleep separately. 53, p. 221, food would be primarily vegetarian and, thus, easy to prepare. In their modest existence they would need to know very few things, and these would be just the things that are easy to learn. 53, p. 225, this change of lifestyle is connected to fundamental psychic changes, which would tend to make the inclination of each at the same time the common inclination. 53, p. 210, individual ties between people and intense individual feelings would disappear. There would be none of the vivid but fleeting sensations of the happy lover, the victorious hero, the ambitious man who had achieved his goal, or the laureled artist. 53, p. 205, all days would be alike. 53, p. 211, and people would even come to resemble one another. In the state of morals, no one would weep or laugh. All faces would be almost identical and would express satisfaction. In the eyes of men, all women would resemble all other women and all men would be like all other men in the eyes of women. 53, p. 205, people's heads will be as harmonious as they now are dissimilar. 53, p. 214, much more than in our case, they would adhere to a similar mode of action in everything, and they would not conclude that this demonstrates a lack of reason or understanding, as we think about animals. 53, p. 219, this new society will give rise to a new world view. And they would not doubt, and this would not frighten them in the least, that people, too, exist only as a result of the vicissitudes of life and someday are destined to perish as a consequence of the same vicissitudes, and, perhaps, to be eventually reproduced once more by means of a transformation from one aspect to another. 53, p. 225, because they, like us, would not take into account that they were dead earlier, that is, that their constituent parts did not exist in the past in human form. They would also, being more consistent than we, not place any significance on the termination of this existence in this form in the future. 53, p. 228. Their burials would not be distinguishable from those of cattle. 53, p. 229, 4. Their dead fellows would not mean more to them than dead cattle. They would not be attached to any particular person sufficiently so that they would feel his death as a personal loss and mourn it. 53, p. 230, they would die a quiet death, a death that would resemble their lives. 53, p. 228, 4. The first steps we have seen how socialism was nurtured by the philosophy of the Enlightenment. The new infant came into the world at the time of the Great Revolution, and was suckled by Mother Guillotine. But it took its first steps down life's path, after the heroic epoch of the Terror had already passed. It is touching to see traits of the future shaker of kingdoms and shatterer of thrones emerge from the charming infantile awkwardness In 1796, after Robespierre's fall and during the rule of the Directoire, a secret society was founded in Paris. It planned a political coup and worked out a program for a future socialist organization of the nation. The society was headed by the Secret Directory of Public Salvation, which relied on a network of agents. Among its leading members were Philippe Buonarroti and François Emile, who later called himself Caius Gracchus, Babeuf. A military committee was created to prepare for the uprising. The conspirators hoped for the support of the army. According to their calculations, 17,000 men would come to their active aid. After an informer's tip, the leaders of the conspiracy were arrested. 2 of them, including Babeuf, were exiled. When he returned from exile, Buonarroti continued to propagandize his views. The majority of the socialist revolutionaries of the day were under his influence. In particular, he founded a circle in Geneva which was to exert a great influence on Weitling, whose role in the formation of Marx's views is well known. Numerous documents in which the society set forth its views were published by the government immediately after the conspiracy was uncovered. A detailed description of the conspiracy and its plans was later given by Buonarroti in his book Conspiracy of Equals. The central principle of this society's program was the need for equality at any cost. This was reflected in the very title of the work. The principle of equality was laid down in their manifesto with invulnerable Gallic logic. All men are equal, are they not? This principle is irrefutable, for only a man who has lost his reason can in full earnestness call night day. 55, 2, p. 134. Having established this unshakable foundation, the manifesto proceeds to draw conclusions from this axiom: we truly want equality, or death. This is what we want. 55, 2, p. 134. For its sake, we are ready for anything, we are willing to sweep everything away. Let all the arts vanish, if necessary, as long as genuine equality remains for us. 55, 2, p. 135. Let there be an end, at last, to the outrageous differences between the rich and the poor, the high and the low, the lords and the servants, the governors and the governed. 55, 2, p. 136. This led directly to the communality of property. The agrarian law, that is, the division of arable land, was a temporary requirement of unprincipled soldiers, of certain tribes, who were prompted more by instinct than by reason. We aspire to something more lofty and just, the community of property. 55, 2, p. 135. The right of individual property was to be abolished. The country was to be turned into a single economic unit built exclusively on bureaucratic principles. Trade, except for the smallest transactions, was to be stopped and money withdrawn from circulation. It is necessary that everything produced on the land or in industry be kept in general storehouses for equitable distribution among citizens under the supervision of the appropriate officials. 55, 2, p. 309. Simultaneously, universal obligatory labor is introduced. Individuals who do nothing for the fatherland cannot enjoy political rights of any kind. They are as foreigners afforded the hospitality of the Republic. 55, 2, p. 206. To do nothing for the fatherland means not to serve it by useful labor. The law treats as useful labor the following endeavors: agri, culture, stock raising, fishing, navigation, mechanical and artisan crafts, petty trade, transportation of men and goods, military arts, education, and scientific activities. Persons engaged in teaching or science must submit certificates of loyalty. Only in this case is their labor considered useful. Officials supervise work and see to it that jobs are equitably distributed. Foreigners are forbidden to take part in public gatherings. They are under the direct supervision of the Supreme Administration, which can deport them to a place of corrective labor. 55, 2, pp. 296 to 297, under pain of death, they are forbidden to possess weapons. The creators of this plan were aware that carrying it out would entail an unprecedented growth in the number of officials. They posed this question in broad terms. Indeed, never before has a nation possessed them in such great numbers. Apart from the fact that in certain circumstances, every citizen would be an official supervising himself and others, it is beyond doubt that public offices would be very numerous and the number of officials very great. 55, I.P. 372. Here is how the interrelationship of individuals with the bureaucracy is conceived. In the public structure devised by the committee, the fatherland takes control of an individual from his birth till his death. The authorities begin by educating the child, protect him from dangerous false tenderness, and by the hand of his mother lead him to a state institution, where he will acquire the virtues and knowledge necessary for the true citizen. 55, I.P. 380. Youths are transferred from state schools to military camps. Only later, under the guidance of officials, do they undertake useful labor. The municipal administration is to be kept constantly aware of the position of the working people of every class, and of the assignments they are fulfilling. It is to inform the supreme administration in this regard. 55, 2, p. 304. The supreme administration will sentence to forced labor persons of either sex who set society a bad example by absence of civic-mindedness, by idleness, a luxurious way of life, licentiousness. 55, 2, p. 305. This punishment is described lovingly and in great detail. The islands of Marguerite and Hanoré, the Hyères, Oléron and Ré are to be turned into places of corrective labor, where foreigners who are suspicious and persons arrested for addressing proclamations to the French people will be sent. There will be no access to these islands. They will be administered by an organization directly subordinate to the government. 55, 2, p. 299. After these dark pictures, the section called Freedom of the Press is a positive joy. It will be necessary to devise means by which all the assistance that can be expected of the press can be extracted from it, without the risk of once again endangering the justice of equality and the rights of the people, or of abandoning the Republic to interminable and fatal discussions. 55, I.P. 390. The means turn out to very simple. No one will be allowed to utter views that are in direct contradiction to the sacred principles of equality and the sovereignty of the people. The publication of any work having a pseudo-critical character is forbidden. All works are to be printed and disseminated only if the guardians of the will of the nation consider that its publication may benefit the Republic. 55, I.P. 391. One cannot but admire how the creators of this system managed to concern themselves with the slightest need of the citizen of the future Republic. In every commune, public meals will be taken, with compulsory attendance for all community members. A member of the national community will be able to obtain his daily ration only in the district of his residence, except when he is traveling with the permission of the administration. 55, 2, pp. 306 to 307. Entertainment that is not available to everyone is to be strictly forbidden. 55, I.P. 299. This is explained in another passage. For fear lest imagination, released from the supervision of a strict judge, should engender abominable vices so contrary to the commonweal. 55, I.P. 348. The equals inform us that they are friends of all nations. But temporarily, after their victory, France is to be stringently isolated. Until other nations would adhere to the political principles of France, no close contacts with them can be maintained. Until then, France will only see a menace for herself in their customs, institutions, and especially their governments. 55, IP 357. It appears that there was disagreement among equals over one. Question. Buonarroti felt that a divine principle and immortality of the soul should be recognized, since for a society, it is essential that citizens recognize an infallible judge of their secret thoughts and acts, which cannot be persecuted by law, and that they should believe that a natural result of faithfulness to humanity and the fatherland will be eternal bliss. 55, IP 348. All so-called revelation ought to be banished by law, together with maladies the germs of which ought to be gradually eradicated. Until that occurs, all were to be free to give vent to whims, so long as the social structure, universal brotherhood and the force of the law would not be disrupted. 55, IPP 348 to 349. Buonarroti believed that the teaching of Jesus, if depicted as flowing out of the natural religion from which it does not differ, could become a support of a reform based on reason. 55, IP 168. But Babeuf held a more narrow view. I attack relentlessly the main idol, until now venerated and feared by our philosophers, who dared to attack only his retinue and surroundings. Christ was neither a sans-culotte nor an honest Jacobin nor a wise man nor a moralist nor a philosopher nor a legislator. 55, 2, p. 398, Academician v. P. Volgin, an eminent specialist on the literature of utopian socialism, notes the important innovation introduced by Babeuf and the equals in comparison with other socialist thinkers. While predecessors like Moore, Campanella and Morelli focused on a picture of a fully formed socialist community, Babeuf pondered the problems of the transitional period as well, suggesting methods for establishing and strengthening the newly born socialist system. Indeed, the records of the equals yield much that is fascinating and instructive in this connection. It goes without saying that in an already established socialist society, legislative power is to be entirely in the hands of the people. In all districts, assemblies of popular sovereignty are created, each is made up of all the citizens of a given district. Delegates appointed directly by the people constitute the Central Assembly of Legislators. The procedure for appointment is not further specified. The legislative power of these assemblies is restricted, however, by certain basic principles which the people themselves are not empowered to violate or to alter. In addition to legislative assemblies, and parallel to them, senates consisting of old men are to be instituted. Supreme power was to be given over to a corporation of guardians of the national will. This was conceived as a kind of tribunal responsible for overseeing the legislators, so that those who abuse the right of issuing decrees would not encroach upon legislative power. 55, IP 359. In the period immediately following the revolution, however, a different structure of government was envisaged. What kind of authority would this be? Such was the delicate question that the secret directory has subjected to thorough scrutiny. 55, IP 216. The answer to this delicate question could be summed up as follows: power would be concentrated in the hands of the conspirators, or partly shared with individuals appointed by them. It will be proposed to the people of Paris to institute a National Assembly vested with supreme power, and consisting of Democrats, one from every department. Meanwhile, the secret directory will investigate thoroughly as to which of the Democrats ought to be put forward after the revolution is completed. The directory will not cease to act but will carry on supervision of the new assembly. 55. Page 293. After prolonged hesitation, the conspirators almost made up their minds to ask the people for a decree which would entrust the legislative initiative and the implementation of laws to them alone. 55. p. 290. In the section entitled, "In the initial stage of reform the agencies must be entrusted only to revolutionaries," we read, "A true republic should be founded only by those selfless friends of humanity and the fatherland, whose wisdom and courage exceed the wisdom and courage of their contemporaries." 55. p. 375. Therefore, a committee composed of these selfless friends of humanity would see to it that public institutions consisting solely of the best revolutionaries should have only a very gradual change of personnel. 55. p. 375. In more concrete terms, 68 deputies chosen from among those serving in the convention of the day were designated by the committee to be left in place. To these were to be added another 100 deputies, selected by us jointly with the people. Beginning with the first day of the revolution, economic reforms were to be undertaken, as set forth in their economic decree. How good to learn that implementation was to be on a purely voluntary basis. All those who would renounce their property voluntarily would make up a large national community. But everyone would retain the right not to join this community. Those who did not would acquire the status of foreigners, with all the attendant rights and duties sketched in above. The economic position of foreigners is defined in the Decree on Taxation, which contains, among other points, such things as 1. The sole taxpayers are the individuals who do not join the community. 4. The sum of tax payments in each current year is twice the amount of the preceding year. 6. Persons not party to the national community may be required, in case of necessity, and against payment of future taxes, to supply produce and manufactured goods to the storehouses of the national community. 55. 2. pp. 312 to 313. The Decree on Debts, Article 3, states that debts owed by any Frenchman who has become a member of the national community to any other Frenchman are annulled. 55. 2. p. 313. Other measures designed to strengthen the newly established regime and to promote its reforms were elaborated. For instance, distribution of the possessions of emigrants, conspirators and enemies of the people to defenders of the fatherland and to the poor. 55. 2. p. 253. It is tempting to think that it was profound knowledge of life, based on personal tragic experience, that prompted the selfless friends of humanity to plan instituting the following highly important reforms. On the very first day of the revolution, objects belonging to the people! An in hoc will be immediately returned without charge. On completion of the uprising, indigent citizens now residing in poor lodgings will not return to their habitual abodes. They will be immediately installed in the houses of the conspirators. 55. 2. p. 281. The reader should note that the participants in the conspiracy of equals used the term conspirator not to refer to themselves, but rather to the government and to representatives of hostile classes. Unfortunately, the disciples of the Age of Reason did not leave a more detailed account of this operation. Had the economy of the time attained so high a level that the number of indigent citizens no longer surpassed that of the conspirators, or if the lodgings of the conspirators would not suffice to accommodate all the indigent, in what way would the lucky new owners of apartments be chosen? The documents of the conspiracy of equals are of little help on these points, but we learn some other interesting details. The furniture of the above-mentioned rich will be confiscated as necessary for the adequate furnishing of the dwellings of the sansculottes. 55. 2, p. 282. Finally, terror was envisaged as one of the measures of strengthening the regime. The tribunals which had acted during the Jacobin terror until the 9th of Thermidor, 1794, were to be restored. And, on pain of being held outside the law, return to prison all persons who were held there until the 9th of Thermidor of year 2, if they have not complied with the call to limit themselves to the necessities for the benefit of the people. 55. I.P. 404. Any resistance must be immediately suppressed by force. The persons involved are to be exterminated. Also liable to capital punishment are persons sounding an alarm themselves, or causing others to do so, and foreigners, no matter what their nationality, who are apprehended on the street. 55. 2, p. 232. Members of the existing government, members of the two councils and of the executive directorate, were to be executed. The crime was evident and the punishment had to be death. A great example was essential. 55. I.P. 283. In the insurgent committee, views were current to the effect that the condemned were to be buried under the rubble of their palaces, whose ruins would serve to remind future generations of the just punishment meted out on the enemies of the people. 55. I. Page 284. In elaborating their system of reforms and practical measures, the asterisk, although there is the following remark. It would be an error to confuse the system. Attic distribution of lodgings and clothes with pillage. 55. I.P. 282. Activists of the conspiracy of equals did not close their eyes to objections which they might encounter. Disorganizers, rebels, they say to us, all you want is massacre and plunder. Such charges are swept aside, however. Never has so broad a plan been conceived and brought into existence. 55. 2, p. 136. Let them show us, they would exclaim. Another political system, with which such great results could be obtained with more easily implemented means. 55. I.P. 339. We note with sorrow how such a perfectly conceived system was constantly hampered in practice by a host of petty and squalid difficulties. First of all, the conspirators did not avoid what Rabelais called the incomparable grief, that is, lack of money. In the section entitled, The Participants in the Conspiracy Despised Money, Buonarroti says, certain steps were undertaken to obtain means, but the greatest sum that the secret directory ever had at its disposal was 240 francs in cash, contributed by the ambassador of an allied and ? Republic. 55. I. 251. We cannot help but sympathize when Buonarroti laments how difficult it is to do good armed only with means acknowledged by reason. 55. I.P. 251. And a second misfortune befell our heroes, internal discord over dividing power not yet seized. The committee was at first joined by a small group that called itself the Montagnards. But soon, the committee was informed that they had secretly undertaken maneuvers to get around the conditions, which had been agreed upon so as to guarantee that supreme power in the Republic would be in the Montagnards' hands. The committee was so thoroughly convinced they could do no good that it considered the slightest movement, which gave them any power, to be an unforgivable crime. 55. I.P. 286. And finally, a third misfortune. The committee turned out to be under the influence of an agent provocateur. Grizel, a member of the military committee, hurried his trusting colleagues along, overcame obstacles, suggested new measures and never forgot to encourage those around him with exaggerated pictures of the loyalty of the Grenelle Democratic camp. 55. I.P. 265. And it was this Grizel who was denouncing the committee to the authorities. The insurgent committee was already working out the details of the uprising. One of its members was writing a proclamation called the Insurgent Committee of Public Salvation. The people have triumphed. Tyranny is no more. 55, IP 400. At this point, the writer was interrupted and seized, says Buonarroti, who seems not to have lost his French wit. The army and the people had not supported the conspirators. The standing army, with weapons in hand, helped the campaign against democracy, while the population of Paris, persuaded that those arrested were thieves, remained a passive witness. 55, IP 417. The circumstances of this astonishing episode prompted us to resort to a form of presentation that perhaps seems out of place in our narrative. But this dissonance reflects a curious objective property of the phenomenon under study. At the moment of their inception, socialist movements often strike one by their helplessness, their isolation from reality, their naively adventuristic character, and their comic, Gogolian features, as Berdyaev put it. One gets the impression that these hopeless failures haven't a chance of success, and that in fact they do everything in their power to compromise the ideas they are claiming. However, they are merely biding their time. At some point, almost unexpectedly, these ideas find a broad popular reception, and become the forces that determine the course of history, while the leaders of these movements come to rule the destiny of nations. In this way a frightened Munzer climbed over the Allstedt city wall, having deceived his supporters, only to become, soon thereafter, one of the leading figures in the peasant war which shook Germany. It would seem that there was no contradiction when Dostoevsky peopled his novel The Possessed with 3.5 nihilists incapable of making a serious disturbance in a provincial town, while at the same time predicting an imminent revolution that would carry away 100 million lives. Summary: we shall attempt to sum up those new features of socialist ideology that we have encountered in utopian socialism and in works of the Enlightenment. 1. If in the Middle Ages and during the Reformation socialist ideas developed within movements that were religious, at least formally, utopian socialism tends to break with religious form and gradually acquire a character hostile to religion. In Moore and Campanella, we were able to point out an alienated, and at times ironic attitude toward Christianity. Winstanley is openly hostile to contemporary religions. Deschamps rejects all religion, declaring the idea of God to be a human invention, the result of mankind's oppressed state and an instrument of oppression. In its stead, he puts forward the enigmatic conception of God who is nothing. Finally, Meslier bases his world outlook on a hatred of religion and Christianity, and of Christ in particular. Thus, one can speak of a gradual merging of socialist ideology and atheism. 2. The socialism of this epoch borrows the idea derived from medieval mysticism, Joachim of Flors, for instance, that history is an imminent and orderly evolutionary process. However, the goal and the driving force invested in this process by the mystics, knowledge of God, and merging with Him, is eliminated. Instead, progress is recognized as the motivating force of history, and human reason is seen as its supreme product. 3. Socialist doctrines preserve the notion of the medieval mystics about the three stages in the historical process, as well as the scheme of the fall of mankind, and its return to the original state in a more perfect form. The socialist doctrines contain the following components: A. The myth of a primordial natural state, or golden age, which was destroyed by that bearer of evil called private property. B. A castigation of the way things are. Contemporary society is pronounced incurably depraved, unjust and meaningless, ready only to be scrapped. Only on its ruins can a new social structure be built, a structure that would guarantee people every happiness of which they are capable. C. The prophecy of a new society built on socialist principles, a society in which all present shortcomings would disappear. This is the only path for mankind to return to the natural state, as Morelli put it, from the unconscious golden age to the conscious one. 4. The idea of liberation, which was understood by the medieval heresies to be liberation of the spirit from the power of matter, is transformed into an appeal for liberation from the morality of contemporary society, from its social institutions, and most of all, from private property. At first, reason is recognized to be the driving force of this liberation, but gradually its place is taken over by the people, the poor. In the worldview of the participants in the conspiracy of equals, we can see this conception in finished form. As a result, new concrete features appear in the plan for the establishment of the Society of the Future Terror, occupation of the apartments of the rich by the poor, confiscation of furniture, abolition of debts, etc. Part 2: State Socialism. 1. The Inca Empire. In the first part of this study, we have seen how the stable set of social ideas that we have called chiastic socialism was expressed in various periods of human history over the course of at least 2.5 millennia. We shall now try to trace the attempts to implement these ideas in particular social structures. Our primary goal is to show that here, just as in the case of chiastic socialism, we are dealing with a universal phenomenon, one by no means limited to our century. We shall review several examples of states whose life was built, in great part, on socialist principles. We encounter here a far more difficult task than the one that occupied us in part I of this study. After all, an author of a work in which socialist principles are propounded must proceed from the notion that these ideas are novel and unusual to his reader. He is therefore compelled to explain them. But in the scant economic and political documentation that has been preserved from remote epochs, and sometimes cultures without written languages are involved, the meanings of the terms used are not elucidated for the reader of the future. Such documents were intended for people to whom the terminology would have been understandable. To reconstruct from scattered hints the way of life, to comprehend the legal and economic relations of the members of a society far removed in time, is therefore a task of extreme difficulty, much more difficult than to reconstruct the appearance and behavior of a prehistoric creature from the fossil remains. In most cases, we 132 see the historians offering a series of opinions rather than any definitive formulation. If the present epoch is excluded, it was only once that Europeans were able to observe at first hand a state of this type. Many intelligent and observant travelers left accounts of this state, and certain of its natives acquired European culture, and left narratives about the way of life of their fathers. This phenomenon, which is far more important for the historian of socialism than descriptions of the appearance and behavior of a dinosaur would be for a paleontologist, is Tawantinsuyu, the Inca Empire conquered by Spanish invaders in the 16th century. Theory. The Spaniards discovered the Inca state in 1531. At that time, it had existed for some 200 years and had achieved its peak, encompassing the territory of contemporary Ecuador, Bolivia, Peru, the northern half of Chile, and the northwestern part of Argentina. According to several sources, its population was 12 million. The empire, as the Spaniards found it, was as well organized as it was huge. According to their accounts, the capital, Cusco, rivaled the biggest European cities of that time. It had a population of about 200,000. The Spaniards were struck by the magnificent palaces and temples, with facades as much as 200 meters long, the aqueducts and the paved streets. The houses were built of large stones so finely polished and fitted together that they seemed to be of one piece. Outside Cusco, there was a fortress that was built of stones weighing 12 tons each. It so amazed the Spaniards that they refused to believe it could have been made by men, without the help of demons. 56, p. 114, 57, pp. 72 to 82. The capital city was joined to the outlying parts of the empire by excellent roadways, in no way inferior to Roman roads, and far better than the ones in Spain at the time. The roads ran along dikes in swampy terrain, cut through rock and crossed gorges by means of suspension. Bridges. 56, pp. 106, 113, 57, pp. 93 to 96. An efficiently organized service of foot messengers guaranteed communications between the capital and the rest of the country. Around the capital and other towns, as well as along the roads, there were state storehouses full of produce, clothing, utensils and military equipment. 56, pp. 61 to 67, 57, pp. 100. 101, 58, pp. 61 to 67, in stark contrast to the superb organization of the Inca state, its level of technical knowledge was astonishingly primitive. Most tools and weapons were made of wood and stone. Iron was unknown, as was the plough, and land was tilled with a wooden hoe. The only domestic animal was the llama, from which meat and wool were obtained, but which was not used for farming or transportation. All farm work was performed manually, and travel was either by foot or by palanquin. Finally, the Incas had no writing system, although they could transmit great amounts of information by means of quipu, a complex system of knotted strings. Hence the low level of technology had to be compensated for by perfect organization of huge masses of the population. As a natural result, private interests were to a considerable extent subordinated to those of the state. And so, as we might expect, we encounter certain socialist features in Inca society. What follows is a brief sketch of its structure. Fortunately, much information is available. The conquistadors proved to be more than mindless military men. They grasped much of what they saw, and some of their accounts have survived. In their wake came Catholic priests, who also left detailed descriptions. Finally, the conquistadors married girls from the Inca ruling circles, and the children of these unions, who belonged to the Spanish aristocracy, at the same time retained close ties with the local population. To them belong the most valuable descriptions of life in the Inca state prior to the Spanish conquest. The population of the Inca state was divided into three strata. 1. Incas, the ruling class, descendants of a tribe that in the past had conquered an ancient state near Lake Titicaca. Various authors refer to them as aristocracy, the elite, the bureaucracy. From this class came the administrators, the army officer corps, priests and scholars, and of course, the absolute ruler of the country, the Inca. This class was hereditary, but chiefs of conquered tribes and even soldiers distinguished in war might occasionally enter it. 2. The bulk of the population, peasants, herdsmen, artisans. They had two types of obligation to the state, military and labor. Both of these will be described below. Sometimes they were utilized in other ways by the state, for instance to settle a newly conquered territory, or to provide material, women, for human sacrifices. 3. The state slaves, Yanacuna. According to legend, they descended from a tribe that had once rebelled against the state, had asterisk compared to 58, p. 358. According to legend, writing had been prohibited by the founder of the Inca Empire, been crushed, and had been sentenced to extermination. But in response to a plea by his wife, the Inca changed the sentence to perpetual slavery. Thereafter the members of this group occupied the lowest position in the country. They worked the state lands, herded the llamas belonging to the state, and served as servants in the houses of the Incas. 57, pp. 124 to 125. The basic form of property in the Inca Empire was land. Theoretically, all land belonged to the Inca, and was distributed by him to the Incas and peasants for their use. The lands received by the Incas were hereditary, but they were apparently managed by administrators, while the Incas themselves merely made use of the produce. These lands were worked by peasants in a manner described below. Peasants also received land for use from the state. The basic unit was the tupu, a plot large enough to sustain one person. Every Indian received one tupu at marriage, another for each son, and half a tupu for each door. Ter. After the death of a tenant, the land reverted to the state. 56, pp. 68 to 69, 57, pp. 126 to 127, 58, p. 274. Land not divided into tupu was treated as belonging to the sun god and served to support the temples and the priests. The remaining land belonged to the Inca class or directly to the state. All these lands were worked by peasants according to a detailed schedule. Control over all farm work was exercised by clerks. For example, they gave the daily signal for the peasants to begin work by sounding a conch from a specially constructed tower. Asterisk 56, pp. 70 to 71, 58, p. 247. The peasants were liable to military service and to obligatory labor tilling the land of the temples and the Incas, building new temples and palaces for the Inca, or the Incas, mending roads, building bridges, working in the gold and silver mines owned by the state, and so on. Some of these duties required moving the peasants to distant areas of the empire, in which case the state undertook to feed them. 56, p. 88 to 89. The raw materials for crafts were provided by the state, finished products were delivered to it. For example, llamas were shorn by state slaves, the wool distributed by officials to peasants for spinning, and the finished material subsequently collected by other officials. The law divided the life of a male peasant into 10 periods, and prescribed the obligations of each age group. Thus, from age 9 to 16, the peasant was to be a herdsman, from 16 to 20, a messenger, or a servant in the house of an Inca, etc. Even duties of the last age group, over 60, was specified: spinning rope, feeding ducks, and so on. Cripples formed a special group, but they too, as Guamin Poma de Ayala reports, were designated for certain work. Similar prescriptions existed for women. The law required constant activity from the peasants. A woman on her way to another house was to take wool with her and to spin on the way. 56, p. 80, 57, pp. 129 to 131. According to the Chronicle of Cieza de Leon, peasants were sometimes made to perform completely useless work simply so as not to be idle. For example, they were forced to move a hill of dirt from one place to another. 56, p. 81, 57, p. 132. Garcilaso de la Vega informs us that work was found for cripples. 58, p. 300. He also cites a law against idlers. A man who tilled his field badly was hit several times with a stone in the shoulders or flogged with a rod. 56, p. 276. The completely incapacitated and the aged were maintained by the state or the rural community. For work, the peasants were joined into groups of 10 families, 5 such groups into a larger group, etc., up to 10,000 families. There was an official head for each group. The lower members of this hierarchy were appointed from the peasantry. Higher posts were occupied by Incas. 57, pp. 96 to 97, 59, p. 77. Not only work, but the whole life of the citizenry was controlled by officials. Special inspectors continuously traveled about the country, observing the inhabitants. To facilitate supervision, peasants, for instance, were obliged to keep their doors open during meals. The law prescribed the time of meals and restricted the menu. 56, p. 96, 57, p. 132. Other aspects of life were also strictly regimented. Officials issued every Indian 2 cloaks from the state stores, one for work and the other for festivals. Within each individual province, the cloaks were indistinguishable in style and color, and differed only according to the sex of their bearers. The cloak was to be used until it was worn out. Changes in cut and color were forbidden. There were laws against other extravagances. It was forbidden to have chairs in the house only. Benches were allowed, to build houses of a larger size than authorized, etc. Each province had a special obligatory hairstyle. 55, p. 91, 57, p. 132. Such prescriptions extended to other classes. For instance, the quantity and size of gold and silver vessels that an official of lower rank could possess were strictly limited according to his station. 56. pp. 91 to 92. The inhabitants of newly conquered areas were under especially severe control. Residents from central provinces were dispatched to new regions, where they were entitled to enter the houses of the subjugated people at any time of day or night, and were obliged to report on any sign of discontent. Peasants were not allowed to leave their villages without special permission. Control was made easier by the differences in the color of clothing and the varied hairstyles. Special officials supervised traffic on bridges and at gates. The state itself, however, carried on compulsory resettlement on a large scale. Resettlement sometimes was occasioned by economic factors. People were moved to a province devastated by an epidemic, or transferred to a more fertile area. Occasionally, the reason was political, as with the resettlement of inhabitants from the original provinces of the empire to newly conquered lands, or, on the contrary, the dispersion of a newly conquered tribe throughout the more loyal population of the empire. 56, pp. 99 to 100, 59, p. 58. Family life was also under the control of the state. All men were obliged to enter into marriage upon reaching a certain age. Once each year, every village was visited by a special official who conducted a public marriage ceremony, in which everyone who had come of age the previous year took part. Spaniards who described the customs of the Inca state often asserted that the preference of the person being married was not asked for. And Sontillon, writing at the end of the 16th century, reports that objections were punishable by death. On the other hand, Father Mora reports that a man could indicate that he had already promised to marry another girl, and the official would then review the matter. It is clear, however, that the opinion of the bride was never solicited. 57, pp. 158, 160. Members of the top social group, the Incas, had the right to serve era wives, or more precisely, concubines, since the first wife had a special position while the others were relegated to the role of servants. Marriage with the first wife was indissoluble. Concubines could be driven out, and would thereafter not be allowed to marry again. 57, p. 156. The number of concubines permitted by law depended on the social status of the man. It could be 20, 30, 50, etc. 57, p. 134. For the Inca and his immediate family, there was no limitation whatever. The multitude of wives and the consequently large number of offspring resulted in an ever-increasing proportion of Incas in the general population. There was a special category of women, the so-called elect. Each year, officials were sent to all sections of the country to select girls 8 or 9 years old. These were called the elect. They were brought up in special houses, called convents in some Spanish accounts. Every year during a special celebration, those who had reached 13 years of age were sent to the capital, where the Inca himself divided them into 3 categories. Some, called solar maidens, were returned to the convent, where they were to engage in activities associated with the worship of the gods of sun, moon and stars. They had to observe chastity, although the Inca could give them to his circle as concubines, or take them for himself. Girls from the second group were distributed by the Inca as wives or concubines. A gift of this kind from the Inca was regarded as a high distinction. Finally, a third group was intended for the human sacrifices that took place regularly, but on a particularly large scale at the coronation of a new Inca. The law provided for the punishment of parents who showed their grief when their daughters were chosen for the elect. 57, pp. 161 to 162. Apart from the elect, all unmarried women were also at the disposal of the Incas, but not as private property, rather, they were allotted to them by government officials for use as concubines and servants. The oppressed status of women in the Inca state is particularly notable against the background of the neighboring Indian tribes, where women enjoyed much independence and authority. 57, p. 159. It is clear that such total regulation of life and the omnipresent state control would have been impossible without a multifaceted bureaucratic apparatus. The bureaucracy was built on a purely hierarchical principle. Every official had contact only with his superior, and his subordinates, officials of the same rank, could communicate only through their common chief. 56, p. 96. The main function of this bureaucracy was the keeping of accounts by means of the sophisticated and as yet undeciphered system of knotted strings. The idea of the quipu was a curiously accurate reflection of the hierarchical structure of the state machinery. A hierarchy was introduced into the material area as well. For instance, all types of arms were arranged by seniority. The lance was considered to be senior to other weapons, next came the arrow, then the bow, and so on. According to the seniority of these objects, they were denoted by knots tied higher or lower on a string. Learning the art of quipu began with learning the principles of seniority by rote. Information encoded in this way was passed up the bureaucratic ladder to the capital, where it was examined and preserved by types, military, population, provisions, etc. In the Spanish chronicles it is asserted that even the number of stones for slings, the number of animals killed in hunting and other such data were kept. Guaman Poma de Ayala writes, they keep an account of everything that occurs in their state, and in every village there are secretaries and treasurers for that. The state is governed with the help of quipu. 56, pp. 94 to 95. There are accounts of truly remarkable administrative achievements, such as the creation of armies of workers numbering 20,000 men, or an operation in which 100,000 bushels of maize are distributed among a population of a large region according to strictly fixed norms. 56, p. 102. The workers in the bureaucracy were trained in schools that only children of the Incas were permitted to attend. The law forbade education for the lower levels of the population. Teaching was performed by the amortas or scholars. Their duties included the writing of history in 2 versions, 1, objective records in the form of quipu, which were preserved in the capital and intended only for special authorized officials, and the other in the form of hymns to be narrated to the people at festivals. If a dignitary was deemed unworthy, his name was removed from the festival history. 56, pp. 75 to 76, 78. The laws regulating life in the Inca state relied on a sophisticated system of punishment. Penalties were severe, almost always death or torture. This is to be expected. When all life is regulated by the state, any infringement of the law is a crime against the state, and in turn, affects the very foundation of the social system. Thus a man guilty of cutting down a tree, or stealing fruit in a state plantation, was subject to the death penalty. Abortion was punished by death for the woman and for anyone who may have assisted her. 59, p. 173. The system provided for an extraordinary variety of capital punishments. The victim could be hanged by the feet, or stoned or thrown into a gorge, or hanged by the hair over a cliff, or thrown into a pit with jaguars and poisonous snakes. 57, p. 42. For the most serious offenses, there were provisions for the execution of all relatives of the accused. Guaman de Ayala's manuscript contains a drawing of the slaughter of a whole family, whose chief member had been determined to be a sorcerer. Burying the bodies of executed criminals could be prohibited as a further punishment. Burial of the bodies of mutineers was forbidden, for example. Their flesh was thrown to wild beasts, and drums were made of their skin, bovcds of the skulls and flutes of the arm and leg bones. Finally, a victim could be put to torture before execution. He who kills another to rob him will be punished by death. Before the execution, he will be tortured in jail so that the penalty should be harder. Then he will be executed. 57, p. 143. Many forms of punishment differed little from execution. For instance, Cieza de Leon, Cobo, Mora and Guaman de Ayala describe jails in underground caves in which jaguars, bears, venomous snakes and scorpions were kept. Incarceration in this type of prison was used as a test of guilt. Generally, this form of trial was used in the case of people suspected of plotting rebellion. Persons sentenced to life imprisonment were kept in other underground jails. 57, p. 142. A penalty of 500 lashes, provided by law as a punishment for theft, probably was the equivalent of a death sentence. There was a punishment called the stone execution, where a huge stone was tossed onto the victim's shoulders. According to Guaman de Ayala, this killed many and crippled others for life. Other punishments consisted of forced labor in state gold and silver mines, or on coca plantations in difficult tropical climates. Forced labor could be either for life or for a fixed term. Finally, minor offenders were subject to various corporal punishments. 57, p. 144. It goes without saying that equality before the law did not exist. For one and the same crime a peasant might be executed, while an Inca would get off with a public reprimand. As Koba reports, the premise here was that for an Inca of royal blood, all Incas were theoretically related. A public reprimand was a heavier penalty than death for a plebeian. 56, p. 79, 57, p. 143. Seduction of another's wife was accorded corporal punishment. But if a peasant seduced an Inca woman, both were executed. As Guaman de Ayala recounts, both were hanged naked by the hair over a cliff until they died. 57, p. 146. A crime against property was also punished differently depending on whether the interests of the state or a private party were involved. Someone guilty of picking fruit on a private estate could avoid punishment if he could prove that he had done so out of hunger. But if the owner was an Inca, the guilty party was subject to death. 57, p. 145. The complete subjugation of life to the prescriptions of the law. And to officialdom led to extraordinary standardization, identical clothing, identical houses, identical roads. Repetition of the same descriptive details is characteristic of the old Spanish accounts. The capital city, built of identical houses made of identical block stone and divided into identical blocks, undoubtedly created the impression of a prison. Town. 56, p. 117. As a result of this spirit of standardization, anything the least bit different was looked upon as dangerous and hostile, whether it was the birth of twins, or the discovery of a strangely shaped rock. Such things were believed to be a manifestation of evil forces hostile to society. Events were to show that the fear of unplanned phenomena was quite justified. The huge empire proved powerless against less than 200 Spaniards. Neither their firearms nor their horses, animals unknown to the Indians, can explain this extraordinary turn of events. The same difference in armaments was after all involved in the subjugation of the Zulus, but they were able to mount a long and successful resistance to large detachments of English forces. The reason for the collapse of the Inca Empire must apparently be sought elsewhere, in the complete atrophy of individual initiative, in the ingrained habit of acting only at the direction of officials, in the spirit of stagnation and apathy. Ondegardo, a Spanish judge who served in Peru in the 16th century, noted a similar phenomenon. In his books, he constantly laments the complete regimentation of life and the removal of all personal stimuli which led to a weakening of and, sometimes, the complete destruction of family relationships. Grown children, for instance, often refuse to take care of their parents. 56, p. 127, Baudin, a French student of Latin American history, sees in many traits of the contemporary Indians the aftermath of Inca rule, indifference to the fate of the state, lack of initiative, apathy. 56, pp. 124 to 125. To what extent is it possible to call the Inca state socialist? Without any doubt, it is much more entitled to this designation than any of the contemporary states that regard themselves as belonging to this category. Socialist principles were clearly expressed in the structure of the Inca state, the almost complete absence of private property, in particular of private land, absence of money and trade, the complete elimination of private initiative from all economic activities, detailed regulation of private life, marriage by official decree, state distribution of wives and concubines. On the other hand, we do not encounter either communal wives or communal upbringing of children. A wife, though given by the state to the peasant, was his alone, and children grew up in the family, if the special class of girls chosen to be elect is excluded. Nevertheless, the Inca state seems to have been one of the fullest incarnations of socialist ideals in human history. This is indicated by the striking similarity between the Inca way of life and numerous socialist utopias, sometimes down to the smallest detail. In his work The Incas of Peru, Baudin tells that during a report on the Inca state at the Paris Academy of Sciences, a member asked whether it would not be possible to show an influence of the Incas on Thomas More's Utopia. 56, p. 165. This would have been quite impossible, of course. More's Utopia was written in 1516, while Peru was discovered by the Spaniards in 1531. The similarities are, therefore, all the more striking and show how socialist principles inevitably led to the same conclusions in the centuries-long practice of the Inca administrators and in the mind of the English philosopher. But later socialist writers undoubtedly were under the strong influence of what they had heard of the Peruvian Empire. In one of his works, Morelli describes a society that lives in natural conditions and without distinction between thine and mine, and says that the Peruvians had laws of this kind. We have already quoted, in Part I, a similar passage from the article, the legislator, in the encyclopedia, and we invite the reader to compare Diderot's description, pp. 112 to 114 above, with the historical facts. It is quite possible that the Inca model provided numerous details in the depiction of the future society by the writers of the 17th and 18th centuries. It is easy enough to imagine how readily they absorbed the stories then current in Europe of a real society so close in spirit to their ideals. This leads to a general problem of great interest, that of the influence exerted on the socialist literature, beginning with Plato, by the socialist experiment, that is, by the practical implementation of socialist ideals in Egypt, Mesopotamia and Peru. 2. The Jesuit state in Paraguay. Although one would have thought that the Spanish conquistadors had written an end to socialism in South America, it had a continuation nevertheless. Some 100 to 150 years later, in an area not far from the former Inca state, a political system in the Inca tradition was established in Paraguay by the Jesuits. The history of Spanish penetration into Paraguay begins in 1516, when Don Juan Díaz de Solís discovered the mouth of the Paraná River and conquered the surrounding territories. In 1537, Juan de Salazar de Espinosa founded Asunción, the capital of the new province of Paraguay. The native inhabitants of Paraguay were Indians of the Guarani tribe. Missionary work among them was first undertaken by the Dominican monk Las Casas. The Jesuits took part in this effort later. With the realistic approach so typical of their order, they decided to make acceptance of Christianity practically advantageous, and so attempted to protect their converts from the Indians' main enemy, the slave traders called Paulistas, from the state of São Paulo, the center of the slave trade at the time. Suppression of the slave trade had been beyond the Spanish crown's capabilities for years. Yet the Jesuits succeeded in providing security against raids for Indians in large areas of Paraguay. To achieve this, they accustomed the Indians to a sedentary life, placing them in large settlements called reductions. The first reduction was set up in 1609. It seems that a plan existed at first for the creation of a great state with access to the Atlantic Ocean, but Paulista raids made this impossible. Beginning in 1640, the Jesuits armed the Indians and fought through to an area where they settled their flock. It was almost inaccessible, bordered on one side by the Andes and on the other by the rapids of the rivers Paraná, La Plata and Uruguay. The entire territory was covered with a network of reductions. As early as 1654, the Jesuits Maqueta and Cataladino obtained from the Spanish crown an exemption of the realm of the Society of Jesus from subordination to the Spanish colonial forces and from paying tithes to the local bishop. The authorization to arm the Indians was a further exception to the absolute ban introduced by the Spanish government in all parts of South America. The Jesuits soon had a strong fighting force at their disposal. In their dealings with the Spanish government, the Jesuits steadfastly denied that they had created an independent state in Paraguay. It is true that certain accusations were exaggerated, as for example the book about the Emperor of Paraguay, which included his portrait, as well as coins allegedly minted at court, both being nothing but a contrivance of the Jesuits' enemies. But it is also a fact that the area controlled by the Jesuits was so isolated from the external world that it could in fact be considered an independent state, or a dominion of Spain. Jesuits were the only Europeans in the region. They prevailed on the government to pass a law that allowed no European to enter the territory of the reductions without the Jesuits' permission. In any case, no visitor was allowed to stay longer than 3 days. The Indians were not able to leave their reductions except in the company of the fathers. In spite of numerous government demands, the Jesuits refused to teach the Indians the Spanish language, they devised a writing system for the local Guarani language. The Jesuits who lived in the area were not Spaniards for the most part, but included Germans, Italians, and Scots. The territory had an army of its own and engaged in independent foreign trade. All this does tend to justify